the proper way. We're going to have the chief of our tribe, or a little person, give the opening prayer.
Okay. It means hello. All excited. I said, boy, I learned a word this morning. I learned how to say good in Japanese. Sukikaku. So let us pray. As I've said yesterday, this is something that we can never try to forget, is our calling. This is what's going to take us through. If it was not the prayers that our people in the past, our ancestors, they were very sincere when they called upon the Creator, or whoever they called. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. We forget that we came from people that were praying. So let us pray. Hayo nina, eso pues somo hinano Sister Green. Anfagamo sagi, anfanotato niya, anfanox, nakampas sa kiyam, nakotukwe ka magkaktin na, nakasika magsigaktin na ni nagosin na, nisugosin. Anfagig ko ni badapisin. Pinagis to first awat sa nani matapi. Pinagis to first tayo kasi pinag-save ko ma. Nakakigis to po ko mo. Pamas tayo kasi. Magat sto pa. Nakita po ba Diyos? Gusto na ikinitsi ko. Again, our God and Creator, we ask that you will be within the midst of us this morning. As we have the people coming, they are here, wanting to hear and get those ways that are being presented to us, that will help us, help guide us, take away that sorrow that we're in. We lose our people every week, every day. We hear about our young people getting into things that's causing them problems. These are the things we're trying to overcome. We ask that you will guide each of these leaders and all the people who are here, or all the, that we will find a way, or we won't have to argue with one another anymore, but a way that we will lead, especially our young people. It will be a future for them. Let us sing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Just a few items here. If you haven't registered, please do so in the back in your packets. We normally have a questionnaire and a survey. Please fill that out. Again, I'm going to go over really quickly about our ground rules. In order to create a climate for open and honest dialogue and encourage your participation, it is important to treat each other with respect. Name calling or accusations, verbal attacks, and other negative exchanges are counterproductive to a positive exchange of ideas. They won't be tolerated. So remember, it's okay to disagree with each other, and let's keep the symposium in our dialogues in a good way. And with special respect for our panels today. The majority of them are local members or involved in, whether it's in the private sector, working in tribal government, or what have you. They're all going to be here today to share their perspectives. So again, if you have questions, we're trying to provide some time for questions. It's real difficult with the amount of panels and the activities that are going on. We're a few minutes behind. Our second panel today, that's a little bit after 10, and that's we're going to have the tribal elders. I see they're here, and so we're looking forward to what they have to say. And before we get started, I'd like to call up Councilman Kay to provide us with a recap of what went on yesterday. I believe it was an excellent day, and then we'll start with the panel. Joe?
Okay, Mr. Koala, and welcome everybody, all my friends and relatives. And as George said, we're kind of talking out there to everybody out in KDWG land. We want to really thank the radio, thank Miss Dean Hall, Jay on Running Crane, and our Mike Man over here, Dale Stumpcat, for assisting us with all of this. So if you're out there in radio land listening to us this morning, welcome. If you get time, come on in and visit with us. You know, when we set out to plan this seminar, we thought about a two-pronged approach. The first day would be bringing in outside experts to talk about the process of change and some of the experiences that they had in change. And day two, today, which is really in many ways more important than yesterday, is a day about hearing from our own people. Because it's our Constitution and our government, and it's our people who will both draft it, implement it, and live under it. So today is in many ways more important than yesterday. But we had a good day yesterday, starting with Dr. Stephen Cornell, who gave us a broad range of issues to think about and discuss, including starting with a value system around which to build a governing document, but emphasizing that simplicity and clarity and clear division are also critical in drafting a new constitution. We then went on to Jill Dorfler from the White Earth Nation, who talked about the issues that the White Earth people went through, how they came about their new constitution, and the problems they were having with implementing it. And of course, for those that didn't pick up on that, the White Earth people are a little different than us in the sense that they are both an independent tribe, and then they belong to a bigger consortium or confederation of Cree nations out in Minnesota. And so while the White Earth people themselves adopted a new constitution and were ready to implement, the broader confederacy was being resistant. I think that's a lesson kind of for us, that one of the things that is a problem in change is hanging on to the past. And as I said openly yesterday, hanging on to the power and dysfunction of the past. And that's one of the things that we're trying to get away from. That's what led to our meltdown of 2012 and 2014. We then had Major Russell from the Crow Nation. And I thought Major's presentation was just excellent, because she talked about not only the process that they went through, the same things we've talked about. Well, let's do amendments. They did amendments. It didn't work because they didn't mesh them with the whole Constitution. So then they had to back up and do a whole new Constitution. And as she pointed out, once you get that document done, it's not all sunshine and roses, huh? But they had significant implementation problems. And she discussed what those problems were with us. And I think opened a lot of eyes to us in saying we have to think those things through as we go forward. It's not enough just to produce a bunch of nice words on paper. We have to think through, how does this actually work to make things better? So I thought that was an excellent presentation. Then, of course, we heard from the tribal council leaders who all expressed their support for change and why we're here today. And I have to say, while he's here, I really want to honor him and mention him. To me, the most moving moment of yesterday was toward the end of the day when our chief rose and spoke and ended his discussion with a song, as I recall, he called the Coming Together song. And he said this was a song that was sung at Sundance after the pole was raised, and all the people came together. And so, as I said last night, and I'll end my remarks today, that's what we need to do here, huh? We need to follow the lead of our ancestors, our grandfathers and grandmothers, and we need to come together as a single people and form a new kind of government that gives our children and grandchildren at least the opportunity for a better and more prosperous life. So with that, I'm going to turn to and introduce our business panel here, starting with the gentleman right here immediately to my right, Mr. Daryl Norman. Daryl's a private business person in the community, runs the Lodgepole Gallery out here west of town, has been in private business for a while. Seated next to him, and by the way, Daryl has been a part of the effort at constitutional reform going back to the 1974 Charlie Conway effort. Sitting next to him is Bob Burns. Bob has been a long-time business person from out in the gov't community, throughout the reservation, construction and other activities. And Bob also was a part of the 2010 constitutional reform effort, was one of the advocates during that effort. Seated next to him is my older brother, Tom McKay. Tom is the current manager and owner of the Junction Bay. Junction Drive is the longest living tribal business, individually owned tribal business on the reservation. Tom is also a member of the Glacier County Commission. And finally on the end there is Sam Lane. Sam has been a part of our group, this working group this year, who's been at all of our meetings for the last 18 months. And of course, Sam has spent his entire life in the farming and ranching, agricultural business and industry. So we're just asking the gentleman this morning to tell us what it's been like working under the current system, trying to operate their business, and how changing tribal government could help make it better. So please, a round of applause for our business leaders.
So when you start hearing the music, it's kind of like the Oscars. You've got about 5 minutes to go. That's not being disrespectful, but you can try to keep on time. That's kind of my job. So hear the music. That tells you shorter stories.
Wow. Okay, Choco. Good morning, everybody. It was a good day. We saw a beautiful symposium yesterday, and we've had very, very good attendance from the community. This involves all of us, the future of our people,
the future of our nation. And it takes all of our cooperation to make this happen and to bring a better future for our children. Because what we're talking about today, if you look around, who you are, what your age is, who is this all for? This is for building the nation. This is for giving a future for our children, an opportunity to stay here, to live here, to be educated here. Not that they don't need to know something about this outside world, because as people of the world, we must have a knowledge of the outside world too, and how we play a role, and the important role that we play, because we do play an important role in this country and in this world. And we are taking care of our part of the planet, and we want to make sure that we do that well, and we want the opportunity to be there for our children. Like Joe said, our first panel today is made up of private business people. Private business plays a very important role in our community, provides jobs, provides services, and while government provides jobs, it does not to live on. We need to have private business so that we recirculate the dollars that come into this community. That our people do not have to drive 100 miles in one direction to buy an item. We should be able to have those things here. Our community is large enough to support those things. I've had a business since I moved back here. I began the Lodgepole Gallery in Teepee Village in 1993. I know the struggles that it takes to operate a business, to maintain a business, and the will to survive as a private business person, because that is one of the most important things that it takes, is a desire to keep your business going. But that is not easy because of our economy here, because of the lack of money, the lack of funding to start businesses and to sustain businesses. Government can't do it all. This is where we need the cooperation between private business and government. Government can help be a catalyst to the success of private business. We have very few small businesses here today, comparatively. If you look back over history, at one time we had meat markets, bakeries, hotels, pharmacies. We had those things here. But because of economic downturns in our economy and the lack of money available to our people, many of those businesses left. They couldn't continue here. But many of those businesses were not owned by our own people. It is up to us to create these businesses. It's up to us to have the cooperation between the government and private enterprise. Because 85% of the jobs, if you look at it, all over the United States come from private business. And like I said, government is not business. Government has a job of running government and being the catalyst to help business survive. In the past, everybody looked to the tribe, always to the tribe. Well, the tribe will do it, the tribe will start this business, the tribe will start that. But I think personally they're overwhelmed with just the business of government. Their role should be to help private business keep going and help it survive, help us be successful, help people find ways to start businesses. And we must remember the role that private business plays, bringing these goods and services, but also bringing attention to our community. We have not only our own people to serve, but the people that come through this community. And we will not get those dollars to stay here unless we have the businesses here. And those should be our own businesses, and our people should have the opportunity to start business, but also to become successful, because most businesses last probably less than 6 months to get started here. I know I've watched people making attempts to start their own businesses here at the reservation and the obstacles they're faced with. and the ability to sustain themselves. And this is the role, to me, where government can become involved. Helping sustain businesses started by our own people, but we should not also be afraid of outside entities coming here. Because these outside entities that will bring their businesses here and having a favorable atmosphere to do business on the reservation are needed. They provide jobs, they provide goods, they provide services, and hopefully we can keep much of this money in our own community. And that, to me, is one of the important roles that private business brings and helps, and why it is much needed to help sustain the economy. You can employ people. Employ your own people. And that is very important, that we offer jobs from private businesses. We can see that the wages that are paid to these people are fair. That we can go from just having casual business labor to having businesses that can sustain full-time employment for people and offer a good future. And also an inspiration for our young people to make their home here and to create successful businesses. And I have learned this since I came back. I came back here not expecting to get a tribal job. I came from a different frame of mind. My frame of mind was I wanted to be a self-sustaining person. I wanted to create my own future. I wanted to make an impact on the community in the best way. It may be a small way, as a small business. Somebody may say, well, you only have a couple of people employed. But that's not true. You buy things, you buy your goods from the community. You provide some income for people who normally would not have some income and need money, need a way of making a living. And you hope that at some point, as a small business owner, that you can make that business grow so that you have a better impact, a more significant impact. But with each small business, that creates another positive thing in building the economy of our community. Our people have always been successful. It wasn't until that initiative was taken away from us, the initiative to be self-sustaining, that we began to have some of the problems we had. Everybody worked, everybody contributed to the benefit of the community, the bringing in the food, the bringing in the clothing. We were self-independent people. And we can't do that again. This will help us break this system of dependency, which we need to do very badly. Everybody in some way or another is dependent on something. However, the high percentage of what we are dependent on from the federal government is not necessary. We need to build our community and the economy in our community so that we can reach this point in the future and our children can be independent people. Very necessary. So with that, I would like to begin by starting with our first panelist, Bob Burns. And Bob can tell you a great deal about this too. All of these panelists can tell you what it's like to survive as independent businesses and how they feel that government can play an important role in helping us continue along and be successful. So with that, I'd like to begin with our first panelist, who's already been introduced, Bob Burns.
Good morning. I run the cattle bearing sucker club at that. Before that, it was the VAT bar, which I'm sure you all heard of. And that was fun. But I've been in a business for about private sector for about 50 years now. I had a service station when I was pretty young. And then I ended up buying that bar. I was in the construction business, as Joe said. I've been involved in about almost every aspect on this reservation that you could think of. And my good friend Sonny Galbraith one time told me that I run the head off of more geese that lay below than eggs than anybody in the country. So I've had a lot of failures too. But I guess what I would like to talk about is doing business under this present constitution that we have. You have to remember that this constitution that we operate under right now was not our doings. It was given to us by somebody else because they knew what was best for us. But when you operate a business, which is one of the few businesses left on reservation, is on trust property, which brings in another whole different situation. When you work on, you cannot, of course, get any funding by any banks or anything to operate a business because they don't have it, they can't use it as collateral, your land and the business. So most of the business time that I've run under all these years is just out of my pocket type. You do what you can when you can, and hopefully it works out. But another issue that we've had under our present constitution is, and I'm sure you're all aware of it, is we have what I call, what everybody calls social capital. It's, you can get things done, it depends on who you know, not what you know. And so these are the issues that we have to deal with, that where we can get representation across the board from one end of the reservation to the other. Myself, our businesses out there are mostly aimed at the tourist industry. We don't have to speak enough local business to keep the business open in the winter. So we have to rely on just seasonal because of the, excuse me, the tourists. Like I said, right now, today, you can put your sleeping bag in the middle of the highway, and about the only one that run over you is that big propane truck that goes through every few hours. If your tourists aren't there, we just don't have them in the winter. There's things that could be done that would generate, we have all the resources to generate resorts type issues that would bring in winter tourists. We just haven't dealt with it yet. I think that one of the things that I think is that the direction that the tribe has taken is not so much towards tourism until it's did this casino over here, and that's going to solely rely on tourists in the hotel. They need them to make those things work. I think that it's been very difficult because it depends on what group is in power in the tribal council and what they decide to change that affects your business, that they do not really understand because they're not totally aware of your area. Like, I've been in that for, well, not all my life so far, but pretty much did. And what I found is that, like, I don't know the intricate things that take place in Parkview, the intricate structure of Parkview. I'm not even really sure I know the intricate structures that take place in Browning. So I know that most of the people don't know the intricate structure that takes place in that, with tourism and what we have to have. So this is one of the problems with the present constitution is we're in a district and we have representation, but not really. we don't really have representation in each area. That if you're starting a business, and you'll find that it's going to be different in East Glacier, different in St. Mary's, different in Babbitt, different in Browning, different in Cutbank. All these areas are different. So running a business, in other words, it's like our constitution. We're not the same as the Crow or the Cree or all the rest of the tribes in the United States, but they give us a constitution that was one fits all. It would be like going into Europe and giving one constitution to Germany and France and Belgium and all these countries that have, they're different. They can't run under the same constitution, they have different cultures. That's the way it's Native Americans, we've been running and functioning under a constitution that was given to us a lot of years ago, and it was given to us to fail. It was designed to fail. And we just too hard-headed to give up. So we made it work, but we need to make it work better. We need it to be better for everybody. And that's about all I got to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Our next speaker will be Tom McKay.
I'm happy to be here. I think that this is a historical event because I think that we're seeing the beginning of change. First off, let me start by telling a little bit about the things that I've seen here these past years. First off, my working career started when I was 6 years old picking trash at the Junction Drive. I worked in the oil fields for a while, 10 something an hour. Then I went to work at the Blackfeet and Lighting Company for $3.10. And I knew the sacrifices that had to be made to make things work. And I was determined because I decided to come home because I wanted to help. I wanted to see things grow. I wanted to see people have better lives, and I've been here ever since. Life's all about choices. I made one, and I'm not sorry that I made the choice that I did. I've seen the pencil factory, ACA. I've seen BF Woods. I've seen BIDI. I've seen the sewing factory out of Park Butte. I've seen 2 injection molding machine companies. I've seen a joint venture between the Fort Peck Indian Reservation and the Blackfeet tribe. There are numerous things that have happened that people don't know about. And it all came to an end because of micromanaging. We get people, we have a lot of people, a lot of talented people, a lot of smart people. We have people here that we could go to rather than go outside to. We have our own company, our own successful business here on the reservation by simply putting these people with these talents to work and supporting them. You know, I heard Bob mention about the casino. The Junction Cafe has been in business since 1954, and when they built the roundabout, it completely took away my southwest access to the cafe. I started out with 12 people, 2 shifts. I'm down to 6 hours a day and 4 people because they took away the access availability to that business. I was never offered an opportunity to participate in the designing of the roundabout. Truck drivers are calling this place roundabout Montana now. You know, it's a joke. But I wasn't allowed to participate. Our Constitution calls for free enterprise. Free enterprise means that any one of you tribally enrolled members should be able to do any kind of business that you want to, as long as you're not breaking tribal or federal law. That ain't happening. The gaming business is an example. It's already been proven that we like to gamble, but the tribal council put a chokehold on that and put it all into the casino over there. I, as a business owner, should be able to have machines under the free enterprise policy. Any one of you people should be able to have a business, should be able to have a machine under the free enterprise policies, but you don't. You know, my sister and I, we mortgaged our homes to rebuild this business. And right now we're paying our mortgages off out of our own pocket. Plus my sister, who's got a very substantial retirement, is also paying wages out of her pocket. But we're not shutting down, because if we did, these people would be out of jobs, they wouldn't have an income. And I don't think that the tribal council can afford to look out for our individual interests and support our individual families. You know, it's up to us. And I think that's what this Constitution is going to do. This is the beginning of providing those kinds of opportunities. We have to make sure that there's language in this Constitution that will provide us with a safe, sound future with a lot of opportunities. I think that the tribal council leaders, they should be be focusing on the big picture, and not focus on the individual programs and the small businesses. They should be supporting the small businesses. I had a business called Pecunny Printing, and I started it because under the Buy Indian Act, I had an in. I was supposed to have an in on all the federal opportunities, hospitals, CIA, even tribal. And during that course of time, I was getting small jobs, not big ones from here locally, but I was getting jobs from rural South Dakota, other states, Minnesota, but very little here on the reservation. And I thought, well, geez, I have to do something to keep. I had 12 people working. I have to do something to keep these people working and be able to stay open. So I started a paper called Through the Eyes of an Indian, and it wasn't a paper where people had views. It was a paper where I would take documentation and I'd give it a headline, but I'd print the document. And I upset some people because my lease was taken away from me. I was told by a tribal judge that if I printed another paper here on the Blackfeet Indian Reservation, or even sold it here on the reservation, he'd throw me in jail and throw away the key. So that last edition, I went down to Cut Bank and had it printed, and I sat in the Glacier Hotel and sold it. And people from Babb and Parkview, Starspool, and Browning, they came all the way to Cut Bank, and they bought that paper from me, and I sold it out. And I thought, you know, well, there's going to be a recourse, and if there's anybody out there that thinks that the federal government's going to take care of us, is wrong. Because I wrote Janet Reno a letter. She was the United States Attorney General back then. And I told her wrote a letter, and I said, told her about what happened to me. I said, our rights, my rights under the tribal constitution have been violated. My rights under the Indian Civil Rights Act have been violated. My rights under the United States Constitution as a United States citizen have been violated. What's going to happen? And she wrote me a letter back, and she said, you're right, I've assigned a staff member to you. They'll help you. So a couple of weeks later, I get a letter back from Janet Reno's staff person that she assigned to me. And the letter says, Mr. McKay, you're absolutely right. Your rights have been violated under your own Constitution, under the Indian Civil Rights Act, under the United States Constitution, but you're an enrolled member of the Blackfeet tribe, and you're sovereign. So this is an issue that has to be settled between you and your people, your tribal government. Wow. So anyway, I guess a few years ago, I had an elder come to me. You know, people have to realize that because of our charter, corporate charter, we're a corporation now, we're a business. We gotta think in those terms. Yes, we're an Indian reservation, but we're a business. And in order for our business to stay healthy and to grow, we gotta do something about maintaining our land base and even improving it and getting more land. But here a few years ago, and we already know that nobody care of our loved ones except us. We already know that the tribal government's not going to take care of our loved ones, only us. A few years ago, I had this tribal elder come to me, and he says, Tom, he says, God rest my soul, he says, I'm not going to be around much longer. And I have all this land. And I said, okay, well, what can I do for you? He says, my wife, she's a non-Indian, and I want her to be taken care of. And I said, okay, well, did you leave her a will? Do you have anything? He said, all I have is land and some property. He says, I want to know what you think about me taking all my land out of trust and putting it into fee so that I could leave it to my wife, whom I love very much, because I want her to have something, I want her to be taken care of. He said, what do you think? And I said, well, you know, damn, I said, I hope that I'm never in a position like that, because I own land, I don't want to buy the share. All we got to do is just scream. But I said, I hope I'm never in that predicament. I said, but you know, you got to do what your heart tells you to do. So he did. He took all of his land out of trust and put it into fees so that his wife could be taken care of. But anyway, my message is this, is that when we go to the polls, we have to elect people with a vision. When we run for an office, we got to have that vision to preserve all of that. So when we design, when we write the Constitution, we got to have language in there to accomplish that. And I'm standing here looking out there and wondering myself, like you, well, what's the answer? Hell, I don't know what the answer is. But if we all put our heads together and talk about it, there's got to be an answer out there to resolve this issue so that when we write the Constitution, it'll give us the opportunity to preserve that, what we know, what we will have forever. We got our kids to think about. I think everybody in this room is the same age or older than me, and it would be very selfish of us not to look out for their future while we're living ours day to day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Those are words that all private entrepreneurs struggle with. If you've ever tried to become a self-employed person here in a reservation, you will find and realize what it takes to do that, but that you are a valuable contributor to our community. So now from the Great Milk River area, and my assistant cook at the meetings, we would like to have somebody, Sam Lane, come up and tell us about his experiences of being a self-employed person here on the reservation.
Thank you all for coming today, and I'd like to just thank my niece Misty coming from California, and those that came from away from here. We really appreciate you coming. There's been times when we wondered if anybody would ever come. And I want to thank Joe McKay. He has taught me more about the Constitution than I ever thought I could ever learn. So we pretty much got the same story here. Financing is a very serious part here. My daughter wrote me up a thing here with the reading and stuff, so I'll kind of go around that, but I'll go on my own too, because after listening to these guys, I realize that there's some things in here that I don't have here. So anyway, I've been ranching for probably 35 years on my own. And before that, I was on somebody's ranch someplace as a little boy. And that's all I ever wanted to do. So I love the land. I'm not a very good speaker. I'm not used to this. So give me a shovel and a spudboard, I'll do pretty good. But I know Daryl, and I know Bob, and I know Tom. And was talking with Carl back there, Carl Kipp, and we had a bank, and the tribe sold our bank. They didn't ask us if we wanted to sell it, but they sold it, and we have no finance, and so now I'm kind of getting into business and trucking and custom haying, but it took me 40 years to get financing. I'm going to be 65 years old, and I can finally borrow money, but it's too late. I don't have a son to take over what I've got. I never inherited nothing. I'm a first generation rancher, so everything I have, I worked for. And I have a lot of people I know out here that's done the same. We've had a tribal program, a tribal credit program all my lifetime. And if you weren't in the right clique, you couldn't get a loan there. And I'm not positive, but I've been told that the Flathead loan out like $8 million out of their tribal credit program. And I wonder why we can't have that. Why do we have to go someplace else to bank? Pretty near everything that I've done, someone told me I couldn't do it. And I've done it without their help, just like Bob and Tom digging in my own pocket. I employ like 2 to 5 people seasonal. They're good people, they're hard workers. I'd like to be able to do more for them, but that's all I have. But maybe we can make our business grow more too, and we support the local businesses. We buy fuel here, we buy tires, we eat here, we buy groceries. And I know like the tribal businesses I watch, like our new store down here, a lot of people still go to People's. The meat's way better at People's, I'll say that. But our store really isn't thriving. And I just wondered to myself, I'm not educated, but why doesn't somebody sit down and say, what could we do to make this store better? What can we do to stop these people from going to Albertsons, things like that? But it just doesn't seem like that ever takes place. It just runs until they close it up, So finances is really important here. We need to get finances back. We got a bank here, but I was never successful there. I'm from Townsend, Montana. And that guy, he came up to my house and sat at our house, filled out our loan, And he told us, I don't know why nobody will finance you, you're not in that shape. And anymore, we don't even have to go down there. We just mail the loan back and forth, and 3 days I got my money. You know, but you have to have fee land to do this. If you have no fee land, like Bob said, if nobody wants to loan you nothing. I was fortunate enough to buy some fee land, and it's been mortgaged ever since I bought it. But anyway, that's kind of on the financing, and I think that there's nothing that can't be redone. I think we could do something. It's going to take all of us, but this is our home, and it's up to us to do this, because our kids shouldn't have to go through what we went through. There's a lot of us that we pay our bills. We've never skipped nobody. So you're condemned because of the ones that didn't, and that's wrong. You know, they say just because you're from Browning, your check's no good. I have a debit card here from the bank here, and I get the great calls, and they won't take the debit card. You know, I can take the one from Townsend and get gas or whatever. I won't take that Brown. So I don't know why. What's the reason? The money's there. But I'm sure you all know that. And I guess the next thing is like the grazing and stuff here. We got laws, we got a lot of good laws, but nobody implements them. Every one of us that hold a lease, particular in this mountain area, we've got 200-300 horses on our leases all the time. I got horses on my lease up there right now. We pay the highest grazing rate in the state of Montana, $21 an AUM. On any Indian reservation, Blackfeet pays the most. We pay it for 5 months, and other people's horses graze on it for 7 months. So that landowner doesn't get $1 off of those horses. And I and my daughter, we went out to Pendleton, and we met with some people over there, and they've done studies on what the damage these horses do. The Yakima tribe, they had 75,000 unwanted horses. And today what they do is if that horse is on someone else's land, he's picked up, there's no getting him back. He don't belong to you no more. They pen him, when they get a semi ready, a load, they're shipped to Shelby and on to Fort McLeod. That horse owner, he don't get a penny. If they pay for the trucking, so be it. If not, then the tribe pays the balance, but they said we're cleaning up our reservation. And that's what needs to happen here. No more get your horse back in 10 days or whatever. He needs to go. And the knapweed here, it's taken over, folks. We're not going to have no grass. It's straight knapweed. The tribe says, well, we have no money. So I figured out the BIA and the tribe should have worked together on this when we raised this lease here 5 years ago. If they would have took $1 an AUM and put it to spraying weeds, they've got 653,000 AUMs. That's close to $1 million, folks. We could have put that to spraying weeds. We could employ 10 crews, 3-man crews. And I figured that if you paid them $15 an hour, that's $233,000. Okay, you can buy your equipment, another $250,000. You got money left, you can spray with a plane. The next year, you don't have to buy your equipment, you've already bought it, you've got more money, you can put more crews. And it's gonna take time. It might take 5 years. But that's creating a job for some people for 4 months. These weeds need to be sprayed, you know, twice a year. I went to schools on this. And we can clean this place up. We don't have to let it take over like that. But that takes all of us too. I don't have all the answers, but I'm concerned. You know, we've lost almost all of our gov't programs because of mismanagement, so there's none of that anymore. There's no feed programs, there's nothing. And I used to go to the USDA and getting those programs, but I don't anymore. Almost every time I got money from them, a month later or something, they want their money back. I did something wrong or something. So I don't do that no more. I just do what I can do myself. And that's a good way for you to learn to do that, but it shouldn't be that way. You know, people shouldn't have to struggle like we've had to struggle. So I think if we work together, we can clean this reservation up. We have one of the most beautiful places on earth. And there's people want to come here. They want to come here. I mean, I got my friend Urban out there on the buffalo program. I think buffalo is a good investment, but I think we have to run it. I put up the hay at this buffalo ranch at the border here. We have to run it like them. It's a business. They get $4,400 for a 1,400-pound buffalo. They have to ship them to Minnesota to slaughter them. So we would have to have, just like they do, they've got like 3 ranches with buffalo on. We don't have that. We've got enough ranches. We could probably run maybe 1,000 buffalo. But we'd have to have feedlots, feed them, get them to that weight, and ship them. And then they buy buffalo also to replace because they don't have enough, but they're shipping the meat all over Europe and all over. So there's a market. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here. We just have to put our heads together and work with one another, and it'll work. We need to change our government and get the tribal council and stuff out of these businesses. Let us do business. If there's land for sale and a member can buy it, let him buy it. We can't. The tribe can't buy everything. They can't run everything. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. As you can tell by what these people have all had to say, what the struggle is to be a private entrepreneur. But the people have succeeded. Where there's a will, there's a way. We can succeed. I see people out here like Pauline, who started her own business, and many other people who have made attempts. But we need to make stronger attempts and encourage people to get into their own businesses so that we can keep our money in our community and that we can provide a future for our children and that we will have a successful economy here. Thank you very much. Thank you for the panelists.
Thank you, Dale, and thank you for the panelists and the real words of wisdom, common sense, basically, and a real good thing to think about the relationship to tribal government and private entrepreneurship in terms of allowing that to go. As the gentleman, Joe Gladstone, said, in our present constitution, there's language that the tribe shall manage all economic affairs. And so, you know, that's something to think about. We're going to move quickly into our next panel, our tribal elders. We just are running behind while we do the transition. Gail is going to read some prizes for the raffle, so hopefully your name is up there. We've got some good prizes, and then we get started right away. So we can have the elders, Chief Earl Person, Bernie Heavy Runner, Evelyn Bird Rattler, and Leonard Gardner. Could you please join us at the stage?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Once again, if you just arrived to the Buchanan government, take your responsibility for our future. We have some door prizes if you registered. Our first winners received Glacier Peaks Casino $20 slot play, along with coffee mugs. To these first 9 winners, you are the winners, once again, of Glacier Peaks Casino, $20 slot play and coffee mugs. So we thank those sponsors. Missy Franks, you are our first winner. Dean Crosscut, Linda Juno, Daryl rides at the door, Mary Kay, Brandy Lane, Sean Prosip, Andrew Wall, and Korea Bird. You are our first winners. You may pick up your prizes at the registration table, or call in immediately. You have till 11 o'clock to pick those prizes up, or we will redraw. Once again, those names: Missy Franks, Dean Crossguns, Linda Juno, Daryl Wright at the door, Mary Kay, Brandy Lane, Sean Prosit, Angie Wall, and Karina Bird. Gordon Monroe, you are the winner of the Junction Drive-In Cafe $20 gift certificate. Once again, Gordon Monroe, you are the winner of the Junction Drive-In Cafe $20 gift certificate. You may pick that up at registration. Thank you to those sponsors: Glacier Beach Casino, Junction Drive-In.
We're gonna have a real quick comment from this lady who wants to, I guess, continue some of what Greg and Pablo talked about, real quick, then we're gonna start with the panel.
One thing that I did not see addressed, I'm Leanne Johnson, and I was born and raised on this reservation. One thing not addressed in this business section is the treatment of the women. And I started ranching in 1960, and I have battled that battle throughout my entire life over various things. And not all of it was applied because of the Constitution, but a lot of it was because there was no protectionism for genders. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed in the Constitution. I don't think women should be separated. I had a case that went to Washington, D.C. in 1990, and it's still on the desk in the BIA in Billings. And they took my grazing unit away, and it's still sitting there. So I'm sure that I could have put thousands of dollars into it to push the issue, which any of you that start business from scratch, you know, you cannot afford to do that. So this is something I think needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. Okay, well, we're gonna mine the gold this morning, if you will. We have a panel of esteemed elders here, and we're going to just turn it over to them. And we're gonna start with, okay, I guess we're gonna use the age part, so it's going to be Gertie, my mother, Earl, Leonard, and then Evie, since she's the youngest, so just gonna turn the mic over to them, and then we'll, see where we're at here. Okay, I'll turn it over to you. Go ahead, Gertrude.
Can you hear me?
Louder.
Well, my name is Gertrude Penny. I'm 91 years old, and during my 91 years of age, I have seen many things and have learned a lot in my life. One of the things that I really took interest in the constitutional reform. About 2009 or 10, I was invited down to the college to sit in on a meeting that was being held pertaining to this constitutional. And I didn't know anything about it, but I went anyway with my niece Cynthia. And a lot of other people, some of them are here today that took part in that, those meetings that were held for 2 years. And I learned a little about our tribal government. Years back, I wasn't too sure about our tribal government. I would take part in voting for different men that would run from the different districts to be councilmen. And the only thing that I realized back in those days how important and what an honor it was to be a councilman. Everybody looked up and respected you and never approached you in a mean way or to abuse you. and I think you were always held in the greatest respect. Those things like that I've seen in my life, and then the change that has come about us today is very, very wearing to me, because the change and the direction everything is going in this world that we're living in. My part today is to try to encourage our people out there on the reservation to have an interest and to take part in this change of our constitutional. When I heard about the constitutional, it was based on the separation of powers, and I think a lot of people took that in a different way. There was no meeting about enrollment or anything. It was strictly based on the separation of powers, to take the power away from our council, so that one man here that was talking said that the council had their own way of taking care of their homework and doing the job that they were elected for. But the times there was a lot of interference on different programs that were set up to help the people, and the directors couldn't do what they were supposed to do. But today I think that's changing, and it'll be a lot more changed if this constitutional reform is passed by the people. It's not going to take us sitting here, or all of you that are sitting out there, to do this. It's got to take the whole reservation, all of our people, to help put this thing through. And I think that's one of the most important things that needs to be done today, is to reach out to our people. There are many good people out there that stay home and that don't know what is going on, or that be willing to help us. They're just approached and asked to do something. That covers a lot of things on our reservation. There's a lot of us that know what should be done, but nobody comes and asks us, so we just stay put. And that has to change too. We need people with skills and education to help our people. That's one of the things that's very important, is to be educated. A lot of our children are educated, but they're not here because there's nothing here for them to carry on with the education that they've earned. And I think that's kind of sad, because they could help if there was something here set up for them to follow upon the education that they've earned. Many of them have their doctorate degree. There's nurses, there's doctors, there's everything that we could imagine on our reservation that is here for us. And yet, it's just a handful of people that are trying to do things for all the rest of us. And that shouldn't happen. I think it's our part, everybody's part, to get out there and encourage our people. That's one of the things that I'm going to try to do, just talk to the elderly people and explain to them what this constitutional reform consists of and why we need this change. I think that down through the years, as I look back and think about our council, there was many a time that I thought that the council councilmen that were voted in had the full power to do whatever they had to do for our reservation, and we just came to vote and put them in and let them handle the whole thing. Well, that's not right, I don't think, because all of us have a say. We're here as members of this tribe, and in order for our tribe to be a tribe, all of us have to take an interest and to help one another. That's the thing that I'm looking at. And we all need to remember different things that would need to be helped with this reform, and that's to have a good vision. And I want to go back and talk about Fish Jarvis. I'm his godmother. Fish had a vision, and it's too bad that he couldn't live to fulfill that vision, but he got a good start at it. And I'm sure all the people that listened to him and heard him talk about this constitutional reform get something from it. So we have to look at these kind of people that had the courage and the insight for our future on our tribe. we should carry on, pick it up and carry on. We've got a lot of good leaders. One of our leaders here sitting here is our old person. Earl is just like I don't know what to say, a big dictionary, as they call my mother. When she died, they said, well, it's just like a big dictionary closed. We'll never hear Mary Brown again. Well, Earl is still here, and Earl is very knowledgeable on our reservation and our Indian way of life. And that's another thing that I'd like to tell you people. Let's keep our Indian way of life, our traditional ways. It's very important to us because we are Indians. Our Lord must have wanted Indians to be created to live in this world, so He created us. We're not the only tribe. There are 7 tribes in this state of Montana, and we're one of them. Our tribe once was on the top of all reservations, but we've gone down now to a point where we're trying to exist and trying to do things. We need to get that value of respect back for our tribe, because respect is very important. As people that were born to traditional people, that is one of the first things that our parents taught us, was to respect one another. And that's a very valuable thing for me, because I've followed that in my life. To respect each other, respect your sisters, your brothers, respect your older sisters or our older brothers. They could recommend us if they had to. Nothing else was said. An uncle could step in and recommend you if he sees you doing something wrong, or an aunt. All those things are lost. We need to bring all of these things back to help one another. And the way I see now this transform of this constitutional will be done if it's done careful and the people have a good insight of what it's all about. And that's one of the things we should all work on, is to inform one another why it's needed and why it should be done. We followed this government and this constitutional bylaws all our lives. How much longer are we going to pick up this and go by this? And like one man said here, this is our reservation. We're Indians on this reservation. Let us do our own thing, and which we can, because there's a lot of good minds and a lot of good people here on the reservation that are capable to help us to go forward with this. So I commend all of you for being here, and I hope all of us today will help out the council and those that are making an effort to bring about this change in the constitutional reform. Thank you.
That's it. I guess I'm next. I was kind of pushing it off to this time. I guess I'm up here as an elder. I'm 86 years old. I've served on a tribal council, a lot of you know, beginning 1954. It was not my desire, but it was put upon me to run for tribal council. I didn't feel that I was the kind of person to serve at that time. Prior to that time, 1953, I interpreted for our elders. My father was one of them. My father didn't speak English, he didn't understand it, he didn't write it, he didn't read it. But he encouraged us children. And he encouraged people that he come in contact with. Although that we refer to the boarding schools and all that, children were mistreated. But those elders, they didn't take it. They took it as a challenge. My father, for one, he encouraged us children. He said there's a future up there. Those elders had a vision all the time. He said, you're going to go into a future, or you're going to need something to use. And he mentioned education. He used himself as an example. He says, I don't read, I don't write, I don't understand, and I don't speak the language, white man's language. I'm just like a person who's walking like hit a stone wall and try to go another direction. He didn't want us to be that way. The bottom line was try to get some kind of education. When I got on the council, there was nothing that I could refer to as an educational background. Degrees of all kinds. But just interpreting for these elders, they gave me a lot of guidance. They said a lot of things that directed me. It's the greatest reward I've ever had was working with those elders. I can just name those people. In fact, I served with one of them on the council who was William Bill Buffalo. He said things to me that I got a hold of. When I got on the council, I didn't try to go for any kind of an executive position. It wasn't until 8-10 years later that I was given an executive position. But through that time, serving on the council, I was observing, I was watching. As Gertie said, people respected one another. The people honored the council. The council honored the people. We didn't have all the kinds of money to operate with. But just through their common knowledge, understanding, and experience, I observed they were using it. I think yesterday I mentioned we had $500,000 to operate under. Today we talk about 14 million. But those people have done things to still help the people. But there's one thing that I want to remind you of. All councils that served, there was 13-man council. None of them received a salary except the chairman and the secretary. I didn't receive no salary. The only time I got paid was when I became secretary for the church. That was $4,900 a year. But I'm using this just to compare with how things take place. And those councilmen that did not receive pay, they were there all the time. White building that burned down, that was our office. A lot of us done our own typing if we did find an office. It's a thing that saw that we're changing all the time. One of the things that my father told me, when I got on a council, he says, money is good. You can do whatever you want with it. It can do for you whatever you want. But it's also dangerous. It can get you in trouble. It's true. The other thing I learned from an individual is if you're going to use that point to anyone, remember, there's three fingers pointing back at you. Check yourself out. These things I stuck with. I've done the best as I could to work with people. As I've said, when they came back, when they come up to that 10 years from that Constitution, we were given 10 years to either get out of it or amend the Constitution. My father was one of those who used to come to town. And he used to be part of that change that was taking place in 1944. He used to say every morning, well, I gotta go back in. And the way they called changing that was gov't. Any of you know what that means? Gov't. We're gonna go patch that law. And they refer to it as the wheel law, because it was introduced, enacted by Burton K. Wheeler and the Senator Howard. It's also referred to as Wheeler-Howard Act. A lot of you have heard it. There's people today, I try to remind people that I speak with, that I come in contact with, away from our reservation, away from our home. Some of the great leaders away from here think that we have everything here on a reservation, that we get everything on a reservation. I remind them, we have a backwoods people. I have a sister, 87 years old, she's one of those backwoods people. She don't get everything. She don't get whatever she wants, but she contributes. We talked about land share. She's one of those landowners that do not use her land, but having others use it for a few dollars. I tell those people that I talk to, if you were to go out to those backwoods people, when they see you, they're not going to say, I'm having all kinds of problems. They're going to reach out and extend their hand for a handshake. If they had a cup of water or tea, maybe, they're going to offer you a cup of water. They're hurt, they keep it here. And yet you folks sit in those offices giving orders and advice and all kinds of sending out laws to accommodate those people. This law that you're about to change, I'm going to sat through it. Many times I think there was an intent to change it. Charlie Connolly tried to change overall. But because of lack of interest and lack of concern, they couldn't do it. Recent years, there's been efforts made to do what Charlie set out to do. Fish Jarvis, he set out. And I'm sure that what the efforts that he has made are still going through this effort that we are making today. It's not an easy task. It's something that it's going to take the minds of everybody. Because we all have a concern. We all know what we had lacked under this Constitution. We all know what has caused problems to us under the Constitution. We use that as a guideline to help try to form a new type of government. In spite of these constitutions that we deal with, there's laws. They just stat from our Washington offices, from our state offices. That's governing us, telling us this is what you have to do, this is what you have to follow. Whenever we want to do something, we're told there's a law you have to do it. When we want to do something, they say there's a law you can't. I went through a lot of members that I served with. The present council, I think I served with all their family members. But I'll say one thing, all the council members that I served with, they've done their best. That's all you can ask. It's a difficult job. It's a job that sometimes you hope you could have everything to help everyone. But we have a lot of knowledge here, all of you. You folks have a lot of background. You have experience. And most of all, you have the education. You have what it takes to walk equal with those people, or even take the lead of those people that guided us for many years. It wasn't even done during that time when I first got on the council. We listened to people come in and say, this is what I want to start on your reservation. This is what I want to start with you people. Sometimes we didn't know what they were talking about. Sometimes we tried to go along with it, not really knowing what it's about. But today it's not that. Well, that's the time that we followed those people and those things. Today we don't have to. You don't have to follow them because you know and you have what it takes to walk equal or take the lead. So with that knowledge, that experience, that background, we need to bring it here. Put it together. And let's set something up that the upcoming people will be able to say, this is what those people put together. To make a change, to bring something to the people that they can use, they can be proud of. And so today, although I'm still on the council, I'm here as an elder. And I'm here to continue doing what I can do to help people. A child wants to talk to somebody. Don't ignore a child. Because whatever that child has to say means very important to that child. It may not be important to us. That's how I recognize people. And so I encourage you, do what you can to be part of this, come together with this, and that you will have a law that we can use, a law where we won't have to say, let's change the Constitution. I was very sad the last few years how the Constitution was broken. Talking through experience, I know what the Constitution is. I saw it was falling by the wayside. That's what Burton K. Wheeler told a delegation that went to Washington, D.C. years ago. That's when they first put together this IRA. It was a few years after Burton K. Wheeler, he was a senator from Montana. He had dinner with these elders, the delegation. He told them, I put this law together, I saw where it was going to help the people. But after I saw its operation, that wheel was lost. That's what we're still trying to put together, correct, and have it going. Thank you.
Good morning. Once again, I'm Leonard Garfield. I served with Earl for a short time on the council as an appointee. I've also worked with Earl in different capacities and always had the greatest respect for him. And as he has envisioned the necessity for change, as I certainly support all the efforts to provide for that change. We understand that change is going to be difficult. There's going to be arguments, there's going to be controversy, there's going to be resistance, and also, hopefully, we can provide a document that is indeed conducive to the development and growth of our Blackfeet Nation. Over the years, I have been here for the last 40 years working on the reservation. I worked off the reservation. I have lots of education. Whether it's done me any good or not, I'm not sure. It has provided me employment over the years, and now I'm retired. That employment included a teacher, an administrator, a principal, and a superintendent. All of those, I went to school so that I could provide direction and help for our young Blackfeet people. I spent 19 years sending our young people to college, spending thousands and sometimes millions of dollars. Over those years, probably millions of dollars sending our young people to college. Because the dream I had is that with education will come growth. With education, we can get out of this economic quagmire that we have put ourselves into. I don't blame the council for what has been accomplished or lack of accomplishment. We had a constitution and a framework that we had to work under. Good or bad or ugly, it didn't always work the best. And sometimes there was even a meltdown in recent years. And so I think that certainly demonstrated the necessity for change. I think one of the things that this Constitution needs to look at, not to place in a position of micromanagement of everything on the reservation, but provide an atmosphere for growth and economic development. My dream at some point in my life and it still is, that our tribe can develop that economic ability so that we don't have to reach our hand out, but we build our own financial base. We understand that it's difficult for many of us to find financing. I'm surprisingly one of the few branches that are probably still utilizing our Native American bank. I went through that bank when it was Blackfeet National Bank. I went through that bank when it was First National. So I've been working with this local bank. Even though sometimes it's difficult for them to work with them, I still believe in our local people to help out. And surprisingly and sadly, a lot of our people have left our local bank. One of the things as our Constitution has to ensure is one thing, is utilize our tribal lands to the benefit of the whole tribe. To use it for economic development. So we need to establish this land base and keep this land base so it can be utilized for the benefit of the whole tribe. One of the things I accomplished on the short time I was in the council position was the purchase of the large ranch. There was a lot of controversy about opposition to the purchase of that land. Hopefully, it can become part of our economic base as a tribal enterprise. Like I said, I have lots of education. And part of my job over the years was to provide education for our young people. I was at the boarding school, I was at Hartview, I was in Browning Public School several times. So I have been an educator most of my professional career. One of the things that I envisioned over the years and was sad and has been sad about was the lack of and loss of our culture and our language, which is very tied to our culture. Part of this was due to the fact that efforts in the early 1900s was that of erasing our culture, our religion, and our language. These are sad losses that our tribe has come upon our tribe over the years. The effort was on the BIA, the church, was to provide civilization to our savages. Well, hopefully over the years, this savages appearance that we apparently were that they tried to erase. But we have still maintained that pride of being Native American, Blackfeet. So that is one of the things I look forward to in the constitutional change, is an endeavor to ensure that our language, our culture, and our way of life is not lost entirely. One of the things for the new council or the new constitution is to ensure that there, again, be transparency. The transparency means that we know what's going on within our tribal government. Like I said, I don't expect and would not like the tribal council to be micromanaging of everything on the reservation, but provide the direction and the support needed for our young people and our community to continue growth. Another thing is part of this endeavor of constitutional change is provide a separation of powers so that meltdown in the future is not part of our generation. Sadly, I was in on that. So we need to provide for a tribal judicial system that ensures and provides for the safety and security of our community. Nowadays, there are rampant things on a reservation that are sadly and very slowly being addressed. We have too many of our people that are engaged not only in the selling of drugs, but the participating in use of those drugs, destroying a lot of our families, destroying a lot of our young people. This needs certainly to be addressed as part of our legal and judicial system that we need to face on the reservation here today. In providing this safe and secure community, we need to look at all facets of not only the law and order, but our judicial system as well. So that not only are you able to utilize the courts and our judicial system and our law and order and our benefits and for our safety. One of the things that I've always been proud of, I am Blackfeet. And I've never taken backseat to anybody in terms of my education. I did well in college. I went through lots of college. But I never did have anybody permit and look down on me as a Native American or an Indian. I was overtly discriminated against once when I went to graduate school in the University of North Dakota. That guy wouldn't rent to me because my skin was too dark. That was sad. That was one of the few and over times that when I was clearly discriminated against. But like I said, I've always been proud to be what I am. And I'm proud to be Blackfeet. And with that, I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. We understand that we have problems and we have things that need to be changed. It is only through change that we can continue our growth. And I look forward to that change. I did work with Charlie Connolly on that Constitution Convention back in the 70s. We envisioned, hopefully, a change that was kind of shelved as it got over with. So I look forward to certainly supporting any effort to improve our tribal government to where it provides for a safe, economic, and secure development for our tribe. And thank you very much. I didn't get to argue with Evie as to which one of us was older, but we're pretty close.
Well, I can't see all of you sitting back there. I felt like I was in a closed place, and I'm a person that can't be in a closed place, so I'm gonna stand up here and say what I have to say. I was asked to come and speak today. It scared me. I don't like standing in front of people speaking, but I like to talk. So I've been listening for several years about the Constitution. And I'll ease Leonard's mind. I'll be 71 in 2 weeks. I want a birthday present. I listened to Earl talk for many years. I can remember back to 54. I worked with Gertie. I was Gertie's neighbor. I was her friend, and I'm still her friend. She's my elder. I respect her. That's why I said I'll be last today. Because Leonard graduated before I did. So I've been hearing about the Wheeler-Howard Act for many years, since I can remember. Never really bothered me, but I heard about it. One day I heard my parents and other people talking about it, and I thought to myself, when I find this guy, I'm going to kill him for what he's doing to our people. But anyway, as I grew up in years, I don't like politics. I don't get involved in them. But we all suffer from the Constitution. And it is for us to fail, that's why it was there. And each and every one of you know, as Indian people, what we've gone through. I've listened to the other forum they had at the CCD Center. And it was very interesting. Excuse me. I get nervous. It was very interesting. I learned a lot from it. And I was really hoping that a lot of people would have turned out for that one. And I thought today there'd be a lot of people here. It's real sad. It's really sad to see there's only a handful of us here. Because this change of this Constitution that's going to happen, it's going to take place. We've been hearing these people saying, for this many years, I did this, I did that, but it never happened. Many years ago, I made a home visit. The store was open in this housing project, and I looked. Fish Jarvis was sitting there without a shirt on. And I went over there and I said, "What you doing, Fish?" He said, "Nothing. What you doing?" I said, "I just wanted to talk to you about the Constitution." He said, "Well, what do you have to say about it?" I said, I think it's time that somebody steps up and takes lead to try to change the Constitution. It's affecting our people." He said, "Well, why are you telling me about it?" I said, "Because I want you to step up." He said, "Why don't you do it?" I said, "No, it takes somebody like you to get up and do this. And I'd like to see you do it." And I left. But anyway, from that time on, I've heard that he went out. He said, "I'll have to learn about it." I didn't know anything about it. You guys all sit here and listen about how the Constitution affects us. Us as women, we don't have to stand back. We're just like everybody else. We're equal. Stand up, do something about it. We meet every Tuesday at the tribal conference room. And I've been going out telling you guys, get off your duffs and go over there and see what's happening. We're not behind closed doors. That's what I did. And the last council was in there, and I found I really couldn't do anything to what was happening to our people. Nothing. I called DC. I called the state. I called everybody I thought that I could to find out. So when I heard they were meeting down there on this subject, I said, I'm going to go find out what's happening. And that's what I did. And I learned what the Constitution was about. I found out we couldn't do a thing. When somebody tells me I can't do something, then I stand up and I do it. So that's what I'm going to tell you guys today. Why are you guys sitting back, moaning and groaning I could use other words. That's what you do. But you don't stand up. You don't come together as a one unit. You guys all go off and do your own things. If you want this to change, then let's unite. And let's change it. Let's make sure the people that's there doing it is doing it right. The people that is doing it, we're not doing nothing but talking and learning about the Constitution and how to change it. And we know that they cannot do it by themselves. They need each and every one of the enrolled members to step forward and come to these meetings and put their voice in. Even if it isn't right, put it in. If you're not for it, get up and say why. Because we can learn from that. Every one of us is not right. But we learn from each other. Like they say, put your heads together. Well, why can't we do it? We all have our own agendas. Let's make this our agenda and take responsibility for improving our future and changing it for our children. There's nothing more to say about this Constitution, but you people out there, start coming to those meetings. Then we'll have to build a building big enough to house all of us, and we might get somewhere. Because if you go and they bring it to the council is supporting it. There may be a few that's not, the majority is supporting it. So this is our time to go forward. And if we don't, and when that Constitution gets passed, don't come up and tell me and write to me about it, because I'll tell you where to go. Take all of you.
Gertie has just one more comment to make. It's very important for her to share.
Can you hear me? Okay. I want to speak a little about our traditional bundle loaders. I was a bundle loader, and about 2 years ago I transferred the bundle to my nephew, Michael LaFromos, because of my age, and I figured that it came from the family, and I wanted to put it back to where it came from, and that was for the Jimmy Brown, my brother. Before he died, he came to my house and told me, he said, if anything happens to me, I want you to take this bundle, and you know about it. So that's what happened, and that's how I got it. I cooked for Jimmy Brown every time he put on the stands. I cooked the meal for him. I helped him all I could. And one day, we had it up at Susie White Cast, and they brought me into the kitchen, set me down on a chair, and Susie told me, I'm going to pray hard and give you the right to paint. I was in shock because nothing like that has ever happened to me. Being an Indian lady and everything, I never did receive any kind of things to do from different people, and not even my own mother. My father gave me an Indian song, a blacktail song, and that's one thing that I received. So Susie prayed over me, and they gave me the right to paint. And the reason I got that right is because Jimmy Brown was the bundle holder at that time, and he had to paint everybody, and he wanted to get some help. So he said, I want her to have this privilege of painting so that when I give our dance, she can paint the women, and I can paint the men. So I received that. at Susie White Cats, a very traditional and holy woman that is familiar in all our Indian way of life. And then that's what I want to share with you today. Bundle holders that don't come just by saying, oh, I want to be a bundle holder, then become one. No, you're given that right, or else you have to go through the ritual to assume that responsibility. It's a big responsibility. And then when you do become a bundle holder, your life changes. You stay home and more or less just live in prayer and help people in prayer. Pray for people, especially sick people, those that need help. And that's been my life. I don't get involved with politics either. I've been asked to sit in a lot of meetings, but I don't accept them because of the way my life was. And today, I want you two folks to know that we're Indians and we should all be grateful and happy that we can have our traditional ways. Earl and I were reared by full-blooded Indian people that hardly spoke English. But in my home, my folks spoke English and Indian. And I learned our Indian ways of life when I was probably around 5, 6 years old. And that's followed me all my life. And I can't be anything else than what our Lord created me, and that's to be an Indian woman. And that's who I am. I believe in our Lord. He's been my stronghold in my life. I had 13 children. 8 are gone from me now. My youngest was old lately, was Buzzy, who was 66 years old. And each one is a big loss, but a mother, when you turn around and you start to think about yourself, how strong are you compared to our Blessed Mother, for what she went through with her son, watching him being crucified, abused, and whipped by people that didn't care if he lived or died. All of us have that in our Indian way of being Indians. This is how we have to think. And if we follow our Indian way, our traditional ways, we depend on one another with this constitutional reform, I'm sure that it's going to go through. Even if it does take 10 people, you know, it always says even 3 people can move a mountain if they want. But we need our 17,000 people on this reservation to help all of us. So try your best and go on forward with what you have to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're a little bit behind time, but that's okay. We'll get this done by the end of the day. Our target is to close around 5, but as we all know, it's a great honor to listen to the elders and hear their perspectives. We want to thank you very much. We'll give them a round of applause. And then we're moving quickly into our next panel. We're going to have the Blackfeet Community College is going to be next, and they're going to address the question or the challenge in terms of their responsibilities, what is the college's educational role in tribal government. To let you know, we'll be transitioning into lunch, and also during lunchtime, please, if you do, get your food. We're going to show you a video that we watched over a month ago, and it was the making of the Montana Constitution. It's a very compelling and interesting constitutional movie to watch because it talks about the people that were involved when they sat down in the Capitol. There were from all walks of life throughout Montana, and they got together for periods of time and went through what we potentially are going to be going through, talking about the future of the state of Montana as we talk about the future of the Blackfeet Nation. So I invite you to watch that video. I believe after you watch it, you will hopefully get some inspiration about the task that is way ahead of us. So we're going to get set up really quick. Also, if you are interested in registering for continuing education credits back in the south end of the building, please do so and sign up. Dr. Kip is going to facilitate this session. You have some new Dr. Kip, and then if you hear that the music starts to play, you're not getting an award. It means that we have 5 minutes to go and we're going to be closing up. Okay, real quick, Gail, you're going to do some drawings really quick while we're setting up, okay?
All right, thank you, George. Our second drawing of the day We'd like to thank these sponsors who made it live. $25 gift certificate, $20 cash brought to you by Mary Johnson. Also $20 slot play by Glacier Kings Casino. Once again, we thank these sponsors. If your name is Alvin Grant, you are one of our winners. Leonard Tardifi. We don't have a name on this one, but listen really close. 173077. 173077. Also, the next is a number as well. 173139. 173139. Also, Lori Libres, you are one of our winners. Arrow Top 338. If you just wrote the name Arrow Top, you need to also, you left the number, but here's the number of your ticket, 173097, 173097. Also, Daryl Horn, you are the winner of our second drawing. Once again, these sponsors made it live. $25 gift certificate, $20 cash, Mary Johnson, and $20 slot play brought to you by Glacier Kings Casino.
Are you ready, George? Okay. I want to thank the committee for including BCC. We do and plan to and will be a strong supporter and an advocate and an active participant in constitutional reform. I remember I talked to you yesterday. Is our current Constitution is a prototype of the United States Constitution. And this is critical as I read this from the United States Constitution. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights that are among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is our prototype for our Constitution. Immediately following the Constitution is the Bill of Rights and the Second Amendment, that allows us all to bear arms for protection from the bloodthirsty heathen red savages. So it's time. It's time that we abandon a constitution that doesn't work for us. We abandon a constitution that was built to defeat us, and we abandon a constitution that doesn't include our heritage, our culture, and our language. So it's critical. With that, we've comprised a group of BCC pundits who will talk about what we've done as far as the Constitution. We've done some unique things when the meltdown occurred. We got people trained in Native Nations building, which Steve Connell talked about yesterday. And we did some very creative things to increase the capacity for us to address the faults of the Constitution or the need to make changes. So our group of pundits today, we have Brad Hall, who is our VP of Mission Effectiveness, and Brad Hall is working and is a doctoral candidate at the MSU in education. We have Jim Kipp, who has his master's in environmental science and who is our trained person on the Native Nations building. We have Lori Falcon, who is our chair of our faculty senate. Lori holds a master's of education in educational leadership. We have our student, Rick Hoyt, who is our president of ASBCC, our student congress, and he is working on his criminal justice degree and computer science degree together. And we have Mike LaFramboise, who is our division chair of the Cunning Studies, and Mike holds a master's in education and an MBA. So this is our selected folks of pundits to talk about what BCC's role is in constitutional reform. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm honored to speak speak in front of the panels that are in front of you, but also to the participants in the symposium. And really what I'd like to talk to you about briefly is about BCC and the role that we're playing in constitutional reform. One of the things that BCC was born under was under educational reform. And when the PCU movement was established in the late 60s, tribal colleges were born into being entities in which were responsive to community needs. This is definitely a need within our community, and it's something that we still strive to do. Because we were able to reform our education system via Blackfeet Community College and provide opportunity for students, not just on the reservation, but in our service area, we are now at the behest of having to create the appropriate educational response. One of the things that many of our faculty and staff do at Blackfeet Community College is engage students to think beyond their current situations, to take advantage of educational opportunities, but also to engage in a critical discourse in which all opinions, all points of view are taken into consideration, and there's a free exchange of ideas concerning things like constitutional reform. With constitutional reform can come change, but before constitutional reform can take place, we have to find ways that we as a community can reconcile many of the issues that this Constitution has raised. At Blackfeet Community College, 80% of our staff and faculty are from this reservation. We're a homegrown institution which our own people provide the majority of the education services for our reservation. One of the things that we are addressing at Blackfeet Community College with a free exchange of ideas with many of our faculty and staff who also take courses, who are also actively engaged in their own educational attainment for advanced degrees. Part of this shift in thinking has to come from the fundamentalism that just that what we believe does not matter, but it's what's best for the entire tribe and the community. We have to go from fundamentalism to optimism and know that through our efforts we can make these things happen. Opportunities like this symposium need to take place often and throughout the entire format in which this reform is taking place. The college is behind that 100% and will provide resources to make sure that those things happen. When we are really talking about our students, we're talking about engaging them to become our future leaders. And through that, we're able to create processes in which they can obtain leadership capacity. One of those is in research. In research, we as a community can not only define what it is that we want to know about our own community, but we are the ones that define how it is done. The other thing that we are currently working on at Blackfeet Community College is being continuously up to date on assessing community need and making sure that the programs and services we offer are going to be really assist in the goals of things such as this, and have made us at Blackfeet Community College very proud of many of our students who have gone on to higher education and have come back and work here. To come back and work here is a choice that many of our people want to make, but the opportunities, as we know, are limited. We need to create students and community members who are able to have the capacity to be change agents. People who will look at issues, become educated on those, and also provide opportunities for others to hear about those same issues. Right now, I'm going to turn this over to Jim Tip to talk about his Native Nation building.
Thanks, Brad. First off, I'd like to acknowledge our elders here. We have our elders, the men are here, Gordon, Kenny, Bushy, Roy's back here someplace. And all of our elders, I'm talking about the Men's Honorary Council. A lot of our Men's Honorary Council has shown and given wisdom to our BCC in all events. They're always welcome into them. So with that, I just wanted to thank Chief Earl for being there all these years for our people. And it is true, he is our walking scriptures of what happened in the past. He's one of the most knowledgeable persons in our aspect of what it is to be a Blackfeet. But today we're talking about BC's role, BCC, Blackfeet Community College role, and how we went about educating our BCC students. What happened was, I was given a job of instructing Native nations. It came at a time when BCC was looking a way to help our tribe mend their ways and get some answers to why our government split during the 2012-14 era. Our students at the time at the college were always asking, what's going on? What's going to happen to me? What's going to happen to my family, to us? So BCC was on task. How can we educate our students? Because they have their own children of their own. How can we educate them? With Dr. Kipp's help and solution finding, we come up with a lecture series on nation building. It kind of goes back to what JFK said in his era. What your country can, well, your country. That's what BCC did. What can education do for our country? And that was one solution for an unbalanced system at that time. So BCC was nation building. And what it did, it talked about sorts of enterprises, separation of powers, the judiciary system, enterprises, inspectorships, every model that affects every individual on the reservation. It hit a course on how to educate our young people and our older people, protect the future. In doing so, Native Nation has accomplished a great goal in this area. It's a one-year certification program, and today that program is still open to all Blackfeet and the olders living and interested in taking Native Nation courses. A lot of the people can't take a course during the daytime. So what BCC has done is opened it up for a night course, a weekend course. Any way that you have time, BCC has reached out and has given this time to the people of the Blackfeet Reservation to come forward and sign up for these courses. It's for the benefit for all of us, not just a few, it's for all of us. And it's one healing process that BCC has remedied to help our people. And I thank you for listening to me on this short topic. And Constitution reform has been around, we all know it, but to protect our future, now we're going to own it. It was given to us, but now we're going to own this Constitution with everybody's input. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. My name is Lori Falcon. I teach at BCC. I'm the chair of the Faculty Senate, so I represent faculty to some degree. And I also teach education classes. So, okay, so what I try to ask myself all the time is, what are the purposes of education? What are the purposes of our education? I can tell you, I guess through my experience, that it seems that the purposes of American education is, which comes from European, German roots, as well as the oppression model of education with their 12 grades and different subject areas and all of that, that the purposes there were to assimilate, and also with the church too, I suppose. The purposes were to make Indian people like white people, and to also control people. There's a certain, I guess, controlling any kind of critical thinking or any kind of too active in changing things. The American schooling system is to sort of maintain the status quo. So how do we, shape that up, I suppose, and think about the purposes of education? I appreciated what Dr. Cornell said about just the two basic, simple things. Is it ours? Does it work? In terms not only in education, but in government reform. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what some of the things that we're doing at BCC. It speaks to what is the vision of the tribe, but also what is the vision of BCC. As Mr. Cook said, what can we do? What can BCC do to build our nation and to lend support and lend guidance towards government reform? I think one good starting place is something that we're calling, and Mike can talk to this a little bit more, something we're calling a Pekani Manifesto. And what is that? It's a public declaration, a public document that says, that declares our purposes and our aim. So I would like to, I guess, declare my purpose and my aim in education. And one of those is to reverse intergenerational trauma and to start looking at what sustained the people, what allowed the people for thousands of years to thrive, not just survive and barely hang in there, but to thrive and to be happy and prosperous. What kinds of things, what kind of education sustained our people for so many thousands of years, and then just sent it all crumbling down, within a short space of time in colonization, oppression, trauma, and all of these things that we're still pretty much suffering over today. So taking a look at those values, making that public of where we want to go, and what are those values. This lady here gave me a little bit of courage. I didn't want to say the wrong thing, but she said, "We're women. We don't have to sit back." So so looking at rules, and I guess government reform. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about establishing some rules of society here. And if we say no, it's wrong. We're not going to allow our parents to take drugs and neglect their children, or our young people to die so frequently in drug-related things or car accidents. We're going to stop that when we make some laws, and we're going to enforce them. So looking at purposes, looking at values, and some of those values are really in conflict of what we've been oppressed with so much. I mean, even with American capitalism, and the value of me first, I'm going to accumulate as much as I can for myself, as opposed to I'm going to try to be wealthy, I'm going to try to do well, I'm going to try to be wealthy, but the purpose is that I can help people who are less fortunate than myself, and that's the real value of generosity and wanting to be able to say that. Yes, I make good money, but I help a lot of people too. So that's one value. And I think in terms of government reform, it's important to keep these values in mind. Generosity, looking at how our children were educated, how do we want to raise our children, and even down to the practical matters. So what's in our general core? What is BCC's general core requirements? That we'll require these courses when you graduate from BCC. This is what we want you to know. And I think that our Pekani Manifesto of what do we want to make, what is our aim, and how are we going to make these values really stand out, not only in our schooling and education, but in our government, how people are governed. Change is difficult. There's kind of an elephant in the room, I think, sometimes that people don't want to acknowledge. And I guess I just see that as don't leave anybody behind. If you say, yes, that's a good person, and they're from here, and they have a different opinion, let's all get on the same page. It's not a race. We're going to race to the front and with you guys. It doesn't work that way. You have to all move at the is in pace and don't get behind and change. That's all. Just a thing, and again on the Pekani studies, we're talking about, so many times talk about cultural integration, making that, walking two worlds, or combining the European with the Blackfeet. We're sort of changing the way we talk about that and making Pekani knowledge, Pekani values, Pekani language, all foundational. We're not going to do anything in conflict with those values in that way. With life. So I think that's all I have to do.
Good morning. For those who don't know me, my name is Rick Boyd. President of Student Senate at the Blackfeet Community College. I'm currently my second year there. I guess one of the questions I was asked was how BCC is helpful to the students. For myself, I was scared when I first went to school. I haven't been in school in 22 years, and so I thought I was maybe too old or to keep up with the younger kids. But this is, like we talked about, change. This was definitely change for me. I was scared, but this is the best thing I ever did was to go to college, and not a better place is our own college that we have here. I was scared, but I met a lot of new people. I think we have the best college here. I think we have the best instructors here. And for me, it's been definitely a change. I encourage everybody to go to school here. Our tuition is lower and more affordable here at the college. Class sizes are smaller, so we get more one-on-one with the instructors. And if you complete your general core, it'll transfer to another college. We have a lot of student activities, cultural activities. We have four-year program, 2+2. I guess I encourage everyone to go to school. You're never too old to go to school, I guess. So I think it's important to utilize our college here on a reservation. That's what it's there for. I think we need to use it. And and I can't say enough about it. I really just encourage everybody to go to school. We need to utilize our college. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Good morning. One of the main questions I ask students when they come into class in Pekani Studies is, who are you and what do you want? What does it mean to you to be Pekani? And I say Pekani because when I sit with elders and you sit with elders and you listen to them pray, they don't say those Blackfeets, they say Pekani. Amskat Pekani or Abatso Pekani, but they say Pekani. So in the timeline of Blackfeet studies, I think it was 1992, Carol, or 94. We've been studying our culture and language in an academic setting for about 24, 22 years. I was very fortunate to grow up with my grandparents that spoke Pekani, and I listened. I should have listened more, but here I am today, pushing language and culture. And what I've found out through research, and Dr. Kip has been pushing research, so is Carol Murray, our provost, has been pushing research. And one of the main things that I have found through research is that your language, and sitting with elders, your language is what determines who you are. The late Irene Lastar would say, your language, and my Aunt Gertie would tell us, the language that determines, it separates you from other people. Further research says that your land and your ceremonies are what perpetuate the language, comes from the land. There's many issues we face in this community. Many issues we can count, probably not on our hands, but if you knew who you was as a person, if you could define, if we could all collectively define what is Pikani, or what is, who are we? Who are we? If we could all collectively agree upon that, we could probably make some strides with some of these social ills that we face. Because we live in this dichotomy, our way of life is really not in the forefront like it used to be. Western education has pushed its way in, and we've been indoctrinated with these thoughts that we have now. But we have to ask, we could ask ourselves, what does it mean to be Pikani? That's one thing you could be asking yourselves right now when you leave, and every day when you wake up. Who are you first? What are you? In my research, we did some research this summer on the power of prayer. And when you start to get into the language, you're going to start to understand that it's scientific, it's metaphysics, it's something that you can't describe with your five senses. But I heard some people talk about how women are treated and in this community. Without our women, our ceremonies cannot take place. They are the balance. If you were to take the word prayer in Blackfoot, if you were to break down each syllable, it means to mouth something holy. And I remember my grandmother always used to say, you be careful what you say, you could hurt somebody with your words. So I thought, well, if you could hurt somebody with bad words, you can help somebody with good words. Prayer. Further researching that means balance. You're constantly in balance. It could go good or it could go bad, depending on what state you're in. So the women are the balance in this community. And in my observation, living here, I don't think we've treated our women too great. Maybe it was because of the indoctrination that we've received from the outside. Major research has been done with Abraham Maslow in circa 1930s. And what he found was Blackfoot people were very secure in themselves. And he made a diagram that looks like a TV. And the different layers, you have to have food, shelter, and clothing as a base. And as you go up the pyramid, you get your morals, and everything in between is your safety and your friendships and your community. That's what he's seen just by spending a few weeks with observing our way of life. What he doesn't know, and what he'll never know, is that this was already in our language. It was already in our way of life. And he didn't know why we were so secure, but we do. It's through the transfer process that research is finding out for myself. And it's a very difficult thing to push culture and language because our community is so negative, for lack of a better word. What does this guy know? Who's this guy? What's he doing up there saying this and saying that? He doesn't know nothing. We have all these concepts of who we are. But what Maslow found out is that he couldn't find that in that way of life. He couldn't find anybody to talk bad about anybody. He tried to pry it out of people, and he just could not. He couldn't believe the security that they had. And it was just an observation. Outside people have looked in on us and took notes and written about us. And it's just a snapshot of time in the grand scheme of time. They don't know what happened before that snapshot or what happens after that snapshot. They just documented that particular time. That way of life is still exists. It's still practiced, albeit not by everybody. But I believe at Blackfeet Community College, you can know about it. You can understand it and say, that's what it means to be Pikani. It's just a way. I think Creator give us, every people's a way to Him. And I say Him because there's a whole story that explains why it's a Him in our Napi stories, in our creation stories. So many things I could talk about, and we get going on these good discussions in class, and there's just not enough time in the day to discuss these really awesome issues in our culture, in our language, in our ways. I really believe that if we understood individually who we are, we could collectively come together and make some really awesome decisions for our people. We wouldn't have to worry about handouts. Right now, on our territory, right down the road, a group of people speak their own language and they make millions. What's the difference between us and them? They say, all these people that wrote about us say we were formidable on the plains, but we look at us now and we're not that great. In our minds we are, because that's what we're told. There's reasons why we have victory songs and other tribes don't. We still have those songs. Like I said, I was very fortunate to grow up with those singers like Joe Old Chief and Donald Shote and Joe Eagle Child and Joe Bossers, Floyd Ryder. I didn't even want to be in those situations, but I was told to sit and listen. All my friends are outside playing. So as a result, I learned these songs, and I could sing them if I need to, but I think every one of us should know these songs. They're not just for certain people, they're for everybody, for prayer. And I could go on for days, but Gail's probably going to cut me off with a tune here, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut it off there. But if you want more of this information, come down to the college and see what we're doing down there in the way of culture and language, in the way of how we're integrating it across the curriculum of this Pikani knowledge. And I'm using Pikani knowledge because I say Pikani because we changed Pikani from Blackfeet studies to Pikani studies. If we can make that change there, we can make that change here in our community. So with that, I'll end it there. Thank you.
So as a good true president, I get to now do a little commercial for BCC. Right now on the table, our board of trustees has decided that we no longer will be BCC. We'll hold community hearings about this, but we will become Pikani College. And so that's interesting. We also will be offering 2 more four-year programs in business and education starting in the fall. And we are moving quickly within 2 years to be institution. I also want to underscore Mr. Sam Lane and his need and quest for how to manage ranch and how to do that. The provost education and symposiums for ranchers and farmers here. And so look for that for BCC. But in constitutional reform, we've tried and want to be a part of that. We want our young people to be a part of that. We may not agree, but BCC is a place for critical discourse. And that's key. It's not a place for fighting or arguing, but bring your education and bring your research and let's sit down and let's talk about that. And that's critical discourse. And so we're really excited. And I hope you're excited about the possibility of Picani College. And thank you for your time today.
And now you know what
Thank you to Blackfeet Community College. Excellent presentation. We're glad to hear that you want to come on board and the knowledge that now will be, we won't say BCC, we'll say Picani Community College. I think that's great. Well, we're going to be shifting here to lunch, keeping in the educational mode here. The letter today is P. According to the chef, it's pulled pork and potato salad. So that's what we're going to enjoy. And then we're going to set up our video. It's about 57 minutes long. So please, if you can get your plate and sit down, we invite you to watch the experience that the state of Montana did in the early 70s when they redid their constitution. You'll hear testimony from people that were involved, the effort that took place, and it really has a relationship to where we want to go. So I invite you to watch this film over lunch. And if you're listening out there in Radio Land, we have an excellent agenda for the afternoon. Please stop up if you want to have lunch and sit in. We have plenty of room to enjoy the afternoon session, which is going to be young people. We're going to hear their perspectives, an educational panel. Tribal directors, and then we're going to have a Joe back and ask the comment. We're going to try to do the best we can near the end. That's why we're going to close at 5 today to allow that forum to take place. So again, let's have some lunch. Please watch the video, and we encourage you to stick around. Okay, so where's the light? How do we do that? Okay.
No, you're probably clicking the wrong hole. Try it, touch that other one. And then you open right here. Open right here.
This is the story of the tumultuous time of the 700,000 which marched back with the passage of the new foundation of the United States. And now, 30 years later, now is next century, the story of the legacy.
I was part of the constitutional process of the state that they when I was on the military. This was something that I'll never get a chance to do. When we met that, someone we met that told me, said, you know, you look back, you're probably going to actually look through you're probably going to this is the best time I ever did. You know, yeah.
The 1970s, the day of sunny age of rapid change. Montana citizens came to the state capital well aware of the issues, government read a new constitution, understood the state of the 1970s years ago. In April of 1972, 100 grassroots delegates that established some of the best and brightest young people in the state gathered in a foreign mining town of Last Chance Gulch for what many of regular calls the proudest time of their lives, a grueling forced march of convention to try and rewrite the freedom, government, and the century-old state constitution. 2 months later, all 100 delegates, Republicans, Democrats, and Independents alike, followed the roll call, walked down the aisle in House chambers, and one unanimously signed the document that will affect the lives of generations of Montanaans to come. This is the story of the delegates, of the tumultuous times when many of them know their first. Of the 700 counties in Montana, which marched down with the passage of the new foundation of the United States. And finally, 30 years later, now in the next century, the story of the legacy. That book begins with a 55-word sentence that some say carries all the promise of the last face to face. We the people. We the people.
We the people.
Grateful to God.
To God for the quiet beauty. For the quiet beauty of our state. The grandeur of our land. The grandeur of our mountains. The vastness. The vastness.
The vastness of our homeless planet.
And desire.
And desire to improve the quality of life.
The quality of life.
Equality.
Equality of opportunity.
Equality of opportunity. And to secure the blessing.
The blessings.
The blessings of living. For this.
Yes.
This.
And future generations. For this and future generations.
Do ordain. Do ordain and establish the Constitution. Do ordain and establish this Constitution.
For this and future generations is made possible with production support from the Montana Committee for the Humanities, the Greater Montana Foundation, the University of Montana for the Discovery Continues, and the Friends of Montana PBS. Thank you.
In the late winter of 1972, Time magazine sent one of their top reporters and bureau chiefs to talk to Montana. Jesse Byrne wanted to find out what the 41st state of the Union was doing under its constitution. Critic Leslie Fiedler called Montana an inhumanly personal state, shuddering at the atrocious negligence of the Mountain, the eliminated brute facts of slavery. He was right. Montana is a nuisance, too vast to count. It almost seems indecent for a land so big to have a population so small. The way Birnbaum said, the population may be small, but it might configure itself as an exclusive being, if not hand-selected by God, at least part of the consciousness. Each resident reflects a Montana area, a custom inconsistency of some people call rugged individuals. It is a trait bestowed by birth and steep in frontier hostility. They say, you're not a Montanan, because you're very
We all know, those of us who embrace Montana for our time, that there is something very unique and very special about this part. It is a God-blessed world. It is so rugged, so beautiful, and so unique in so many different ways. It's so diverse. When you think about Blackfeet rising from 12,000 to 50 feet and go to where people really mountains out of the state from you're barely above sea level. And you realize that it is rugged and beautiful in so many different ways. You cannot help but shape how we live, how we feel about each other, and how we feel about God's creation. All of us can be affected in
The Constitution is roughly the guidelines that the organized state will follow as it sets up its business and decides how to live together as a society.
Imagine how important that is the Constitution. There's a recognition that some kind of government is necessary in order to act together in a civilized fashion to forward the goals and ambitions of each of us. And in doing so we want a foundational agreement as to how we will work together, how we will live together. That foundational agreement is a constitution. It is the most basic law that a society has. And a good analogy is to Trump suit or a game of cards where if there is a conflict between, say, a law passed by the legislature or a rule promulgated by an agency, and there's some conflict with the Constitution prevails.
What it is Congress. I listen to their speeches about it. It's because they think that people don't often gotta realize so expensive they have the Constitution.
They don't, but other states do. The Montana Constitution is widely regarded as a model state constitution. Among what many consider its outstanding contributions are established sunshine laws that opened up government, a recognition and protection of Native American heritage, and a musterly declaration of rights that outstrips the federal Bill of Rights, with Montana-style guarantees of privacy, equality, and perhaps most famously and controversially of all, the right to a clean and healthful environment. It was a legal package of rights and provisions that was groundbreaking, lauded by many as progressive, derided by some as economically green, but finally approved by the voters by giving to the same possible values. 30 years later, it still stands as a fundamental charter of the state, a testament to the tenacity of movement crafted. The convention brought together 100 of the best people of grassroots Montana,
There were ranchers, farmers, businessmen, food professionals, 5 members, 24 attorneys, beekeepers, and retired FBI agents. 19 were women, most of them constitutional interests. The oldest delegate was Lucille Spear, 73.
To have your attention, we need a blue car moved at this entry door. Once again, a blue car needs to be moved immediately. It's got 4 tires on it. Here's the license plate number, A7N115. A7N115, it's a blue vehicle right in front by the entranceway. You need to move that vehicle immediately. Thank you.
As well informed as a group is get together for the purposes of it was a process of people there who had been worried that they would be property before they had to do this. I envy all of you, and we all call for the next generation. This is a people stuff through and through. We were recognized at the time as being a bunch of topics. And we like that. We don't consider that. I think people recognize that. And they have strong feeling that we were really representing them and not representing special. It was the United citizens that came to the convention. They were the ones who had regular participation in public office. As much as possible, it would be ordinary citizens running the rules. As time magazine said, it was a people's crusade. I think they went with the same passion that the original founders were from the regulars of the days or Philadelphia in 1987. They had tried to see the false inclusive and responsibility of the food. Some may have been visionaries, some more idealists, others were simply pragmatists. Some were special and probably irresponsible. But events of 1972 made the campus for the state's voters, perhaps recognizing the need for something special, wrote a constitutional prescription for visionaries and pragmatists with a group of extraordinary. Common quality was used to the convention. The disarmed opposition that passed the highest numbers of divisions. Graduates, a widowed mother who lived with the old most distinguished delegate. A flamboyant and humble boy, son of Lebanese parents, easily recognized by his flashy suits and Elvis Presley-style haircuts and sideburns, he was a towering figure. Chairman of the critical Bill of Rights Committee, he galvanized his peers with lower a thoughtful, committed president of the League of Women Voters. She was a stalwart figure both in the convention and in the bipartisan effort to get Montana voters to adopt the Constitution. And a Yale-trained lawyer from Great Falls. At the convention, he was highly regarded for his intellectual parliamentary skills, but could also rub people wrong. He was short-tempered, made snap decisions, and at times he was abrasive, particularly with the press. He was a complicated man, and he also made a big tailor-made for the Constitution. He was determined to make it succeed. We are actually representatives of the people of the United States of Montana. So with that in mind, let's put ourselves back to the very best constitution that we can get the public to state of Montana. They were an essential group facing exceptional times. Politics, social trends, and law here are moving across the cycles, and at the center of politics,
Historians, there's a lot of historians believe the anaconda company is in power control the state with the Montana stock growers and cattle pretty significant in the mix as well. The legislature was pretty much at service to those companies.
Okay, Montana had a constitution in the 1800s, and the problem was that people who wrote those constitutions were generally wealthy.
The 1889 Constitution was written quickly, in under a month, to enable the Montana Territory to achieve statehood. In a large part, it was also formulated by the Power Establishment Act, which in the late 19th and early to mid 20th century,
further referred to as the Apostolic Constitution.
in 1972, the new Constitution was also written quickly, in a little under 2 months. But that was after several years of bipartisan groundwork and preparation. By then, the proper power was loosened. Still, by the time the delegates convened, they sensed they had to move quickly.
We had just that little window of opportunity that Montana Power and the coffee company had lost some of the power that they had. And the lobbyists hadn't yet learned how to control the politics of Montana after all that happened. They learned since.
With the economic power established beginning to dissolve in the middle of the 20th century, the nature of the Montana population was also profoundly changed. That same was shaped in political power. Up until the middle of the century, rural counties with sparse populations often dominated the state legislature. But by the 1960s, the majority of Montanans were living in urban areas, with most centered around 7 great cities. Until then, the heavily weighted districts were underrepresented in Parliament, but that was about to change. In 1964, the U.S. Supreme Court made its momentous one-man, one-vote ruling, forcing legislative seating to be based solely on population. The ruling had a profound effect on the country, particularly in Montana.
A famous senator at the time, Dave Manning, said, I don't just represent people, I represent cows and trees and rocks and life. It was a very conservative, white male organization, white elderly male in a lot of cases. When reporting happened, we started to see signs that things were changing.
Things did change, and rural politicians would have less to say if they wanted to represent cows and trees and rocks. A new generation of legislators began to show up in Parliament, and they were reluctant to stay shackled to the cumbersome, out-of-date rural constitution. They asked voters what they wanted them to do. Voters responded, rewrite the Constitution. But that would be easier said than done. Reinforcing changed Montana's representative government would take on force, while a complex group of cultural, political, social, and economic forces that had been forming for decades began to alter the political dynamics of the state.
By the Constitution of Montana arose in Montana at every used time. It was a time that was ripe for political reform, and I think we all agree on this. In Montana, it was a time, I think, of rich political conversation.
But in 1972, the conversation just wasn't about Montana. World and national events were impacting every state in the country, even ones on the northern Rocky frontier.
In 1972, we had the anti-veteran organization that was going on that we joined to the environment. The women's movement had just stood up and was going full force. And in Washington, the plumbers were out, beginning to take on the political process. You know, you could feel it.
It was winter. It was cold. Walking in the face in January, it was snow.
The public woke up one morning in the state of Montana to discover that people back then.
They did that because of the young core of reporters living in town.
On the very first day, the convention was open to the public and the press. The Montana Press covered the convention, brought reports to the citizens through newspapers, radio, and television.
In 1959, the leading newspaper chain out of Iowa bought the economic papers, and didn't have it immediately, but in the mid-late sixties, a new breed of reporters was coming in. And these were young reporters that didn't go by those rules. They reported what they saw. They didn't overdo it. Probably the best story I've ever covered in the reporters for 2 years. Many feel the same way, and one of the reasons it is such a special story is a simple rule. No one more than one political office at the time was allowed to be governor. That guaranteed a lot of new faces, the large figures, and formidable people in every day of happiness. This was the most remarkable aspect of the Montana State organization. It is a byproduct of the common and goal of that. It's all over the state from different parties, different countries. But by and large, it has not been deeply involved in the political. And so they didn't carry that kind of, I guess you'd say, experience on the one hand, ability to get it in the community. But most importantly, you got a whole bunch of people. A lot of them hadn't been to the capital before. It was like this big ship going through the capital. Very quickly, they organized themselves and had a whole new adventure. They could have been able to do it. They could have just changed it. They decided to start this thing. It was to be mobilized. 100 delegates with fresh ideas and few political allegiances stormed the state capital. Many of them came with what they saw as a political need for change. They also came with greatness and legacy.
Absolutely, that is interesting. And I think the delegates did too, especially the areas where they're from. And it was funny, you know, Montana's like stuff up. And so none of them would say, we're just like and they knew that. They knew this was one state. This was not the entire. But yet, they knew that their responsibility was as important our level of government.
One of them, a widow veteran research activist and crusading frontline TV reporter who fevered with the habit and passion of the unicameral legislature, came with a focused agenda shared by many of her colleagues.
We had to shake off the beauty of the young Constitution because it just wasn't working. I mean, there was so much secrecy. Nobody was accountable for it. We had to open up the system and bring the only way we could get is a young Constitution. We didn't put the European up on this, we were just getting started in the beginning.
The do-over was centered on a restructuring of government, but it would extend to a whole new legal framework for the state.
The old Montana Constitution was probably about 24,000 words. The present Constitution is about 12,000 words. So there wasn't streamlining of them wrong. It was much more than that. It was a rethinking of what it meant to be Montana.
The overhaul would be done by a collection of varied individuals, conservatives and liberals, visionaries, idealists, pragmatists, and a generous spirit of dollars. One, Chet Blake, the World War II veteran, teacher, and former football and basketball coach from Hall, came up with a simple idea for students.
But this is how I can think of the physical side of it. Constitution culture is the seeing of government's
As things turned out, it was a brilliant idea, maybe the ultimate legislative icebreaker.
There was a high level of cooperation amongst the governments and the ability to focus on the objective that was born out of the need for the partisan competition. So when you read the transcripts of the Constitution itself, you will find great similarities and neighborhoods saying on a daily basis. I also think that the fact they don't classify you don't have independence and set independently next to one another. Maybe perhaps one independence to Republicans. They focused upon their mission. They didn't set out to compete with one another. They set out to do the right thing for the right reason.
I work with a lot of groups where we try to develop some consensus. It's very difficult. Very little progress is made until some trust is developed in the group.
within my little community, we almost instantaneous. It was remarkable, this friendship. Most little people were very much concerned, great friends.
I think that the dividing line for the is, I look forward philosophically rather than partisan political.
One of the delegates who helped bridge bids was a motel operator and wife of a former trucker who became governor.
I don't think it's ever absolutely possible to be non-partisan, because there was anybody in the state that didn't know I was a Republican. But I'm a firm believer that people have to work together for good goal. And I think that the Constitution doesn't prove that they could work together. We didn't fight each other. We didn't always agree, but we did work together.
Much of that may have had to do with the leadership of one delegate. We don't play very cheap, so years of toil in the shadow of his lonely father. Twice he ran for Congress in both times he was defeated, and when he ran for a seat as one of the grateful delegates to the Constitutional Convention, he finished 12th after possible slave reform.
Real big that from one of Africa's better known politically. Very, very sometimes over self-confident.
Leo Graybill with the Liberal Democrats of the law. I was a Republican on that council. I had very serious doubts about Leo Graybill. I went to convention, and I was subbed out with other not really fun as president. It wasn't very long before I doubts were erased. It turned out to be, in my judgment, the most capable, the most statesmanlike designing officer I've ever read about or ever experienced. Without the radio, my judgment, the convention would not have produced the doctrine of love.
Part of Graybill achievements was simply opening up debate, letting all sides of every issue be discussed, from abortion to reform, even if the natural unusual wonderful reform is such a lawful
We had to let people debate perspective for a whole maybe an hour, maybe an hour and a half. I tried to get them to go back to them, so I came to discussion. It didn't work very well. People were not on the field.
Mr. Lake, he just is really good, but thoroughly giving everybody a chance to talk. They've got what they're going to.
If Leo Graybill was the leader on the convention's floor, the leader behind the scene, the leader who had spent 2 years preparing and hiring the staff of researchers, was Dale Harris.
Dale Harris was, I produced the most important student in 2020. Halfway through the he got devoted his life getting that movement, getting it going.
Harris was a brilliant, high-strung young man who assembled the staff and the research team, editor of the recent university magazines, who by all accounts were the best and brightest.
Dale, the guys are funny, he got over the wrong. He was also one believe in government, believe in self-government, believe in that people can't make the life better, it's better structured. Joe Harris was big on inspiration, direction, it is a huge risk for the convention to hire people like us. And it was a dangerous combination. And I think that. We were very motivated. We were very confident in the decision we made at this time. And we also spent 6 months researching constitution. So we thought we knew it all. That's how we feel. As incredibly powerful games and relations that how they was preparing the whole.
But but largely through the efforts of parents and children. The staff was forbidden to make recommendations. Instead, Harris focused as a lead call of men and women on one objective: help the delegates know everything they possibly could about writing the Constitution. The young staff researched not only state and federal government along with social organization, they looked around the world, even going back to the ancient Greeks of Asia and their studies of government and the golden man. By all accounts, the level of preparation was beyond thorough. It was stunning.
Because when graduate students came out of Harvard, the reports what was done, these delegates.
The level of homework the delegates had to do was staggering. The staff prepared 2,300 pages of reports on everything from human rights and education, welfare, legislative government, and taxation. If that wasn't enough, citizens from around the state flooded the convention with 1,500 letters offering advice and suggestions. Clearly, the delegates had come to help England constitution writing by the time they were finished, and whoever had been taken to make that next place. On January 17, 1972, they rolled up their sleeves and went to work, quickly organizing themselves into 4 procedural and then 10 substantive committees that would tackle the biggest issues. All were important, but some of the most galvanizing events came out of 4 groups: the Bill of Rights, legislative, education and public lands, natural resources, and agriculture committees. In the legislative committee, the big issue was whether to have a unicameral legislature with one streamlined representative body or split it into a House and Senate.
I think we have disagreed on the major issue of this, that it's an internal factor. Why don't you tell us why you think the internal is necessary?
My feeling is that one of the primary reasons for our House legislature, that it increases efficiency and reduces confusion, and also there's an economy factor. It stands to reason if we have 100 legislators, it's going to cost considerably less unless we're 150.
I think you need to get what you pay for.
Oh, but I think in this case, we really get a bargain with the one House legislature.
If their legislation, kind of legislation that's going to last, that's kind of legislation.
Ultimately, the convention decided that unicameral leadership was too polarized and would jeopardize passing the United Constitution. The Senate movement was retreated, and they put up their public referendum. There were many tough issues, but Leo Grenville Jr. encouraged debate, never cut off discussions, and critically made both Democrats and Republicans good chairs in committees. As much as possible, the goal was nonpartisanship. Action was fluid and unconventional. As observers noted, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents were uninhibited about handling with other Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. Labels flip-flopped.
I think all political labels disappeared when we came on campus. Those institutions dedicated to writing the Constitution, but you put the state on campus with people, make it fall down.
Sometimes I would call it conservative, but sometimes that's not what's called a liberal.
When we're dealing with resources of the state like that, I think we should talk about it right now.
Consistently, the toughest, sometimes most rigorous debates flared in the natural resources committee. The chairwoman, a feisty but soft-spoken former teacher and rancher and daughter of Italian immigrants, backed the fish conservation motions.
Strict languages on the device, and I have read about the students protecting the athletes, Harvard has people and the thought struck me at Montana, Eastern Montana. I ended up in the city. I was very concerned.
I should not have said that I would get this definition of the conversation. I am not provoked. If we got the opportunity by law, if we got the air, water, and
There's plenty of food time if you'd like to take a break. Hold your hot shower in about 20 more minutes. Once you get plenty of food left.
72, 72, 72.
Louise Glass, actually is living on many of the documents. Poor Louise went against the time, and she stood out and spoke out and did have restrictions, and she's very brave and powerful.
On the morning of March 1st, with a packed gallery, the Natural Resources Committee presented their majority report to the convention floor. It was not the kind of report Louise Carlson had worked and hoped for. The committee chairwoman cried at the family, but she made an impassioned speech challenging each delegate to decide on the wording for Montana's future environmental policy. George James, a postmaster and former part-time musician, stood up and moved to have the words clean and healthful. The proposal was defeated 44-40. The conservative majority of the Natural Resources Committee had survived its first challenge, but the battle was not over. It was about to become a full-on convention fight, and much of the fight would be carried by the young. 2 months early, at the beginning of the Constitutional Convention, Montana historian and delegate Richard Rader wrote in his journal about his frustrations with young delegates. He said they were like St. George trying to slay dragons, but only coming up with greenberries. But by March 1st, impressed with their vigor and determination, at least on this issue, was on their side. So we scrapped all day on the floor.
It is not Montana at home. It's not the world. So you do not have the right to protect our home and appropriate legal procedures against those who disobey.
Next, Jerry Cate gave a passionate speech for a controversial public trust provision that essentially would make the state responsible for clean air and water. As Cate concluded his speech, the delegates erupted in cheers. President Bill Burger jubilated and gathered in their sight. Most of the delegates, particularly from agricultural communities, did not share the gallery's enthusiasm. CTE leaders granted the public trust in a good state, and some were defeated. Throughout the day, the moderated version of the proposal was shut down. In between, the words clean and healthful surfaced just as quickly were defeated. The last proposal by Bob Campbell failed by a resounding 68 to 19. Defeated, Campbell sat down and remembered feeling dazed when a plea slipped in the hand of the note. To this day, he's not sure who said it, but he suspects Leo Brady of Jr. The note said, "Reading up again." Campbell stood and tried to say something, but no one seemed to be listening. President Brady slammed his gavel twice. The sound echoed through the chambers, and suddenly there was silence. Delegate Campbell did not have a speech. For a moment, he felt desperate, but then he decided to use a weapon that had been effective in the past.
And I said that, what I did was, I said, look, if you want to do an elsewhere work, put it in this constitution. If you don't put this in here, and we go home after the convention, you walk down the street and some little kid says, what do you do about your time? And you tell them, well, we decided to have it. I said, this little kid, the city said, by the way, I said, there won't be any more North Dakota things anymore. We just go on Canada. The people in Montana, and so, we sat down and 30 votes different.
30 years later, the word became a joke. Montana's law guaranteed the right to a clean and healthful environment, and that phrase, clean and healthful, has become a landmark. Many law cited it as a national pride.
This historically large debates the whole document, an entirely new article of the Constitution. So this is one of the things that was purpose, that was reminds the delegates when they adapt to this institution. So a beautiful state, and we've been to a state this way.
Others derived the delegates go and see and ultimately enforce it.
They're talking about the sea like a single concept. They're figuring out what violates that physical that doesn't have. They quickly realize that these arguments, the trouble is environmental law. It's really all about environmental law. It's not violating the vote.
Right, is well, it's out, that's the environmental degradation. It's actually not clean to the work.
What does it mean to have a ride for the conference act? Well, to me, it meant the right for citizens to go to court to protect.
The environmental clause is groundbreaking, but it was more, perhaps most significantly, a declaration of explicit rights. I think that's the heart and soul of the Montana Constitution, 1972. That article is out is the broadest and most thoughtful inside work. Much of the Declaration of Rights was groundbreaking. It included many that are not specifically granted in the federal Constitution, such as a non-individual right to dignity clause that also granted equal protection for women, a provision affording children all the fundamental rights of adults, an unequivocal guarantee of the right of individuals to keep and bear arms, and something else, something also very Western, very Montana.
The right of privacy. For the first time, that was defined in the Constitution as a guaranteed right for all of us.
Right of privacy is my proposal. It is so strong and it's been so well received. The privacy is really the essence of freedom.
In this age, 1972, with all the sophisticated electronic things available, the fact that they have the sophisticated devices that they can post on Windows and put them out of the way, and know exactly what's being said on them. Always doing this for the right. The right to privacy that they cannot do this unless there is a compelling state reason. And so this will be decided by a court.
The rights people gave themselves are fascinating and we can find it. Very progressive individual rights, very protective of defendants' rights, very strong rights. And that's what I said. I think it was, it's a marvelous reflection, not just of the time, but the good company. I think it is Tuesday.
There was debate about Native American rights. Still, some felt more could be done.
The company meeting between the Rights Committee, Revenue Finance Committee, Education Committee, will at 2:00 today before the convention. And I post the answer to the committee.
That is totally right. I looked around there and I thought it was really funny. I walked out the door and there were 4 Indians sitting in there. I thought, this is something. They're outside, just like they were in the old days, because the white man inside making American statements.
Unfortunately, we are a very invisible and forgotten minority in this homeland that we were Christian lives.
The decision the convention did make was to direct the state to make it an educational goal to preserve the cultural integrity of the American Indian.
We have plenty of food left. We got just a little over 10 minutes before our start time. 1 o'clock sharp will be our start time. Plenty of food left. We make your final preparations before our start time. Again, just a little over 10 minutes before our start time.
Delegate Blumenberg adjourned throughout the convention, and his entry from March 17, 1972 reads:
Somehow I tumble of feelings, catches in heart and throat as the last 100 years flash by in memory. The deliberate government policies aimed at destroying the culture and its people. How do you put back the spirit of American people? It is such an easy thing to sit in this comfortable place and write high-sounding words. And somehow I entreat genuinely and speak day after day to accept those who are different. May the depth of feeling generated by these few words about the integrity of the American Indian be translated into real opportunity for human fulfillment. And let us be grateful for Charles Russell's mighty painting of the wall before us. The people in that vast canvas are proud and secure. Maybe their progeny will be renewed and we with them.
30 years later, the renewal is still far from complete. One group that was exceptionally well represented at the convention was women. 19 were elected to the convention, and perhaps most important, many were fresh faces. The oldest was born in the 19th century, Lucille Spear, a former librarian who had written extensively about constitutions. The youngest came with a method and tenacity to tackle people and issues, no matter how large or powerful. In his journal, historian and delegate Richard Rader marveled how many man Robinson studied issues thoroughly and could come to a debate with an instinct for the jugular.
Mrs. Robinson. Mr. Peacock, it seems to me that in the Bill of Rights, the Constitution of the United States, there are quite a few metaphysical things, such as liberty and the pursuit of happiness.
Liberty is personal liberty, and that has a rather clear meaning, certainly much more clear than the high quality environment.
I would suggest that what is liberty to one person is not necessarily liberty to another.
Are there other questions?
Perhaps most important, it would be many man Robinson's collaboration with Bob Campbell that would be particularly memorable. On a bitter cold January evening, the two young delegates set to work on the draft of the sentence that would eventually hold the promise of the entire Constitution. The 55-word preamble.
I think it's going to call. There is a Levy Act that, in fact, our United States Constitution, although it really is certainly a result of the contract
The remaining 12,000-word document, while not always as lofty and poetic, linguistically was scrubbed clean. The result is simply easy to read. Much of the writing credit went to Jack Schultz and his style of drafting.
For those, I know that the Constitution is for the general. Without starting that, in this period, and so many years, the government was from one time to the other, with the pursuit of what we started. We cut the old Constitution in half, word-wise, and tried to use the rule of thumb not to put legislative material into the Constitution. This Constitution should talk about flexibility, so all happened. And for the most part, that happened.
It did, but by then, and even now, opponents marshaled forces and began mounting counteroffensives. Some challenged the Constitution that hurt property owners, others thought it gave too much freedom to individuals, while others thought it gave too much power to the government. 30 years later, others are still unhappy.
Government and Constitution is a bit deep. Look at it from a lawyer's point of view, and from a lawyer's point of view, there's some stuff that's good, and stuff that's not so good, and stuff that creates good problems. From the point of view of a person in the street, working on family, support family, I think it's fair to say that the Montana Constitution is pretty much but under that, Constitution is really good. Montana's fallen from the middle of the pack economically to the lowest of the country, 46 of the pack economically.
Others thought that the Constitution did not go far enough. One delegate had offered a wide range of measures that many labeled extreme. Bob Calder's proposal of legalizing prostitution to ban abortion all by fear. He had a different vision for the future of Montana, and he struggled with his conscience on his third son.
I almost didn't sign it because we missed a golden opportunity for Montana. But then I remembered when Louise Cross, who was chairman of the Committee on Natural Resources, put her head down on her desk and cried because they didn't pass a good environmental clause. And that reminded me that I was not the only one who couldn't get what I thought was best for the state of the people of Montana.
After 56 days, when everybody finally was satisfied, and we discussed everything that you get in the Constitution, there was a roll call. All 100 delegates walked up to the single file, signed the Constitution. my committee right here now, and put some more small, because there was a very small minority. It was opposed to any division, and we wanted to wait, hope, and pray. They would sign the flag documents. They all locked up. They signed their documents. We all left our convention signed. It's a great deal of pride.
So how's it going today? Better sound?
Better picture. It's kind of fuzzy now. It's clearer earlier.
So what was your name again? I forgot.
Christine.
Christine? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Gail, yeah.
You're married to Texas?
Kitty, got it. Austin.
What year did you
So where do you stay?
Right now, there's a birthday celebration.
Only the government that taken on themselves, their constituents, the virtues of the different compact in the state. Government delegates go to the country, and then the minister is preaching very similar to the Constitution.
I got burnt out of gaming.
They require no recognition because nobody can tell what those individuals do.
Now it was up to the citizens of Montana. In a little over 2 months, they would vote on the government's work. Pro-constitutionalists strategically pushed for a quick turnaround until election day, and inhibited the opposition from mounting a large-scale negative lobbying campaign. They also deliberately jettisoned risky, controversial issues such as capital punishment, which they set up the second ballot, rather than call it the entire constitutional package. It was a tense spring. Some of the delegates went home and after talking with their constituents, broke ranks and decided to change their minds and oppose the Constitution. The counterattack was led by the Farm Bureau and the Chamber of Commerce. Supporters rallied, and behind the bipartisan leadership of Betty Babcock and Dorothy Eck, mounted a massive statewide effort, financed and funded leaders themselves to educate voters about the new Constitution. On June 6th, the Constitution passed by an almost minuscule 2,552 votes, 50.49%. Opponents made a last gasp Montana Supreme Court challenge, and it too was defeated, but just barely, 32. Eventually, the attempt to derail the document went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, and finally, in late December of 1972, a new Constitution became fundamental law in the state. Decades have passed, amendments have been added, and as part of the original design, every 20 years, voters are offered the opportunity to undertake a referendum ballot.
The great change in the Constitution, but then I find that the way to take steps in the legislators and the city process to change the Constitution already done.
I think this country will last a very long time. Because it's out there, the idealism, the vision, the structure, and the reason that it will serve well.
For me, that was the most important political event of the 20th century. I was part of it. I'm proud of it, and I'll always consider that the greatest 56 days of my career as a lawyer and assistant.
In the years since 1972, the delegates gathered in most summits to reminisce, and some of them celebrated soldiers who had been service. They tell war stories, they recall the past, and hope for the future. In 2002, they held a grand 33 million sat in the oldest Montana's chambers, bowed to prayer for the free speech.
be getting started here in a few minutes. Our next panel is going to be a youth panel. We're very excited about that, to have some young people come up. A few are representatives of the Blackfeet Academy at Brown High School. We have another individual. We're just so pleased that we're going to sit back as adults and maybe listen to the future generations, give their perspective. After all, it's going to be impacting them and their children. And so in a few minutes, we're going to get started. Maybe just as a side note, I was handed some information this morning, and I'm aware that just as the tribes are changing and reorganizing their constitutions, well, the Bureau is tagging along as well. They have done some changes in secretarial election procedures. In the future, when you are reorganizing as a IRA tribe and you're developing your new constitution, you will be able to remove that requirement. And we have about 14 to 17 clauses in our constitution that says with the approval of the Secretary of Interior. So once we get to the point of changing our constitution, in the future, there will be no requirement to have a secretarial election, say we wanted to do amendments. Basically, it will be the tribe's process in accordance with their election laws. So it also, if you're reorganizing after 1990, it's also removing the provision that's requiring a secretarial election to ratify a charter. Say we wanted to do a new charter. Well, then it's not going to require us to go through the litany of the steps that are in place now. So it appears after discussion and input with the Bureau of Indian Affairs that they too are changing with the times and recognizing that the tribe does not have to be under their thumb, if you will, for the lockstep procedures that are currently in place. So if I could ask the youth to, the guys from the Blackfeet Academy, Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. LeBron, can you please come up and have a seat? And we're going to get started here pretty quick. While they're doing that, I would like to read something. You know, we're a day and a half into this. And I really want to clarify, in terms of the committee and the format, the way we organize this, was our goal to provide a broad brush, if you will, in somewhat of an educational setting, to provide information. And you heard that yesterday from different scholars, if you will, about the constitutions. We want to offer perspectives. That's what you're getting today from the elders. We have that from the youth. And maybe what we hope from here is that it will continue to move forward the conversation of what that change is going to be. We're not trying to exclude, not our intent, we're literally trying to exclude people from asking questions or getting their points across. When we put this format together, we knew we were going to have time constraints. We anticipated question and answer, but it looks like that's not going to happen because we really want to mind the goal, if you will, and allow the panel speakers to provide their perspectives. And perhaps listening to the Blackfeet Community College, not only changing their name to Piikani Community College, and they've indicated that they want to jump on board, if you will, to join the conversation. Perhaps we can challenge the Blackfeet Community College to hold the next forum for this discussion. And perhaps it will be an open mic forum, because I know people want to ask questions, they want to give their perspective, and we need for that to happen. But what we're trying to do in this format for yesterday and today is simply to provide information. To remember, for those who are sitting here in this audience, we also have an audience on the radio station and on YouTube. So we are just going to continue with our format, which is going to be this afternoon a youth panel. We're going to have a land resources panel, a tribal director panel, an educational panel. And hopefully we'll have some time to open up the mics and have some discussions. I know people want to say something, and so that's not our intent. Again, is to exclude any idea there. We just want to continue the conversation. And in fact, we're having a discussion right now, whenever we're going to meet again. It's Tuesday night, 6 o'clock. Are we going to continue? And I think we are, because that's tonight. We'll be over there at the other building. You guys are certainly welcome to go. It's open. I don't know if we'll eat it, we'll make it too full. All you're going to do is eating to some degree, but certainly at 6 o'clock at the Tribal Council of Chambers, our group is going to get together. I encourage you and I invite you to join the conversation. So we are going to start. We have 5 young people and very articulate in their own perspective. We're going to start with Mr. Terrence LaFramboise. For the people listening on the radio, give a brief background of who you are, and we look forward to your perspective. Terrence.
Thank you. Oki, Nishuli Sukuma Papuma. Hello, my name is Entering Thunder Lodge, given to me by Gigi Kip, translated by Molly George T. Kingwoman. So, start off with that. I graduated in 2007, moved away to college, and now I'm back and I'm seeing the kind of the fall of what we're kind of trying to recruit from. And I found myself being a voice for the youth, and today we have a good panel here to really get the voice of this younger generation across, because if you don't know the macro level, in a macro level, there's a lot going on in this world. There's Occupy, there's all these things going on that is happening over social media. Hashtag Black Lives Matter started over Facebook, and that is becoming a big movement in the Black community. And I'm looking at my generation and my youth, and I'm trying to figure out, what do we need to start that paradigm shift? Because that's what needs to take place. And this past day, I've really been listening and taking everybody's stories and everything into recollection and trying to manifest within myself, what do I need to do? Because anytime I spoke with Mr. Barnes or anybody that had say, it always comes back down to, it starts with you. It starts with me. So I'm sitting here trying to find it within myself. What do I need to do to start bringing my generation's voice to the forefront? And it's hard. It's very discouraging sometimes, because I'm sitting here with a room full of really smart, educated people who have influence in our community. And I think as this panel, we look to you guys and we always want something. And we never looked upon ourselves as youth to say, what do we want? And I remember being younger and always having a misconception of really who I was. And it wasn't until I found my security, like everybody's talked about before, it's finding our identity. And I think in Western society, we want to be individuals, because that's what Western society tells us to be, is individuals. And that really breaks apart the Blackfeet community, because if we know anything about our history, it's that we raise our children within the group. And that's why I'm here today. I really want to bring that to the forefront, that we need to start looking to our youth for not only questions, but answers. And we can start asking the youth for their input, and we could actually say, yeah, we'll go with that, because you're the sustainable truth. And that is what I'm manifesting with myself, is that we tend to look past this youth and to say, you're too young, you don't know better, you still need to grow up and get more wiser. But in reality, we're fresh, we're young, and we want sustainability. And that's something I think we lack here in this community, and it's a really sustainability. And it's because we took children out of the equation. Narcissus Blood always used to say that. And I took one of his teachings, and I've always tried to say that, yeah, the government, they took a lot from us, and I think we played on that victimization. There's certain stuff in our community that's going on right now, which I think could be that paradigm shift. And I look to my elders and I ask certain questions, and it all says it comes down to us. So I think what I'm trying to say is that I work with the youth right now, and I want them, and I'm gonna get them more involved. And I hope that we have your support in anything that we do within our community, because that needs to take place. And if it doesn't take place, then we're still going to continue to be here 50 to 60 years from now wondering, what can we do? And it all goes back to the youth. If we don't recognize that, then we really need to educate ourselves and find the truth, and that is our children. And I think a lot of you guys already have the notion. I think it's just putting it into action. So I think I'm here and we're here to meet you guys halfway. I've been out in this community for 2 years now, and I've seen the trauma, more or less, with our youth and our adults, and how the community right now is churning out, the community college is churning out mental health aides, we're churning out social workers, which is a big boost to our economical crisis, where we can put people like this into situations that could benefit our youth. And a guy named Mr. Ross, Jossie Ross, talks about mentorship. Well, that's basically, I think, we lack, is we think we have these good intentions, but sometimes it's not just good intentions that are going to get us by. It has to be more. We have to find it within ourselves and our heart to really stop looking through other people's eyes. And we need to be secure with, like what the college says, it's being Bakani. And that's why I teach my 8th and 7th grade kids, is that you are Bakani regardless of your skin color, your financial statements, or what a card tells you you are. So the reality is I'm trying to start that paradigm shift for the next 150 years. And I really thank you for your support. I'm thankful that I'm here to be able to talk about this situation, because it's detrimental to our future. We need to include our youth in many things in this community. So with that, I'll just continue on with Mr. Fitzgerald and the rest of our panel. So I thank you so much.
Okay, Johnny, great. Yeah, I'm Doug Fitzgerald, Swiss Current. I'm a Babylonian. That's where I look from. I look from Bab and I see everything. I don't hear a lot, but what I do hear is it's kind of hard to hear the things that I hear, you know, being a young person, and for our community, our people. I'm Scott Buchanan. For our kids' future, you know, from my perspective about the choices that some people make, our children, they won't have a very bright future. Then it hurts me inside, you know. It brings up emotions when I speak about things like this, because I know that our little guys, they're going to be carrying on our bad beast and these blocks, and that's the 2 main important things. When you wake up in the morning, 3 things that I do. I told my friend, and it was kind of just a joke, but it's for real. As I wake up, I smudge, I pray, and I braid my hair. And I don't, you know, I speak a little bit of Blackfoot, but not as much as I want to. And I wish I could speak a lot more. And those kind of things like that, like speaking, being able to speak Blackfoot, like that's what I really, I think that in our way of life, not our religion, you know, our religion is our way of life. It's how we wake up and we go through every day, is we bat the peace, and that's those kind of things I think are the most important things. The first thing, I mean, because that's going to teach us and our children how to walk a straight line in life and how to present themselves every day, and it's going to teach them how to be leaders, and it's going to teach them how to live a happy life, and then their children will learn that. But somehow, I pray every day about it, and I wish that, like in our schooling and everything, that they would not forget the old man, you know, up there, that they bring him into their daily lives, because it's very important to wake up and be thankful for being able to breathe breath again. Fresh air every day, to be able to see our children. It's important for them to be able to have these things in their life. Like, it made me happy this year when I seen signs all over the place that said Blackfoot words. It made me feel good inside, because I spoke about it with my friend out there in Bath. And we said, oh, we're going to have some signs, we're going to put some signs up, and we kind of joked about it though. there's gonna be signs here. This one time I was hunting here and I seen a big black bear. It's just gonna be black bear flats. Like, oh. And then I was like, oh, I'm gonna put a sign up right on my grandpa's cafe, pointing right at Chief Mountain. It's just gonna say the Nasdaq quote. It's not gonna have English. It's just gonna have the mountain right there, so people will really know, like, just things like that. You know, that's what I think is really important. What he talked about, those very important things for the little guys, like education and all these things. But I'd like it to be like education through our Blackfoot. They're looking through Blackfoot thinking brains and eyes, you know, like that kind of thing. And another thing that I would like to speak about is some of the decisions that's made about our Saku, where we live here. I think it's very important that whenever things are said or talked about this place, that it's talked about so that everybody can hear, because the decisions that are made right now is going to affect my little guys, your little guys, your grandkids, their grandkids, many years down the road, like water, our land, like leases and everything like that. All this I think about every day, all day long, and I pray about it all the time. And I just, there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about the little guys. Like from the moment that I wake up, like I say, I do those 3 things, and I don't wake up for myself. I don't get dressed for myself, and I don't do nothing for myself. It's for my family and my people. I wish I could be involved, you know, like this a lot more, so that I can get my words out there, how I feel about everything. Anyways, then, that's how I wake up. Like I kind of, I don't know if it's for reals or not, but I like to, I rodeo, and I travel, I go far distances. I like to say, my buddy said we're modern day warriors, and I thought about that. And I was like, you're kind of right. But really, a warrior will wake up every morning and he doesn't get up for nobody or for himself, but he gets up for everybody and everything that he believes in. And if we could just get that instead of everything else into our little guy's mind first thing, then I think everything will just come into play after that. You know, kind of like our societies. That, like, how, you know how things go with like children, they'll watch whatever's going on around them, and that's what they'll do. Like they follow because they look up to us guys, and that's what I like my little guys to look up to every morning, is that. And if we can teach our little guys how to wake up every morning on some more, you know, and do some every day, then that's going to start a thing. Like the societies, like the pigeons, come up to the bulls, all these societies that taught our little guys and us how to conduct ourselves from a little age until we're old man. And those kind of things I really like to see, you know, really before anything. That would change, I think that would change our future as a people, because we was taken away from that kind of thing and put on a different track. We remember a lot of things, but if we don't stick on that, with the old man in the first place, when they first put those 2 people, one man and one woman here, then we're going to be lost forever. And he taught us how to live like that. And that's all.
I'm a student of the Blackfeet Women Academy. Name's Pharrell Galano. I don't really have much to say. I never really find this out, but what these guys are going through is about how they like to have their spiritual aspect and how the youth is kind of it's what's going to carry on our language and our tradition. And I don't see much young people when I do go out. I just let her. It is kind of hard to believe, but it is kind of a reality. There's not really that much people that do follow the old Blackfeet ways. But we pray. We pray for all the kids that are being affected by drugs, alcohol, and the loss of their tradition and their old ways. But yeah, there's I don't really know. There's not that much that I can think of right now. And I mean, I see Doug, good Cheryl out there. Yeah, see him out there every now and then. But it's nice to hear the old language, and when I hear my grandpa and all my other grandfathers and grandmothers speak, it's truly it's amazing when you can hear something other than English at least on a weekly basis. The government here is, I don't really follow it that much. I'm a teenager. I'm not really that active in the government like most teenagers should be, but yeah, that's about it.
Hoping you stated down here for wrestling, green. Yeah, I know it said something about what we think about, like our constitute, like the Blackfeet constitute, and what it's doing to affect us today, and how it will be affecting us tomorrow. I didn't really have much time to think this through. Yeah, so I know you're not really knowing what to say. But well, I don't know. I think it's a good thing to have the youth, like bringing ideas and answers for whatever's going on in our town, like all the trouble, Glacier Electric, they just recently been broke, whatever. So our lights, like our street lights are gonna be off pretty soon here. And I was thinking, if that's gonna happen, why don't we just, get our, wasn't it the college who ran the windmills? And, that was like an independent thing that our tribe did. So I don't see why we just don't do that again. I mean, it's our tribe, it's what we can do, why don't we do it? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think we should have anyone running like our businesses and where's the money going? Is it going to our tribe? Is it funding us in any way? None of this money is going into our pockets. It's not funding our tribe in any way. And personally, I think that's wrong. Because we're pretty much getting used in a way. And they're using us to take money when they're on our land.
Okay, let's break.
Nisili Dami Kanaki, Nito Certificate, Nisili Sidopi, Junior Beyond Skuma. Hello, friends and relatives. My name is Sullivan. I come from the Blackfeet tribe. I reside in Bryan, Montana. I'm the oldest of the family. My parents are Clifton Bolshu, Carmelita James Bolshu. My grandparents are Clifford Bolshu, W. Whitegrass from the Blackfeet Nation, Thomas and Mary James from the Navajo Nation. My great-great-grandparents are the late Clarence Whitegrass Sr., the late Koa Erapatna, the late Leo Bolshu Sr., and Molly Ainsback. I belong to the Thunderpipe, Beaverpipe, Blacktail, All Dog Society, and I'm an elder of the Chickadee Society, which is the young society. And I humbly stand here before you guys, representing the title of Miss Blackfoot Canada of 2015-2016. As Miss Blackfoot Canada, I represent, as you see up above you, is the flag. This is the Blackfoot Confederacy. As Miss Blackfoot, not only do I represent the Blackfoot Confederacy, but I also represent the 11 signed treaties of the Blackfoot Confederacy side, especially Treaty 7. And today I'm honored being able to have a voice and to speak for the youth. And today I'd like to talk about is the Constitution, that many, many years ago, we were presented with documents such as the Constitution. Not written by our people. These documents have not worked for us, and that's when everyone has to ask themselves, what are we leaving behind for our future generations? Me personally, I have always known the Blackfeet Nation is our homeland that belonged to us and our ancestors. We Umstraki Pakani, Southern Began, have always been strong and feared by many. Let's not forget that we have been impacted by two governments, the Canadian government and the US government. How does the Constitution connect to this? We reclaim our Umstraki rights to interact with our family of the Blackfoot Confederation. Not only that, but I also like to talk about the school district. Our school district and our education is very important to us. Me personally, I would love it if we had more Blackfeet language, because from growing up and going through the Brown School District, as far as I know is that we have only learned how to say Okini Ganaku. We only learned how to count up to 10. And we only learn certain numbers, but then we have to look to our elders all the time. And we look to them to help us and support us with their language. And not only that, but we also look to them, to our elders and to our Bundle people for our names, for our culture, our traditions. And from being able to grow up into a strict Blackfeet family, I have learned that language, tradition, and culture is very important for us. It's what made us as a tribe. It's what made us the Blackfeet Nation. And I would like to thank all the elders that came here today and had their part in speaking. And I'd like to thank the youth today that have come here and have gave their opinions. And I would just like to thank you guys for having me here. And before I end this now, I want to say that unless you guys all know where I come from, which was the Whitegrass, Bolshu, Erapatna, Ainsback, the Browns, Russell, Head Carrier, Koshu, Many Fingers, and Mayfields. I ask that you guys all please stand up as I together once my relations. And for the people that are sitting down, and I ask that you guys also stand up, because I invite you guys to be part of my relatives and my family. So I thank you guys for having me here today, and I really thank you.
Wow, very powerful. I know some of the young people are nervous, but you as adults, you try to get up here and talk in front of the people in the audience and the people that are listening, huh? So I really commend them. I think this is a start, and maybe an opportunity for us to start to include our young people in the conversation. We need to do that, because as Mr. Fitzgerald said, he's looking out for his children, and we need to do the same. We're going to move, and thank you very much. Let's have another round of applause for the we're gonna move on to the next segment. Oh, yes, while we get set up, Gail has some door prizes, so hopefully we'll have some more winners out there. We're gonna have the educational panel, and Chops Johnson is going to moderate this.
All right, thank you, George. We'd like to thank these donators. Peter Newcrest for Pelican Jumps, $20 cash from Mary Johnson. Also $20 slot play from Glacier Beach Casino. 1 bag of frozen elk meat by Peter Newcrest, and 1 gift certificate from Native Life, $25 gift certificate. Once again, we thank those sponsors for our third drawing of the day. Our first winner is Roy Ingram. Hugh Monroe, our second winner, Mike Gopher, Ed Anderson, Rita Horn, Gail Stoniak Sr., Carol Murray, and Nancy Manyhides. You guys are the winners. Please go through registration and claim your prize. Once again, a big thank you to Frida Newcrest, Mary Johnson, Glacier Beach Casino, and Native Life. Thank you, sponsors. Also, we'd like to thank these people once again for providing the radio services of Wendy and Lockley Bremer. Our background setting brought to you by Debbie Whitegrass Bullshoe. Thank you, Debbie Whitegrass. Also, RC Productions, Mountain Strip Film, that's Jay on Running Crane. Also, our streaming internet brought to you by Miss King Hall. And one Dr. Jim, thank these people for providing their services for these 2 days. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Gail, and, I have to add a thank you to Gail for his great services and the great sound we have. If you don't have a good sound system and something like this, then, it's really frustrating, and he's been really great, so we appreciate that, Gail. Nothing makes an educator more proud than to see the young people get up and talk to you like those young people did just now. So I think what we have now is a panel of educators. For those of you who don't know me, I guess, Ms. Sue Natonico, Mary Johnson, or Scummy. I'm a product of Browning Public Schools, of the reservation here, and I'm 42 years with the Browning School System, retired educator, so that's why they wouldn't let me on the panel. They said that. We want to keep it brief, so you can moderate the panel. So before I get started, I just want to get a housekeeping. You all have a questionnaire in your packet that looks like this. And this questionnaire is just to ask you how you would like to participate in constitutional reform in the future, and what things you want to see changed most about the Constitution. So we would really appreciate it if while you're listening, you would fill this out, either just leave it on your table or drop it in the box at the back, because we really would like to respond to your wishes. So please fill out this questionnaire. It would really help us. You can put your name on it. If you don't want to put your name on it, don't put your name on it. That's fine. But we still want your feedback. So appreciate that. So that said, we all know, and I think that the students said it, the drafters of a new constitution definitely have to consider the role of education in the people. When we know that education is vital to any people, we know that you have to have a quality education in order for any people to survive, not just to survive, but we want our people to thrive. So really the cornerstone of that is a quality education. That's the framework, that's the basis of all of this. And by education, I mean not just in the Western way, but in the traditional way. So we really have 2 obligations to like I think you heard everybody say. Our children need to be educated in both worlds. I don't think anybody could ever say it more eloquently than Chief Old Person, Dr. Old Person. Perfect example of somebody educated in both cultures. I think he said it very eloquently this morning and quoted from his own father the value of education in the traditional way and in the Western way. More recently, in one of the more significant civil rights cases, the U.S. Supreme Court recognized and articulated the importance of education in our democratic society in the Brown versus Education case, when they said very clearly that education is required in the performance of our most basic public responsibilities. It is the very foundation of citizenship. Today, it is the principal instrument for awakening the child to cultural values, in preparing him for later professional training, and in helping him to adjust normally to his environment. So I think that pretty well sums it up. Furthermore, I think you all agree that in order for our economic system to thrive, we need well-educated people. So we heard this morning from higher education about the value of continuing education with adults, and now you're going to hear about educating our children. And I'm just going to introduce the panel here. We had a Head Start delegate here, a parent advisory person. Jim McNeely was going to be here, but he sends his regrets. So if anybody from Head Start would like to jump up here, otherwise Jen Wagner has agreed to just briefly, from her time on the panel, just say something about the value of Head Start education. Otherwise, I'm going to start down there. We have the ladies first. We have Robin Fairchild, who is a teacher in Browning Public Schools. We have Jennifer Wagner, who is an administrator and a past teacher in Browning Public Schools. We have Mr. Harold Dustybull, who is the tribe's education and JOM director. And we have Harley DiCarlo, who is on the school board at East Glacier Schools. So with that, I'm just going to turn this over to the panel. Who would like to begin? Go ahead, Harley.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. For 13 years now, I served on the East Glacier School Board, and with my children beginning school up there in kindergarten, there was talk about that school closing down, and we had a school play at one time that all the kids participated in the play, to where the whole gym up there, which isn't very big, but if you fill that gym, there's at least 50 people there. Well, there's not that many people in East Glacier, but it was really surprising that it was kind of a nucleus of that community. So I looked at that, and I said, well, if the school's going to close, I want to get on the school board and make sure that school stays open. So that's not the only reality that happened to me out there. Up there is that I not only found out the school was doing well, and the rumor was a rumor, but then as I was attending meetings and getting affiliated with the school, I noticed that there was no Blackfeet culture involved up there. This was going on for 13 years. Or let's say it was going on 7 years. By the year 2001, with the help of Harold Dustybull's financial department, we got to start putting on our own powwow. This is our 7th year of integrating a powwow with that community. The community and the school trying to work together to please two cultures up there. You have the Blackfeet culture, and then you have the non-Blackfeet culture. So you had 60–70% Blackfeet kids up there that wasn't being able to utilize their culture, their language, their ideas, and that kind of thing. So I kind of turned my direction towards that. So what I did is I started to get people together and figure out how we could start our own powwow. I went to Roland Kennerly at one time, and he told me that he had his grandfather's tapes that told stories of the old Blackfeet. So I incorporated once a week that these kids, their identity up there in the Blackfeet culture, will listen to their own stories of their own people. It's just as important to talk about George Washington in the non-Blackfeet culture, but it is also great to talk about Crow Chief and Sitting Bull and other chiefs of the First Nations and stuff. So I incorporated that and stuff like that way to bring a culture back to those kids, and those kids, you should see them at the powwow now. They get to have a lot of fun doing their dancing, their singing, in their own culture. They feel proud of themselves. So what I'd like to have now is that we're lacking at East Glacier up there, is that early childhood development and stuff. Because now we went from a 23-student school to a 69-student school, which we're running out of room. So I'd like the tribal council to maybe look at that, to where we can adopt an early childhood center up there with their help, and start teaching all these kinds of things that's precious to this culture at an early age. Because those kids that were just up here just now, they're the new generation, and I support everything that they say, because it is them to carry this legacy on. So with your guys' help and the tribal council's help, I'd like to have them support our community a lot more, not only there, but the smaller communities such as Bath and Heartbeat also. So thank you very much for letting me speak on behalf. I wasn't scheduled to speak, but I'm glad I did. Thank you very much.
They said we were short one panel member.
What was that? They said we were short one panel member, so tell me when my 45 minutes is up. Someone asked me, they said, what's your name? What's your Indian name? I told them, it's System. I said, how do you pronounce, how do you interpret that? They were expecting a real fancy name. I said, Festival. But anyway, my real Indian name is Sixanam. And I asked my mother, I says, why'd you guys call me Sixanam? She said, you were born at midnight. She said, Grandma didn't know how to speak English, so she gave you guys all Indian names. My other cousin, his name was Big Sinning. And I thought, oh, why did they call him that? That means skinny. When he was born, he was just skinny. So however we came up, that's how our names came to us. But anyway, I was asked to come up and speak on education. I think education is very important, and that's what we're doing right now with our Constitution. We're educating ourselves in a way that we want to be recognized and handle our business, conduct our business. And this Constitution has a great effect on the education of all of us, whether you're whether you're a child at home, or whether you're in primary, elementary, secondary, wherever you're at, this Constitution affects us. And one of the most important things for our people today is education. And I'll go back to what Earl always, Chief Fulkerson always says. I say Earl because Earl's my uncle, and I'm used to calling him Earl. But Chief Fulkerson always talks about this. He says, this is my grandpa, Juniper. He says that we're not going to be using guns and arrows anymore when we fight. He says the future is going to be this pencil. That's what's going to do it for you. And I always remember that when Earl talks about that. Chief Fulkerson talks about that. One of the things that I want to talk about, and I think
it'll fit into what these ladies are gonna talk about, because they're in the school buildings and in the classrooms. You know, a lot of times when we think about education, we think about college, we think about high school, that's where all the sports are, basketball, football, cross country, name it. That's where a lot of times our mind goes to when we talk about education. But actually, education doesn't start there, it starts long before that. It starts in the home. You parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, you folks are the first educators of their children at the time they are born. It's what you teach them at home, the values that you teach them, the principles that you teach them at home. That's what they're going to take into the classroom. That's what they're going to take into the school grounds, the playgrounds. That's what they're going to take into the community. So it really begins at home, long before college. I was told one time, and I was a young man, and we had our first child. And it was I grew up with a single parent, my mother. And I really didn't know how to be a dad, because I never had a dad. I never called anybody daddy in my life. I didn't even know what the word meant. It didn't really have no meaning to me in my heart and my mind. It's a sad situation. But one day, I was talking to this minister, he's a black man. I told him, I said, you know, I don't even know how to be a dad. He said, well, first of all, I'm going to tell you one thing. He said, someone in the house has to be the general. He said, you need to be the general. I said, all right. I said, how do I be the general? He said, well, you start laying down the principles and the values in your home. You set that foundation for your children. He said, from the very early ages, long before they leave your house to go to school, you start setting those foundations down, those principles, those laws that you want them to follow. He said, now I will tell you something. He said, in later years, when they become teenagers, it's a tough world out there for teenagers. He said, when they become teenagers, they're going to wobble this way, and they're going to wobble that way. He said, but one thing they will only know is that foundation you laid for them, and they will always come back to that foundation. And that foundation I laid for my children was education. That's the thing I laid for them, was education, because I listened to my uncle, Chief Earl Oldperson, and the things that my grandpa told them, and they passed on to us. So education was the thing I laid down for them. And I'll tell you, when my children grew up, they wobbled this way, they wobbled that way. They ended up in jail, and I didn't go get them out either. They stayed in there until the judge let them out. But yeah, they wobbled different directions. But you want to know something? They always came back to that foundation that my wife and I laid for them. Today, every one of them have a college degree. They all have a career. They're all raising their own families and making their own tracks and making their own way. And so I pass that experience on to you folks. And you know, before I go any further, this really touches my heart. I really feel the thing that really bothers me is, first of all, I want you folks, just for a moment, I know we did this for one of our leaders, but I want to do this also for all those parents. I want you guys for just a moment to take a moment of silence for all those mothers and those fathers that passed on, and their children are going to be raised by their grandparents, their aunts and their uncles. And it just happened. Within the past 2 or 3 months, we saw a lot of people that passed on and they still have young children. So for a moment, let's just have a moment of silence for these people and their children. Thank you. I think about these children. I know some of them. And it really breaks my heart to know that they're going to be coming up in this world, and their mom is not going to be there, or their daddy's not going to be there. But their grandma's not going to be here, because you know, we have extended families, grandpa and grandpa's just like mom and dad. In fact, I'm closer. You know, I have a great love for my grandchildren, a little different love than I had for my children. My children, they got corrected by me. My grandkids, they get rotten by me, so you know how that goes. It changes. But anyway, what I really wanted to talk about is when we raise our children, that we lay that foundation for them, so that when they go to school, they're ready to learn. If they don't have that foundation at home, when they get to school, it's really tough. It's not only tough on the teachers, it's tough on them, because they were never taught to take instruction. They were never taught to listen to people. They always ran and had their own way. So that's the thing that we need to really concentrate on, because I know how we are as Indian people, you know. We really love our children. And you know, I always look at the situation where we come from. You know, we come from a impoverished community, a way of life. And we think by getting our children this and getting our children that, we love them. But sometimes you need to hold things back from your children. You need to have them earn it. But I know how it is, because we never had those things, you know. We never had those things when we were children. And some of us now will have a job, and we don't want our kids to go through the same left out situation that we went through. And so we overextend ourselves to them, and then they start expecting that. Then when they leave their home, they expect everybody else to do that to them, and that doesn't happen, and that affects them. So we just need to be careful when we're raising our children as babies on up, so that when they get into the school system, you know, they'll be ready to learn. We're the ones that make them ready to learn. Everybody thinks when they get to kindergarten or when they get to Head Start that's where they're supposed to get ready to learn. Actually, no, that's not true. They need to get ready to learn at home. That's where it starts. And I really push that. I've been involved in education for quite a while. That wasn't my chosen field. My chosen field was an accountant. I am an accountant. I know money. No, but I was asked by a guy, the late Harold Kipp. He walked up to me one time, he says, I have this program we need a director. He says, I want to ask you if you would apply for that job. He says, I think you'll really fit the job. So anyway, I applied for the job, and fortunately I was able to get the job. And then every time I thought of leaving the job, I'd have opportunities to do something else, and do other things. I would have these parents tell me, they would say, no, don't leave. I said, well, I'm running for the council. Well, we're going to vote for you if you run for the council. But you know, it's those kinds of things. So I stuck with this job all this time, even though I had offers to go and do other things. But I stuck with this job because I knew who I was impacting. I was impacting our little children from Head Start to grade 12. And I knew that was what I wanted to do. I wanted to give those children the same opportunity my children had. I wanted them to be successful as well. I wanted them to be able to not have to depend on handouts, as we all tend to say. I wanted them to make their own ways and make their own tracks. I used to tell my children, I don't want you to be a follower. I want you to make your own tracks. And so I've always taught my children some of the hard knocks processes I went through. I kind of grew up in hard knocks school myself. And so I learned a lot of those things, and I tried to pass those on to my children so they won't have to go through the same things I went through as a young child growing up, facing some tough obstacles. And with that, presently serve on the Montana Advisory Council on Indian Education. That's for the state of Montana. And we have a lot to say about Indian education. If you know Denise Juno, she's the one that's really pushes education. And I believe she tried to get the graduation. I think it's 16 years old now. She tried to push to get it raised to, I believe, 17 and even 18. For students to have to stay in school. Well, you know, that never got through Congress, the state legislature. But I don't see why we, as Blackfeet people, we can't put that in our law on the Blackfeet reservation. Or our children will have to stay in school until they're 17, hopefully 18, but at least until they're 17 years old. I believe we can put that into our own laws here so that we can keep our children in school and get them to graduate. Denise June always talks about graduation matters, and it really does today. Today there's no jobs if you don't have at least a high school education. It's pretty hard to find a job today in that area, in anything. Even, I'm not saying this about custodians, but custodians now, they have to have a high school diploma because everything is technical. Even when you work as a custodian, you have to be able to read, you have to be able to understand the different mixtures of things that you're using and how they can harm you. So everything requires an education today. And I heard Joe McKay talking about one of the percentages of the funds that's supposed to go into education, which has never happened. I think that needs to happen. Education is foremost and needs to be in our Constitution. And we need to have the funds to do this. Education is expensive, you know. Every child on the Blackfeet reservation should have an opportunity to go to college. And we as a Blackfeet tribe, including our Constitution, should support that and make that happen. With that, I thank you, and if I have more time, I'll come back up. Thank you.
Okay. Christine Dan Kukumioksi. My folks are Sikumakina, Sitsakaki, Conrad, and Mariella Bromboy. My grandparents are Makuma, Jean Brown and Amelda Brown, Robert and Rosalie McBromboy. It's really a humbling experience today. I look out and see some of my cultural elders and some of my Western educational elders here. Not only that, but the way I was brought up to believe is that you carry your time with you in what you do. And so behind me, I have a lot of the people that have passed on that have influenced me in my role. My role is an educator. And at times I debate, am I a native educator or am I an educator of native philosophy or being? And there's times I'm both, or I flip-flop back and forth. But I was taught that you're about your whole tribe, and that we all have a part in the business of taking care of the tribe, whether it's education, food, shelter, clothing, transportation, we just take care of each other. That's my mind thought when I come into the district of Browning Public Schools. And I'm a principal right now for the 2nd and 3rd grade at Browning Elementary. I've been a kindergarten teacher in our district as well for many years. So to see these young students up here, my nephew TJ, he was in 1st grade when I started teaching. So I would like to think I have a hand in a lot of the youth's decisions, especially the positive ones. And so some of the things about how tribal government affects me, tribal government is in my blood. My grandfather was the chairman of the tribe at one time. My mother and my father and my husband all work for the tribe. I am a tribal member, so that affects me all the time. I work and live on this Blackfeet reservation, so the laws affect me. Joe McKay came to a meeting one day and said, all you Indian educators should be all at the constitutional meetings. He's right. I'm also in the trenches of education for the students of Blackfeet Reservation, and so I don't ever stick my head up out of that trench very often to see what's going on. And so I appreciate him for sparking that attention to me that as young as I am, I'm still 29. I am now realizing I'm stepping up into one of those elder roles of, because as each level of elders pass on, that's where I'm at. And that's a humbling experience because, like I said, I am more than 29, and I don't have there's a lot of experience I have, but then there's still more that I need to gain. And so I believe that I am a keeper of service as my family before me. And that service is education, and like I said, it's Western education and tribal education. It wasn't until, I guess my first year, Doris Oldperson was my principal. And she told me in my evaluation, for the next evaluation, I want you to have more Native American activities in your classroom. I said, okay, right on it. Jumped right on it and did a lot of things. We cut dry meat, we had elders, and things that weren't abnormal to me because that's how I grew up. Had grandparents around all the time, had people around, listening to people talk about the direction the tribe's going or just the direction of culture. So that wasn't anything different. And yet when I stepped foot in the public schools, I felt like it was a whole different scene. Because when I grew up, I only saw Mrs. Bird, Miss Pixie, as my teacher, Mr. Bear Mason. Only teachers I could see that were Native American, that were Blackfeet. So that was my goal, to come back and to be a teacher. So I was one of the waves of Native American teachers to be there under Chops' direction. And actually she came and I quit 1 year. She come back and she said, no, you need to be back into the district. So it wasn't until I got to be the assistant principal at middle school when Daryl Kipp said, never ask permission for what you know is something that's always right for you. To pray is something that's your right. To talk about your ceremonies, your traditions, your ways of being, that's your right. And so the first year under Mary's reign that I was at the middle school, I didn't say, can we do this, Mary? I said, I'm going to bring in some bundle holders and we're going to talk with the teachers. We're going to do this, and we're going to do this. And I'm very thankful Ms. Hayes allowed me to do what I needed to do, and Mary Johnson allowed that as well, because that's who we are. But when you get in public school, there's a big thing of you don't pray at school, you don't do this, you don't do that, and it may be wrong or right. So we had to say we're going to give some positive words, positive encouragement, because that's what prayers are. Daryl said to always, do what you need to do. So that's what we're doing. When I was at the middle school, I felt it really strong there. We needed to have some kind of societies there because their identity, they're looking for who they are. So when I'm now the principal at Running Elementary, how do I bring that culture? What do I bring in? And that was kind of stopped me in my tracks for a while. This is where I would like the tribal government to help us with. We are sovereign. With that comes responsibility, and with that comes action. And with that, sometimes you're out there alone and you're doing it on your own. To say, you will teach our values. You will follow our standards that we present. We're expecting that of you. Even if you're a non-member, This is what we expect. We'll give you resources, we'll give you training, we'll help you with consultants. That's what I expect from my tribe. I tell my teachers and my staff, every kid may not be Blackfeet in this building, however, they go to school on the Blackfeet reservation. We will act as if and say, this is the way we do things here on our reservation. This is how we conduct ourselves. This is how we behave. This is how we act. This is what we learn. Sometimes that's easy to do. Sometimes it's really hard because we have a lot of things to balance. However, I think this is a really good thing that's happening with this reform. It's always good to question. It's scary though. Questions are scary, especially when we don't have that answer yet. But I think giving everybody a voice is really good. I guess that's all I have on my list. But I would just like to tell the youth that were here, thank you. You stood up and made a stance by just being here. I appreciate that. So I want to say that I actually had a positive in that they were here.
Get my grandma eyes on here. Like, yeah, I'm starting to graduate. Okay, okay, Mr. Mechanico, Umakutsumiaki. I'm Big Sorrow Horsewoman, name given to me by my grandpa Harrison, because I no longer want to be called Chickadee, because I have 34 first cousins on my mother's side, and all the girls claimed the name Chickadee. So I became Big Sorrow Horsewoman many years ago. You know, it's true that it takes community to raise a child, and I am the epitome of that. This community, this reservation, has made me to be what I am today. And I look out into the audience here, and I see many of you that have put so much work into helping me to be successful. And in gratitude, I did that for my own children as well. I like to think of myself as the middle person. I taught for many years, almost 20 years in Browning Public School District, Parkview School District, and I go in every day to work and I look at my students, my Blackfeet kids I call them, and they look to me for that guidance, the ability to know that they're okay. You know, we might have had a rough day a rough night at home, but I can go to school and Miss Fairchild's going to say, okay, time to buck up, make a difference, if not in your life, then in those around you. And every day that I go to work, I look at my Blackfeet kids, and I'm proud. I'm very proud. Dougie brought tears to my eyes, of course, as he always does. And DJ, my students, I walk around the reservation here every day. I can look at somebody's child and say, that's my student, and be very proud of them. The question today, of course, was, how does tribal government affect me? It affects me, of course, on a personal level. I'm a Blackfeet tribal member. Everything that happens within our government has an effect on me, whether it be positive or negative. And for the most part, it's always been positive. We've had a few hard times, but we're starting to overcome them. And today, this symposium here reconfirms my belief that we can change. The one thing, however, that tribal government does in my professional life is it has the ability to either lay a solid foundation so that the children that I teach come to school healthy, happy, got clothes and food, life is good, or it could have a negative effect and create chaos, as we've seen in the not so recent past. But I have hope. I have hope. And I look at the panel of educators here, and again, those that have taught me, and I know that we will succeed in our endeavors to bring about change in our government. I wrote down some notes. I'm a little bit nervous here. I don't know why. That's not me. You know that. But, you know, education, in particular, the education of our children is pertinent to the survival of our identity. Our identity as Indian people. It's pertinent to the survival of our community and our culture above all. Every day I walk into the class and say, oh, yes, give me my okay. And my students look at me, they're 8th graders at Brown Middle School. They say, ah, yeah, that's their one word, ah. They all got that one down pat. But I'm proud to say I did observe the kindergarten first grade, and their Christmas program was all in Blackfeet. I was like, yay, Brown Public Schools. I also have 3 granddaughters who are, the oldest, 11-year-old, is near fluent. She goes to Cutswood School, or they all 3 go to Cutswood School. And so it is our community that is doing this and helping us to revive our culture and to revitalize our language. Because education, of course, is the tool that we can use to empower ourselves in order to exercise our sovereign rights, sovereignty. Good key term for my 12th grade senior government class, which I hope to again return to at some point in my career, sovereignty. We need, like I said, to revitalize our language and to become legitimate contenders in the political arena, like TJ, the Bromway spoke. You know, our youth are our future. They do need to know what government is about. They do need to know what the importance of a constitution is. They do need to know, they need to understand what the past is with federal Indian policy and what the future holds for us as Blackfeet people, as long as we have something to create, like I said, a solid foundation for us. So yes, tribal government does have a major impact on both my personal and my professional life. We need to look further than, or we need to look no further than our own people, our own community. You are the teachers of our children. Like Mr. Dusty Bull says, it's you, your home, where you start the learning process. They come to me, I'll tell you, Mike, I run a pretty tight ship. And anybody that's ever been through my classroom knows this. I have no problems with behavior management. I put out my line there, and then my students follow through because they learn respect in a Blackfeet way. They see me in the community. They know me. They know my kids and my grandkids, and so we have respect. And then I also teach them to be very responsible, because a lot of our homes aren't quite the place we want to grow up. And again, like I said, we're thankful that we have community and family members that will see those kids through. Okay, I think the biggest thing, a lot of us start talking about our cultural, our traditional values. Of course, those are very important. But we must also educate not only ourselves and our children, but all of the people of the reservation in the importance of government and how government either makes us or breaks us. And I'm very proud to say that I have, in 2008, during the beginning of the constitutional reform movement, I did bring our senior government students into that realm. They knew what the Constitution was. They looked at the United States Constitution. They understood what separation of powers meant and the effect it had on government. They understood what checks and balances meant and how that would stabilize a government. So we have laid that foundation, and I hope to bring that back once I get to go back to Browning High School. And then we must also educate our students, our people, with a traditional background.
so that they are respectful, so that they do understand that the way to move forward to prosperity is through our traditional values. There's so much more I want to say. I do believe the panel here did a very fine job of reiterating the importance of education and the importance of our children and our youth in our political society today. So thank you, and thank you all for coming.
I want to thank all of these distinguished panel members. I think they're a fine example of education in the community. They did hit on a couple of things that I just wanted to follow up on. One of the things that tribal government can do for the people is in passing the laws. And I think somebody said, if our children come to school ready to learn, if they come to school and they're well taken care of, they don't live in chaos, they've got plenty of sleep, then they have a more productive school day. And I think that's something that we have to face up to as a community, is that some of our children do not come to school like that. Some of our children, unfortunately, live in circumstances that they live in fear at night. They're abused, they're neglected, they're hungry, they come to school because they need to eat, they come to school without clothes. The school district, I know, that maybe we don't like to hear this as a people, but the school district in Jennifer's school provides a place for them to shower, eat, get some sleep before they can even go to class. And I think as a people, we need to recognize that and face up to that and say, if we're writing laws, where are our children in these laws? Who's taking care of our children? And some people are not taking care of our children. And that's important. If we have laws about that, then by God, we need to enforce them. We have neglected, abused children, and it's up to every one of us to take care of them. Those people are not, they don't have a chance. Those children don't have a chance. So that's important. One of the things, somebody said the state wanted to raise the age for compulsory education to 18. From 16, the law is 16. Do you know that the Blackfeet tribe raised that? They did that. A few councils ago, probably 2008, I'm going to say maybe 2008, we had a council then that said, yes, we're going to have a higher standard than the state. Our kids are going to stay in school until they're 17, not until they're 16, until they're 17. And I said, thank God, council, for doing that. And they passed that resolution. They said, but what happened to it? New council, it isn't enforced, we still have a lot of dropouts, kids that don't go to school until they're 17. So, and I think I heard that mentioned here too. Sometimes we have laws and we don't enforce them. So maybe that's accountability is something we need to look at in the Constitution too, and that probably has to do with the separation of powers. So I think I'm going to get the hook here. I'm not even a panel member, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Folks, we're almost done. Believe it or not, we've got 2 important panels to go. We're just going to move right in so we can be finishing up. Where the next is the Land Resources panel. Joe will moderate that, and finally we'll have the Tribal Director panel. They've all requested immunity to testify up here, so that their jobs can be protected. No, I'm just kidding. That's not going to be that way. So Joe's going to take it from here for the Land Resources panel.
Once again, good afternoon. If I could have the Land and Resources people come on up, make your way up here. I believe we're gonna have Irvin Carlson. Irvin is the director of the Buffalo program, the PB initiative, bringing back the buffalo to not only Blackfoot country, but Indian country in general. We'll have Mark McGee, who's the director of the Tribal Land Program. Next to him, Terry Tatsy from the Blackfeet Community College, who's been involved in studying our land base and the historic use of our land base. Next to him, John Murray, one of the current cultural leaders of the community. John's been deeply involved in the Badger to Medicine effort. Generally serves as the historic preservation officer, which has a lot, mostly is built around cultural sites and values. And last but not least, Gerald Wagner, who is director of our environmental office. You know, we talk about resources. We just talked about perhaps the most important resource we have, our children. Without a land base and natural resources for our children to continue to grow and prosper, though, our reservation, our tribe won't be able to achieve its ultimate goal. So these gentlemen will address the tribe's resources. I wanted to make a comment, though, because I thought the last panel was a very good one to make the observation about. We've heard a number of comments today from our women about being involved. So I hope you all took note today about, over the past 2 days, how many women came forward and presented as leaders on behalf of our people. So this is a group that's been inclusive. And the women of our community have played a critical role in getting us, our group, to where we're at today. Not the least of whom was Eddie Berger-Rattler, one of our elders, Gertie Heavy Runner, who spoke, Mary Johnson, Mary Edwards, Sherry Welch back there, just too many of them to even name. So I just want to make sure that everybody realizes that women have been an important driver in the effort at constitutional reform. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the first gentleman on my right here, Mr. Irvin Carlson. Irvin's been a long-time employee of the tribe, former tribal council member, and as I said, the current director of the Blackfeet's Buffalo program, and the works with the Intertribal Bison Cooperative and the E&E initiative. Mr. Irvin Carlson.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be here to speak in front of everybody. It's been good to see this many people here yesterday and today, and for a historic event. We've had our elders, we've had our young people, and that was good to see. Joe Earl is our chief, who's been here for many years, and I had the opportunity to serve with him on our tribal council, and I learned a lot from him. I learned how to be diplomatic, how to be humble and respectful, and I've always seen him treat people that way to this day. I've been to many places with him. The first time that I ever went to testify was in Helena, and Earl threw me out there to testify. He said, "You do the testimony and I'll talk." So I got that. It was my beginnings there of being able to teachings, I guess, what I would call it, from an elder, and a very respected elder of ours. I have a lot of respect for him. I want to pay homage to him while I'm standing up here. I've been in places with him, and even in DC at hearings there, where he's a very well-respected man. When I gave a talk one time, I had talked to him before Earl came out. I had the opportunity to introduce him. And I said, when we have our chief gone, we're going to lose a whole lot of our culture, a lot of our stories. He knows all of those. He remembers those very sharp to this day. getting up and talking about those. So, it is, a man that this nation, should have a lot of pride in. You know, I'd like to be like that someday, but I don't know if we'll ever have anybody like that. So I just wanted to do that, pay homage to him. And Gertie today, it was good to hear her, 91 years old. And they stayed here through all of this. To hear words from our elders, and also our young people that are up here showed that our generations, future generations, that's going to be our leaders, and what we're talking about, are setting forth for them here in this constitutional reform, for them to follow. And I think it's a real good thing. They've done a real good job up here. I commend them. And like I said, it's a hard thing for young people, or even, you know, even when I get up and talk, you get nervous. And I'm proud of them for being up here. I've been, just as Joseph, I've been, you know, a part of the Blackfeet tribe for a lot of years. I was an ag director, served on a tribal council, and then back with the tribe and within the buffalo program. You know, one thing that I've learned from, we started a project called the E&E project, and what I learned from that in the beginning, when we had buffalo here, we brought them back here to Blackfeet. There was a lot of resistance here, and it's because that we had lost a lot of our culture. There's a lot of things that we have lost as Blackfeet people, and there was a lot of resistance to buffalo. In a lot of years, I felt alone doing that job of bringing them back. I had help from these gentlemen, also from Mark and also from Terry, to work together. I worked together with them for a lot of years. But a lot of years, it was a big resistance, you know, from our ranchers, and even from people who were supposed to be spiritual and cultural leaders. There was even that resistance. But it's because that we've lost so much of our culture. Things went away from us, and now we need to bring them back. One of the things within our Constitution, you know, and everywhere in there, and I was just reading it, you know, it says everything has to be approved by the Secretary of the Interior. You know, that's one of the things that I would like to see us, you know, get away from. We create our own destiny. We make our decisions, and they be approved by us. It's been our story of just being. Everything has to be approved by the Secretary of the Interior. One of the things that says future powers, you know, within here needs to change. And even down to saying the council members of the tribe, or the future powers of them, and to be delegated to council members of the tribe. You know, the tribe, yeah, we should get direction from them or approval, but we have to get approval from the Secretary of the Interior, or it even says in here, or any other duly authorized official or agency of the state or federal government. You know, and we are the Blackfeet government, and that's what we're trying to build here, something that we can stand strong on and adhere to and go forth and bring a stability to this tribe. I worked, you know, as we get back to talking about the E&A and what I think the organization, I commend the guys that were put together this and have been working on it for the past 18 months and diligently they've been working on it. I took part in the first one back in 2010. I went to a lot of them meetings when they were changing that, wanting to change the Constitution back then. And I didn't, you know, attend any days, but I've now that they've done all the work, I think I'll jump in and say, oh yeah, I have to quit. But anyway, just hearing the talks today, you know, about being there and being a part of it, we have to be. And instead of standing back later and saying, you know, that's wrong, or that's the way it should be. You got, you know, there was talks before from our elders, you know, to get up and join and be a part of it. And that's what we have to do, and not be sitting back later and saying that was no good, but be a part of it. And I commend them again for being that. And getting back the way we formed the E&E project, and like I said, there was a lot of resistance to that, of our own culture, our own history. But we started having meetings, and we called them dialogue, and we incorporated the whole community, and even our sister tribes in Canada. And we had the young people, the college students, and our elders. And slowly it changed. It took a few years, but slowly that changed. And now we have the support of a lot of people of the return of buffalo to our country, and a real return of a big part of our culture and our spirituality and our history. So that's kind of what I would say that needs to happen within it. And it's good like to see everybody here to be able, I said everybody could get up, to the mic and express their opinion. I think there should be a lot of forums like that. People can get up and have a talk, and we need to come together like this to be able to do that. We don't have a whole lot of that here, seen it a lot of times. The only time we're all together is funerals, and lately we've had a lot of those. But to have forums like this, to be able to come together and listen to each other's ideas, and be able to be free to get up and express your opinion, and whether I think it's bad or somebody else thinks it's good, it's a freedom of speech and how we feel. And there's things within that, I'm sure that, I want to join the group, and I was in the past, and there was things within there that I didn't like, or thought you can change, but you have that right to be able to say those things. And then the biggest thing to have, and one of the biggest things that Gary talked about earlier, I think that's a big thing that we've lost. The biggest thing that we've lost as Indian people is respect. Respect for one another, and respect for our land. She talked about that, and if we're all together like this, all have opinions, I think we should respect each other's opinions and go forward. They talked about unity. She talked about that, and that's what needs to happen. So one of the things, that, within the Constitution, it talks about separation of powers, and I always think about that a lot. If we do, go to and it was talked about, the two or four branches of government, and if we have a separation of powers, and we have an executive and a legislative, we have a lot of division in our tribe right now, and we have to be able to work through those and work together. And we have to have a clear, procedure. And I'm talking about too with the lands. We're in the land area and natural resources area, and a procedure, within there to approve, a lot of land encumbrances, such as leases, the permits, and purchases of land. And I know we can't, we don't sell land, but and that's one of the biggest things that I always advocate is buying back all the land, that we have lost here within the boundaries. We've lost a whole lot more than what's within the boundaries. But if we can get back, all of the lands that fell into non-Indian hands, and get those back within our control, so much better for all of us as Indian people, or Blackfeet people. So we have to have a lot of those in place, a real good procedure and clear that spells out all of those things. And in the new constitution, it shouldn't make daily business more complicated. If you have, I talked about earlier, if you have good people in your departments, and people that are working such as here in those departments, and they're doing a good job, and they're doing a good job, and that should allow the council that I see to do the real business out there with their, dealing with the national government, state government, even with the county government, and doing their job there to bring better things to us here in Blackfeet Nation. And put good people in place that can do those day-to-day business of those and handle good negotiations, do good negotiations for the tribe. And that frees up, I've seen a lot of micromanagement. I've seen it firsthand when I was an ag director. We built a pretty good program. And also the natural resource department, when I was in there years back, I'm still in there, but I was pretty proud of that natural resource department. We had people in there who all had a degree in their respective areas. And it was really a good functioning natural resource department. Politics killed it. Politics killed it. The ag department we built a good program, and we bought some cattle, and we built a program that we thought was a service out to the people. We acquired a lot of machinery, and we even worked at doing negotiations on buying land back and for the tribe. And we built a good program, and it was a service to the people that we were proud of. And I'm proud to say the money that we generated to build that too was even money that we worked to generate. We done a wetland mitigation and made that money, and we put together a good plan, presented it to the council, and that time we had council on and we supported that. And it was a good program, it was going good, we were utilizing our lands. There was a lot of other people that were benefiting off the lands of the tribe. So we got those back into the hands. But slowly that tribal, I guess, council influence, killed that also. That program went by the wayside. Registered cattle got sold off as commercial, all the machinery, all the assets that we built for the tribe was sold off. From one council coming in and being able to just do away with it, and no continuity there, so and no protection. So just doing things with the land, and within the Constitution, but not only with land, just in all of our programs, I guess, within the tribe. If we build a good Constitution that protects the assets of the tribe, allows good people to do good work, we need that. We really need that in that continuity. I was working for the tribe in the recent impasse. That was a big devastation, a very, very big devastation for our tribe at that time. It hurt families, it divided families. It hurt a lot of business in the way for the tribes, a lot of business in the way. So we need to put within our Constitution, our new Constitution, those securities, those safeties, and especially too for employees. The employees, they were hurt, they were hurt. They went without paychecks, their families suffered. Like I said, there was a lot of division. So those things, those safety things, I think that we need to put within our new Constitution. We need to really look long and hard and think about those things. Make sure they work for everybody. And the more people that have input, the better off we are too. Then you talk about, I guess, a lot, even with the impasse that happened, when we talk about separation of powers, we talk about a judicial system. I guess that needs to be put in place, where I think I really don't like that song. I'm just getting started. The judicial system that we would have people that come here to do business, or even individuals here, that they have the protection. Those courts are out there that we're not, as a council, we're not going to say, well, tell the court, well, you got to do this, to that, and that. We need to have that real good judicial system and separately by itself. The cultural branch too, I talked about, I heard about a lot of that today, and I had a lot of thoughts about that. from the last time. And like I said, there's a lot of cultural loss. We do need to have a cultural branch. Earl talked about, Chief, he talked about the societies and how they're going away too. So we need to revive them. We need to revive those societies and keep them going. You know, I belong to a society that my grandfather was a leader of, and the Star School people were in that. My family keeps that going, so I'm pretty proud of that. I'm proud to be a part of that. My grandfather inducted me into that society many years ago. And I'm also still 29, of course. Anyway, so, you know, those things need to be a part of it too. And we need to work out each place, you know, that has its place and has its authority and not hurt each other. But with the new constitution, you know, we're governing ourselves, you know, and like I say, get away from the parts in here that I don't know. It says that we have to have everybody else is blessed ourselves. I guess, you know, there's other things that, you know, I can go on and on here. I guess I have a lot of different notes in here that are part of that. But one of the things I wanted to say is that the land, and it was talked about, the Cornells talked the other day about, we always have these big grandiose wishes that something's going to come in and save us. But I always thought that what do we have day in and day out? And that's our land. It's our land that we have. And if we build a foundation from that land, we keep that land, we respect it, and we build from it, we'll always have that. And then all, as I say, if we get it all back, what's within here, we've lost much more. But that will be our foundation. And there's things that we can have economic development from our land. And that's something that's day in and day out. And then after that's the foundation of, you know, our land, then we look to those big old grandiose schemes that we think are going to make us a good economic benefit. But we need to have that foundation with our land and keeping our land protected and within the control of the Blackfeet Nation. And that's what it should be. A little story. I went to DC, and I go there quite often. I belong to an organization, or I'm the president of an organization that's called the Intertribal Buffalo Council, returning buffalo back to human country. There's 60 tribes in 19 states. And so one of my jobs is to go to DC. We go there about 3 or 4 times a year, but it's to lobby dollars, and those dollars come straight out to the tribes for their projects. But anyway, I go there to go and testify from whatever committee it might be in appropriations to me. But so I go up there one time, and there's all of these people there, and they give you a clock. There's a clock there, and it has a red light that comes on. You have that 5 minutes. So I walk up there, and it's not my turn to testify. I walk up, take my hat off, and I stick it over the clock. That whole room just busted out laughing. And I got all the time I wanted. Thank you.
Well, you know, we started the afternoon with the youth, and they finished up pretty quick, and we thought we were ahead of ourselves. And we're almost behind. It reminded me of a little story about a friend of mine from law school, Danny Decker, used to tell real quick. He used to say, you know, when I was a little kid, I'd go to visit my grandma. I'd hardly ever talk. Then I went away to school, and I started getting educated, and I'd come back and sit around and ask a few questions. Then I went on to school, and I got my law degree, and I went back. I went to my grandma's house and started visiting. She came to me and she said, "Dan, you don't know when to shut up anymore." So as we get educated, we get longer-winded, and like to hear ourselves talk. And for the young folks that were real quick today, this is what you have to look forward to if you're still here. So with that, Irvin talked about our land base and the need to protect it. the next gentleman is the one that's been working at that officially for the tribe for the last 15 years or so, Mr. Mark Medina, the Director of the Tribal Land Department.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Mark Medina. I've been the Director of the Tribal Land Department for about 19 years and working for the tribe for about 25. So in that time, I've worked for some pretty amazing people. Mr. Earl Wilkerson, of course, and many, many councils throughout that time. And I think that at some times I can honestly say that I've seen it all. One thing that we as Native people are probably most passionate about is our land. And those years have proved to be very educational for me. So I think that I have a lot to share and a lot of insight and what works and what doesn't work. And unfortunately, I don't have all that time up here. Terry and I were back here talking about hoping Urban goes first, so you take up all our time, and it worked out that way. So, again, to reiterate Joe's words and words, without our land, we don't have a lot, we don't have a place, we don't have a home. And so protecting that land and preserving that land becomes first and foremost, I think, sometimes. In the years that I've been with the tribe, I've seen what works and I've seen what doesn't work. Really, without our land, we don't have economic opportunities. We don't have stick-in buildings. We don't have rodeo grounds. We don't have casinos or hotels or grocery stores. We don't have tribal offices. We don't have housing projects for our people. So our land provides a lot to us. And the biggest resource that we have, or the biggest economic resource that we have here, is our farmers and ranchers. And without a land base, we don't have farmers and ranchers. And so, competing for it almost becomes a high priority for some people. And so as a council, as a tribal, sometimes we're kind of forced with making decisions that are people-based and not resource-based. I think one of the first things that I was wanting to do when I took the job as the Director of the Land Department is to develop a set of rules that was fair and consistent across the board for everybody to follow, so that everybody had the same opportunities and chances for utilizing our tribal lands. Unfortunately, and I think that most people want that. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work out that way. One of the first things I did was try to redraft the policy for land exchanges. And I really wanted the people to have their input, because a land exchange program is really not entirely for the benefit of the tribe, but for the benefit of the tribal members. So we held a public hearing, had some draft regulations, held a public hearing, and I think 8 or 9 people showed up. And so we put ads out in the newspaper, and we put out public announcements, and we said, these are the draft regulations. We want people to comment and provide their input. And we gave them, several months to do that. And in that time, we had 2 comments, 2 written comments. And one of them was from a non-member. So, it kind of gave me an indication of, unless it directly affects you, then you're really not going to be involved. And so over the years, when we implemented a land exchange policy, and when it doesn't work for somebody, they want to know why, and how come it's this way. And like I said, I've heard it all, I've seen it all, I think, for the most part. And when I say, we had a public hearing, we had the opportunity for you to provide input, oh, well, I don't read the paper. Things like that. Well, I had it out I had flyers out in the post office, and I had ads out in the newspaper. And so, I've been down that road and trying to get people to provide input into how tribal land operates. And it doesn't always work, and sometimes it does too. I think one of the most rewarding experiences I've had is going into the public schools and going into the college, community college here, and talking about why our land is the way it is today. Why are we a checkerboarded reservation? How did that happen? What is an undivided interest, and how did that happen? What is, how do you inherit land? What is APRA, American Indian Probate Reform Act? How does it affect you? And so I've had that opportunity to be a part of that educational system and educate young people. And it's really rewarding for me to, a 20-minute, 30-minute session turns into 2 hours because people have so many questions. Kids, young adults in college, and they have so many questions about land and how it affects them, and what can they do for their future to protect that land. And it's really a dynamic process because it changes all the time. There are federal laws that affect land on the reservation. There are state laws that affect land on the reservation because not all land on the reservation is trust land. Some of it's privately owned fee land, it's taxable. So, the county has a say, the state has a say. And it's really a dynamic process. One of the things that's going to change that hopefully is the gov't settlement and the land buyback program. That affects everybody here that's a landowner. And so I encourage you to call in and ask questions and find out how that affects you. I think one of the most difficult things that I've seen working for the tribe is really how land affects families and people. Not a lot of people want the tribe to govern their land. I've seen that. Not a lot of people want the tribe to have a say in how their land is used, or who gets to use their land, or anything like that, until they don't like what happens. And then they come in to the tribal council and they say, something's going on with my land and I need you to fix that for me. And so it's really a dynamic process that involves a lot of diplomacy sometimes, and it's almost a balancing act. How do you balance land use with landowners? The ranchers that need to earn a living off the land versus the landowners that need to depend on that income. The ranchers that don't want to pay very much because it affects their bottom line versus the landowners that want to get paid more. And so in order to get paid more, they're saying, well, I'll just lease it to the Hutterites, or I'll sell it to the Hutterites. I've heard that before too. You want to buy my land, and I'll sell it to the Hutterites. And then the next day they come in and say, how come you're not helping me? How come, and so it's really a balancing act that becomes difficult. And so when we talk about how the Constitution affects that process is, I think that it's probably in the best interest to remove those political decisions from land use, from land ownership. Remove those political decisions and give the power back to the people in how their own land is managed, and let them have a say in it. So I fully support that. I fully support that process. It's not all, working for the tribal council. Oftentimes you're faced with making decisions that are between two tribal members. And obviously when you do that, one of them's not going to be happy. And sometimes that's just the way it is. I had I think it was George Everyone, when he was on the council. I think in his first week of office, he called me in and he said, I got this complaint from this landowner. He wants, something's going on with his land, or he wanted to trade his land. That's what it was. He wanted to trade his land, and the council before him denied the land exchange because it involved a piece of tribal land that was in the, up in the divide, or flat top mountain area, St. Mary Valley area, that had a real high timber value on it, high cultural significance, and those kinds of things. And he said, how come we can't help this guy? We need to give him an answer. I said, George, we did give him an answer. And the answer was no. Sometimes people just need to accept that answer. It's not personal. I mean, so sometimes we're faced with making decisions that are in the best interest of the tribe as a whole, and not the tribal member individually. So not only, providing economic development and building hotels and casinos and grocery stores and pizza places, but also protecting our resources, protecting our timber, protecting our wildlife, protecting our cultural resources becomes a balancing act too. So, I think that the constitutional change will remove the political decisions and help us make decisions that are based on good management, not only people management, but resource management. So, I guess in closing, I don't think that I've worked for the tribe very long. I'm not quite sure how Jennifer got older than me, because I'm like 25 or something. But working for the tribe, and especially in the land department, it changes you. You can look at the top of my head and see that. Sometimes you want to pull your hair out, there's nothing there. One of the last things is, and I think Irvin talked about that, is tribal decisions that are good decisions, that change over time. In the tribal farms, tribal land, tribal ranch issue was one of those decisions, with the sweep of a pen, it goes away. And right now there's a standing tribal resolution that says 25% of all income from tribal lands will be used to go into a land purchase account to buy more lands. That resolution is probably 10 years old. It's never been followed. And so that's a resource for us to buy more land back, to increase our land base. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you guys all know, just off the reservation, there's a ranch called the Broken Pit, I believe. You guys leave the reservation on Birch Creek, and it's the first big ranch there on the right-hand side. It's called the Broken Pit. And that was for sale about 20 years ago, and I petitioned the tribal council at the time to buy that on behalf of the tribe. And it actually borders a piece of trust land that's off the reservation that Mick Conley helped purchase way back as part of the Brewster Ranch. And so the decision then was, no, let's go buy it. And so we can look at now what the Broken Pit looks like. It's a state-of-the-art ranch. And so, just missed opportunities like that. One of the last things is, I think it was probably in my 5th or 6th year working for the tribe. We got to look at the tribal budget for that year, and for land purchase that year, they spent $50,000 to try to buy land. For hardship in that same year, $700,000. So, sometimes it's not just the management, it becomes what is the priority? What is the priority? So I think that, you've heard it from Irvin, you've heard it from Joe, that without the land, we don't have anything. I think that it needs to be the priority. Thank you.
You know, when Mark got done, he couldn't pull out any of his own hair, he started on mine. You know, the other thing I just wanted to note about this particular panel, all these gentlemen are college-educated gentlemen. And they all, in one way or another, have managed to maintain contact with their culture and traditions and be preservers of them. So for all the folks out there and all the young people who are in the sound of my voice, you can be educated, you can go to college, you can learn and still, as Michael Conboys put it this morning, still be becoming. So the next speaker is a good example of that. Mr. Terry Tatsy has been involved in resource management, both down at the college and on behalf of the tribe, and studying the land use of our ancient people and where it went. So I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Terry Tatsy.
I don't know about all of you, but Gail's music will put me to sleep. So if you'd all stand up and take a 7-inning stretch, if you would. Okay, the reason I do that, I was going to have Joe make the hokey pokey, but he's going to stroke up. The reason I do that is anytime you're addressing change, anytime you're opening unbiased dialogue, it takes a lot of energy and to really let people speak freely and openly about something that could be a potential change it takes a lot of time and energy. So I wanted to share that with you. But what I go back to, and I build on for anything I've ever done in my life, is our people's ways of understanding and knowing. They have a Western term they call traditional ecological knowledge. And a lot of times we forget about those things when we're looking at management decisions, philosophies, and all those things that are related to land base or ways. There's a word that our people use, "Bikawas." It means our land, our home. And if you really think about that worldview, that word itself means, it was our constitution, it was our policy, it was our articles, it was our bylaws, how we lived with the land, how we lived with each other, how we understood it, how it taught us, how we continue to practice those ways of conservation and respect. So I want to start with that because that has been my foundation. I was fortunate to be raised by my grandparents, John Belfast and Francis Bullshoe. And they instilled a lot of these things in my learning, my experiences as a growing man in Advocate. I'm very happy to see my older brother here, Rusty Tatsy, who served on council. A lot of people ask us about our name. Where did the name Tatsy come from? Tatsy Kyoto means little gray horse rider. And that's where that name comes from. So I want to share that with you publicly, because not too many people know that our name itself is a Blackfeet word for middle. And they just took a gray horse rider out. So a little bit about where I work. I work at Blackfeet Community College. I got a call in 1993 from Mr. George Kick, who's sitting in the room, about developing a curriculum in natural resource management. And when I looked at the curriculum that was in draft form, it incorporated a lot of Western science, Western philosophy, Western thoughts in that curriculum. And that was fine, because if you're going to transfer to the School of Forestry at the University of Montana or St. Louis Community College, where they have 4-year programs, that would fit that route very well. Well, what it lacked was the traditional knowledge that our people had and understood. And so when I was given the task to help develop that curriculum, I got an advisory team together, and from tribal programs, from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, from a lot of our cultural traditionalists that understood old ways. And so together we worked for about a couple months, and we've come up with a curriculum that really addressed our Blackfeet knowledge and Western science concepts into this core curriculum. And it was a program of study that was just drafted from the ground up. It wasn't done before. It was a whole new program at the college. And within probably 2 to 3 years, it was gaining momentum. It was gaining interest because our students didn't only want to learn about the Western science perspectives of natural resources and the philosophies behind the management systems, but they also really like to learn about our knowing, our old ways of understanding, and it gave them a lot of pride to know that our people were very, very intelligent. And so that's something that drove that curriculum for a number of years. And as I moved from one position to the next at Blackfeet Community College, I'm now the director of institutional development, looking at growing the campus, looking at capital investments, looking at ways to expand and look at the big picture of the college. A lot of these things that I've learned in our world view of the old ways follow suit. You see a lot of new buildings down there on campus. You see new property. And all these things that we've done have not been without incorporating our old ways of understanding and doing. Before we ever break ground for any new building down there at the college, we always have a ceremony prior to that groundbreaking. Because the old people will say, you're putting a permanent structure into a trail that our people used to follow. And so prior to any new project that goes up, we have a ceremony asking those people that use that trail through that area for forgiveness. And that maintains the balance that we have to have when we do things in a larger scheme of things at Blackfeet Community College. And so when we're looking at management philosophy, strategies, constitutional reform, all these things that are going to be a part of this open dialogue, unbiased dialogue, I hope, as we move along, these things have to be considered, our old ways of knowing, our old ways of understanding. Take that worldview that our people had historically, take that document that was a template for constitution that you draft bylaws, articles from. Take all that and intertwine it, that really emulates and really stresses the importance of who we are as a people. And if that language that's inserted into that template is accepted by the majority, the consensus, then that's something we have to strongly consider. I looked at that Constitution on land the first time today because I never did really touch upon that in my courses. And one of the things that kind of spooked me is public domain, eminent domain, where we allow the state of Montana to come to our property. And we have them inserted into that language. Those things scare me. When I do a contract at Blackfeet Community College with an outside architectural engineering firm or a contractor, I make sure that our language in our contract does not show any waiver of sovereign immunity where we take these dispute resolutions and deal with state court. They're all dealt with a court of federal tribal court or federal court. And so these are the things that as we start looking at constitutional reform, the discussion, the dialogues that drive that, those kinds of things have to be an important part of that language that we draft and we put out for public review in these types of documents, because those are going to be the legal things that support anything, actions that we do as we move forward. So I'm not quite as witty as these two tribal employees next to me, because I'm doing with the tribe, so I'm going to be done now. Thank you.
I scared Terry so bad he left me stuck behind. All right, the next gentleman is Historic Preservation Officer for the Blackfeet tribe. He was a part of the committee for the 2008-2010 effort to constitutional change. He's been a supporter of ours and attended some of our meetings, and I know has supported our series fair. Bundle holder and former member of the Horn Society. And as I again want to repeat for all the young people in the sound of my voice, another one of our college educated leaders. Mr. John Murray.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, just kind of document how long I'm talking. You know, the Blackfeet knowledge system is inevitably and inextricably connected to the land and animals, places. And so, that's what I'm talking about a little bit. But there's been a lot of talk about language and Blackfeet cultural survival, and also about education. But part of this is about resources. And so, you know, yesterday it was pointed out that in the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act created tribal councils, very unstable organizations, and pointed out on the board by Dr. Burnell that those types of unstable governments, though resource rich, usually don't develop. So this happened, and this unstable government goes beyond the Indian Reorganization Act. So back when we had these two tribal councils that one was trying to sell off the eastern boundary line, 226,000 acres back in the 20s. And when they didn't, when the people from basically the south side, Two Medicine River, the Badger Creek, Heartbeat area, these people didn't want to sell. And so they organized another tribal council. But the BIA backed the one government in the south, or the Indian department, and starved those people back in those days, in the 1920s. But still they didn't submit. And then we moved into the Indian Reorganization Act. And so we have, you know, the trilogy of the Marshall decisions back in the 1800s. You know, where individuals couldn't deal with tribes. You had states that couldn't deal directly with tribes, and also the third was the domestic dependent nations. And consequently, in 1928, when John Merriam report came, his first name, but in 1928, the Merriam report supposedly a friend of the Blackfeet. You know, created different types of things for, you know, recommendations. And out of that come the Indian Reorganization Act. This was happening across the country. And so shortly thereafter, it was adopted on a cold day. Very few people turned out for the election. Our resources were up for grabs. I think we deal directly with us. And consequently, we lost a lot during that time. But as we move along, and about 30 years ago, there was the professor of economics at the University of Montana who conducted a study because the local Bishop County chairman, or the county commissioner, or state national chairman, national county commissioners, he was the chair of that also. There were 11 bills in Congress to do away with trust land, trust status. 91% of Glacier County is on federal land, in which case education dollars provided to the schools with public impact aid funds. There was another tax base for that, so like less than 9% is on Glacier County is off federal land. And so consequently, what we did is we studied. There were several findings, but there's a couple I want to talk about. And one is that, and I don't remember if it was 37th or 73rd, Glacier County was 73rd, 7th, or 73rd poorest county in the whole United States. And also, according to that study, in proportion to the population, Glacier County had the most millionaires than any county in the United States. So though the tribe wasn't developing their resources, as we found out yesterday, unstable governments, somebody was. And constantly, at that time, they all lived east of the bridge. And so I just wanted to sort of mention that. Also, I wanted to talk, there was a lot of talk about education. A few of the things I've done in my life, I did complete all the coursework for a doctorate degree in education. I passed my comprehensive exams, which took a week. And then I had a son that had a traumatic brain injury, and I lost interest. And so I didn't complete that dissertation. I had the first 3 chapters. I just needed 2 more, I didn't do it. But so I know a little bit about it. So I want to just read, reading the bilingual, bilingual education journals in the 1970s. There were these 2 girls, 2 ladies that were fluent speakers and participants of the culture in the Northwest tribe, I won't mention the tribe. And the tribe wanted to, for cultural survival, for the language, for the culture, they put up some money and put these 2 ladies through college. They graduated, were good, they put them through graduate school, they went through graduate school. And when they came back to the community, the elders rejected them. And so education is tremendously powerful. Education is the nuts and bolts that keeps the system together. Education is the glue that holds that system together. And so, just very recently, we've started to integrate language and culture into the curriculum in the school system. And Dorothy, so been sitting back there. Not been very long ago that Dorothy and Redman Littleblum and Daryl Kemp put together a bilingual program at the community college. And Dorothy can attest to this. That we would meet in the evening and study, we would study Blackfeet language. And so out of the 11 people that were involved, that were part of that program, there would be about 20, sometimes 30 of them that would show up that day. And then during the course of the night, they would stand up and get to say their piece. And they'd say something like, what are you guys trying to do? My grandma says that the culture's dead, leave it alone. People say like that often say, if you can convince me that I can buy a cup of coffee with my culture and language, with your culture and language, I'll buy it. And then they'd walk out. This would happen every time, every time we got together. Well, we've come a long way. We've come a long way, and especially, the youth group that got up here. I got emotional listening to those guys. We've come a long way, and what we need to do in the end here, I think I'm at 7 minutes. Somehow or other, we need to work that into a constitution. The language, the Blackfeet language, and Blackfeet cultural survival. We do have a cultural budget, which is a few $100,000 big, which is basically Indian days. And so it needs to be specifically identified in the Constitution. I believe we also need to have a mechanism. And what's that thing there has to be a mechanism in which to keep that alive. And it could be like right now, I think it's 20.2 or 1998, the indirect cost rate. We could designate a portion of that would go to that survival, cultural survival and language. Again, turn to an oil agreement, put up an overriding law. It needs to be included everywhere. And especially after listening to those youth today. And what are their kids going to do? What are their kids going to say? We need to provide that. They also wanted to sort of mention the When I was in boarding school, in Cupang boarding school, I also went to Flanders Indian school in South Dakota. When I was at boarding school, there were 20 plus businesses in Browning. There were just all kinds of businesses. And people are saying we should go back to those days, but they don't say that. They were all white owned, you know. And it was a thriving economy, I understand. But in education, there's this concept called Pygmalion effect. And there's a play about George Bernard Shaw who fell in love with the statue, you know, and it came to life. But what the Pygmalion effect in education means is that people will become what you expect them to be. And consequently, we would come to town on Saturday at boarding school and they expect us to steal. I mean, they thought we would steal. I mean, they knew we were going to steal. So they hired extra help. So we rose to the occasion with big Blackfeet, and we started having student contests. One time, in a dime store, Mr. Hammond walked around, everything was under glass. He walked around and jingled his coins. Somehow or other, Victor all stole $25 harmonica out of it, right underneath it. So Mr. Widger said, whoever had the guts to do that, he said, you can sign up and play turkey and straw. I'll go to town and pay for it. And we'll go out, big draws, play turkey and straw. And we all started clapping hands, and Mr. Widger went and paid for it. But here's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I'm right at 11 months. So here's what I'm trying to say is that people will be what's expected of them. And so you go back and you look at Douglas Gold's study. Douglas Gold, his study had to do with the intelligence of black people. And basically it kind of boils down to the more black people like you had, the more stupid you were, the more stupid you were, you know. And he never did say, like even the dumbest white guy was smarter than the least amount of blood that the black people. So they had black blood in them. We were finally able to just get that taken off of that school by presenting it at community college with the findings of his study. So everybody in that school, and then up to not very long ago, a few years ago, we were able to dispel the study. Everybody in the school system, every teacher, was under the impression that we were dumb, or at least dumber than the non-Indian. Everybody that worked at the boarding school, all of the white-owned businesses. And so, what do? We sort of kind of live up to that. Do we? I don't know. Do we live up to that? Do we live up to that finding? I think we did in a lot of ways. And so we need to recognize that we have some very intelligent Blackfeet people. I was in the Marine Corps with Douglas Fairchild. He had like 135 IQ. But so getting ready to close here, I asked one of my friend back here, what is it we all have in common? He said, misfortune. But 6 cases, we are all Blackfeet. We don't need to argue about that. But we're all different. They didn't just make one Blackfeet mold, stick us all in it, and we're all supposed to be the same. There's as much diversity amongst us as there any group of 32 people in the United States. Research has now proven that. And so if I do things differently, if my life says differently, if I solve problems differently, I'm not like you, that's no reason for you to hate me. That's no reason for me to hate you. We're all in this together. This is our country. We need to work together to change that Constitution. We need to come together. And sometimes when we espouse our opinion in these meetings, you have to be big enough to understand that maybe you have to compromise a little bit because other people believe differently. Oh, forgive me.
Very, very good words to end that comment with, and I think that's an example of what happens when we grow into our role. You just heard the words of an elder who talked to the rest of us, telling the rest of us to put our hate and feelings in our pockets and come together as people and work to solve our problems. The last gentleman here at the end is responsible for protecting our environment and putting together the resources to help us do that. So here, without further ado, is Gerald Wagner, the Director of the Tribe's Environmental Protection Office.
Thank you. For the sake of brevity, we have went over our time limit, and all I have to say is environment, do the right thing. No, I waited my time, and I will take my time. We had the other gentleman up here, all peers of mine that I've worked with in my 25 years here working for the tribe in environmental programs, solid waste, utilities. I've been there, I've done it. We've had them talk about how important the land is to us, and without the land, we really don't have the base or the foundation. We had them talk to us about how we manage our land and how important that is to us, and that we manage it right. And now talk to us about the tribal, cultural, historical perspective of our land and how important that is to us. We have them talk about what animals we have and how we use them and how they are on the land and how we work in cooperation with them. And then it falls upon the environmental programs of how are we going to protect that land. I know that the constitutional reform is very important, and I don't know that we really and carve out a section and say this section right here is just for the protection of the land. We talk about our rights, we talk about the land, we talk about how we're going to manage it, how important it is to us. But when all said and done, how are we, and I mean all of us here, our elders, our children, how are we going to work together to protect that land? We talk about the land and sovereignty, and without the land we have no sovereignty. We have all kinds of political issues facing us over the land. We have political issues facing us over child welfare, over taxation, over alcohol and tobacco taxes, over gambling in our casino. But when all the dust settles, that political battle, that strongest political battle that we have as Indian people will be for our land and for our environment. And therefore, it is up to us to protect that resource, one of our greatest resources, next to our children. We talk about impacts to the land. We heard them talk about the need for grazing allotments. How do we work with that department in saying, what are the impacts of grazing to our land, to our waterways? How do we talk about impacts of underground storage tanks that were heavily put in on our eastern border, and some 40, 50, 60 years later, is coming back to cause us environmental damages. How do we look at the irrigation projects that were put onto the reservation and that need for that water versus the need to have extreme flows and impacts that has to our riparian areas? We're also now looking at surface water for a very important source of drinking water. It was something that we didn't have in the past since the beginning that I know of our existence here. But we have come to a point to where we have to depend on some of that surface water to get us some clean drinking water. We're talking about invasive species. The spotted knapweed, the zebra mussels that are not local here, but have made it into our reservation and seem to want to take over. It's a battle that we have to put up with and somehow come up with a solution to. We need to talk about climate change. We know that has been impacting our glaciers from 20 to 30, 40 years ago. How are we going to step up to the plate and make a change on climate change, mitigation, and adaptation? Indian people are the poster child for adaptation. We have been adapting since the beginning of time. Other impacts to our land that we need to pay attention to, and this is what we're all guilty of, and I don't care who's in this room say, no, I didn't. I'll tell you, yes, you did. Solid waste. Solid waste is a big issue facing our land, our water, our air, our children, our way of life. It's another aspect of something we need to think about. And I heard Mark talk about resource-based versus people-based. How we make our laws here through the Constitution, through ordinances, and how well are them laws accepted. There's always, seems like, to be somebody left out. Somebody going, no, you didn't take my message, you didn't take my question, you didn't consider my thoughts. Well, after the dust settles, somebody has to make that decision. It's not an easy one. It's been placed on our tribal councils for many, many years. And how is it that we, as a people, will accept the laws that are handed down by our tribal councils? The opportunity is given to each and every one of us to make comment. And as we heard, very little of us do until after the law is made. But it is given the power to the people to step up and be more vocal before them ordinances are made. And when we talk about protection of the land, and something that falls within my department, it is something that I didn't make, but it's something that I need to go out and enforce. And I do not want to enforce, I shouldn't have to enforce. My job should be to educate you on what went wrong and what is the right way to get that taken care of. Enforcement should be the very, very last choice that I should have to make. And we talked about the responsibility of our future. How do we become more responsible for our future as it pertains to our land, our water, and our air, and the protection of that resource? I said the responsibility of our future starts with right here with us, with each and every one of us as individuals. And after we have mastered that self-discipline, taking responsibility for our actions, so that when we do make choices, they're good choices, we move on to saying, I'm taking responsibility for my family. I have to make sure that my kids grow up knowing the right way, knowing to respect the land, knowing to respect their elders, knowing to respect each other. And after we have mastered that, then we say, how do we go in and say, we have a responsibility for our community, for our neighbors, for our brothers and sisters. And reach out that helping hand and saying, let's do this together. And in the end, saying, yes, let's be responsible for our reservation. This land that we have, that we know the government is not going to give us another piece, that what we do to this land will remain with us from now until eternity, that we have the opportunity right now to make that change. We work hard, I believe, in majority of the tribal programs and trying to put forth that right, doing the right thing, to protect, to help, to serve. But we have to put that message out there a little further, a little farther, a little greater, and stretch out there and say, yes, we need to continue with education. I think education used to be a daily thing that all of us did. We were always educating out there on the streets, at the powwow, at the basketball game, in the grocery store. This is the right way, and this is the wrong way. We've got to get back to that. Get back to educating our young. Our young are our greatest natural resource. It is something that we have proven, I know within the Natural Resource Department. We have had some internships and some co-ops where we brought students in and they interned in our programs through land, through water, through the environment, through forestry, through rain, and have went out and have gotten educated and have come back. And off of that first initial try, we had generated a pool, a resource that the Natural Resources Department could reach back into and pull from that pool of our own people through some small efforts that we had made 2, 3 to 4 years earlier. But we don't have that to reach back in and put some investments in our youth and to educate them on the responsibilities that they hold, that they should grow up and have. And as we talk about the protection of the land and where it falls within the responsibility for the future, and as we look at this new constitutional change, that we consider protection as a good part of it. And
me and Terry cooperated on the skateboard opening last summer, and he says to me, well, you're gonna challenge me to a skateboard ride? I said, yeah, I will. So we're gonna get ready to finish up with our last panel. I don't really think I could add anything in terms of resources to what these gentlemen have said. So let's give them one more round of applause. We're gonna call our tribal directors up.
Thank you. We're almost done, folks. You know, we're scheduled to close at 5, but you know, it's been really good to hear all the different perspectives. The last panel, I was making a joke about, you know, wanting sovereignty to speak, but sometimes in the past, that has actually happened in some tribal governments that spoke up and they were gone. That was the reality. So we're all kind of head shy as we go to travel employees sometimes, whether we want to say anything publicly. But they'll ask us in different places, we'll say, oh, everything's good. because if you do say something, you may go back and get you later. We're doing some quick door prizes, so you have Kerry Evans, Johnson Kitson, Dave Gordon, and Nathan Sangor. Dave Gordon will be holding court in the quarter on the right side after, so let me give you your opportunities before you go to range tomorrow. So come on up. I guess maybe making a joke about Mr. Gordon, he actually did have to go to court, so we're hoping he'll be finished and come back. But nevertheless, if Kerry Evans is here, yes, I see her. Chauncey has been here the past 2 days, and I'm glad to see you here. And of course, we have Nathan. Now again, these are the tribal directors that hopefully give you some perspective, working in the trenches, working with tribal governments, and really important too. You know, when we talk about the meltdown and the impasse, well, while all that was going on, and being a tribal employee, who was holding up the ship? It was the directors working with their employees to ensure that tribal government was still going. It was a burden at times where, we couldn't pay, but we kept on going. So sometimes when our leaders kind of jump off the ship, there's the mates still on board, rowing hopefully in the right direction, and sometimes just rowing in circles and waiting for the leaders to jump back on. But nevertheless, that's what happened. So, announce your door prizes.
All right, we'd like to thank these sponsors, Glacier Beach Casino, James McNeely, in honor of Narcissus Blood, and Diga Newcrest. Our first winners are Jolene Kennerly, Sharon Silva, Rosalind LaPierre, Marta Ollinger, Martin Millrunner, Andrea Sharp, Wendy Bremner, Larry Brown, Mark McGee, and Joyce Fiel. You are the winners. Again, we thank these sponsors, Glacier Beach Casino, James McNeely, in honor of Narcissus Blood, Diga Newcrest, and also would like to thank these KDWG, YRC, and streaming internet, Misty Hall. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gil. Well, without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first gentleman to my right. Presently, he is the lead counsel for the Blackfeet Tribal Legal Department. Young man again who now in his education, he is back working for his tribe, and we've asked him to come up and basically share with you his experiences and hopefully his future experiences in terms of working in the Blackfeet Legal Department, which really works directly under the Blackfeet Tribal Business Council. They almost have their own legal department, so sometimes there's frustration when individual members go to the legal department and they say, well, we want you to help me on this particular issue or not. And sometimes the attorneys, or most times, will tell you, our foremost responsibility is to work at the pleasure of the tribal council, which works, again, for all the Blackfeet nations. So people get frustrated about that, but that is why each one of them have a letter of resignation in their vest, because they have to know who their boss is.
Thank you, George. Okay, Daniel, stopwatch now. I thought there wouldn't be anybody here, it would just be me, maybe Brenner and the radio station. I almost never came here. I was gonna walk or drive to Minnesota and try out to be the kicker for the Vikings. I don't know if you watched the football game, but it was a disappointment. I just hate Seattle. Oh, I hate Seattle. But we're out here to talk about football, here to talk about the Constitution. And my name is Nathan Sangor. Recently got promoted to the, I like to preach it up and call it the Attorney General. Sound better. Just enjoy, I just want to congratulate the effort here. I mean, I know how tough it is to schedule it, get an agenda, the people, the tables. And let's give them, from the few people that are here, the people that are here, give them a round of applause for the effort. Good job. So this is the last day. I figure maybe some people have a little view on what the Constitution is. And in my line of work, even though I'm a doctor of the law, I get people that come and everybody's an expert on the Constitution. And so I just gotta listen to them. But I just want to address your knowledge of the Constitution. A couple questions I was thinking about. Everybody raise your hand. There's a lot going on, like with the U.S. Constitution, would be challenges and whatnot. Raise your hand if the United States Constitution applies in Indian country. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You guys all flunked. It doesn't apply because the tribes precede the Constitution. The U.S. Constitution does not apply in Indian country. Actually, they came up with the Indian Civil Rights Act. That applies. And the tribal constitution incorporated some of those rights. So FYI. Second one, you as a member under our Constitution, I know this was a big subject a couple of years ago, have the right to bear arms. Raise your hand. And a right to bear arms. It's a second in the Constitution, Second Amendment. But do you have a right as Indian people to bear arms under our Constitution? Raise your hand if you think yes. No, it's not in there. You don't have the right to bear arms. It might be in the treaty rights to hunt, but your individual rights to bear arms isn't in the present Constitution. That you didn't know. So what I've done, Mr. McKay asked for me to speak. In my third year of law school, in your third year you do a clinic. And my clinic was Indian law. And I went to the Harvard of the West, the U of M. Go Green. If I was going to be a farmer, I would have went to Bozeman, farmer. What it was Indian law. And what my project was, so I could graduate, was to look at the different constitutions of different tribes and the flaws of the IRA government. And the college was kind enough to ask for me to speak, and I did in my third year, a few years ago. And unlike the other panel, I am closer to 29. But I'm sorry I got here late the other day, but I was able to hear Major, and she was real interested. I was getting a dental checkup, and I'm part of the No Cavity Club. Pretty exclusive club apparently. But again, the Crows, they're non-IRA, and the Blackfeet, so we're all on the same page. We are IRA tribes, we still have to go through a lot of the government rigmarole. It can be done. And one thing after hearing Angel is Crow and the Crow are just as crazy as the Blackfeet. There's a lot of similarities there. But I guess it was asking what change in the Constitution will help to accomplish. And it's more along the lines of what the U.S. Supreme Court has held in a lot of Indian law. Tribes have the inherent right to make laws and be governed by them. Our own laws and to make our own, govern our own people. And this Constitution is a document for the people, by the people. Can't say that now. The Constitution that we have now isn't by our people. And that's what changing the Constitution, can do. It can help put a better system and a government in place. But what it's not going to do, and people just need to wear it, it's not going to be a solve all, it's not going to make you skinnier or prettier, or it's not going to kick the Luderites off, it's not going to, there's a lot of misconceptions on what the government is. Because like I said, people coming to me and they're expert on the Constitution, but they're not. So you have to know what the Constitution is going to do and what it's not going to do. But it can change the Blackfeet government, good or bad. And it's also, I heard a lot of the elder people talk about it'll affect the generations. If there is a change in the Constitution, it might not affect the people out here that I see today, but it may affect your children. And I guess ask yourself, why wouldn't you want to be a part of it? You can say, hey, I I played a role in changing the tribe's government. Whether I sat in, whether I attended a meeting, whether I wrote, how drafted it, that's pretty significant. You know, the people who wrote the US Constitution, they're still talked about today. Schools and different things named after them, they're quite an accomplishment. And because right now, I mean, around the room, I don't think I've ever, I've been working for tribes since 2010. And I've never heard one person say, you know, the Constitution is great. It really works for us. And you never hear that. You never hear that ever. You hear, you know, the Constitution is, you know, X, Y, Z, and it's really negative. But I think right now, this council supports it. And that's, I think, more than lip service. Because I've heard one council person quoted in a paper saying, this is the Constitution, we have to follow it. You know, we have to follow this Constitution. And then the same tribal council member in a different paper was quoted, we should follow this Constitution. This was written by a white man. We shouldn't follow it. I mean, that's really contradictory. If you're going to be a council person, you really need to be consistent. But I think you don't have that argument if the tribe, everybody, all of us, the tribal members, if we have a part and we change the Constitution, good or bad. I mean, because in my work, I put a tribe, there's movers and shakers, and there's people that just kind of don't want to rock the boat and keep that paycheck. I think you need to be movers and shakers and change the Constitution. Because if not, then what? It's just going to be there, and it's easy for people to come in or just complain and gripe about the Constitution. But what good have you done? Be a solution. Don't be a part of it. I see that in general all the time. People are just coming in griping all the time, but hardly anybody has a solution. They just want to complain. Well, go to the meetings. If you don't know anything, or if you don't know anything about the Constitution, you want to go to the meetings, be informed, be a part of the solution. I'm not where I'm at because I sat back and complained. I'm at because I'm a go-getter. I know we have people, you know, trying to wrap it up, and I'm really not trying to hear Dale's music. How does the Constitution affect me as a profession? It has affected me. Tribal courts, we don't have separation of power. And so, as an attorney, I have ethical responsibility. I have a law license that can be taken away potentially. And so, it's called ex parte communication. It's tough, and I've had it. Counsel come down, say, you know, so-and-so's agreed, you find out what's wrong, you know, basically change the judge or do whatever you can and manipulate the court, or, you know, I mean, just things that I can't do. And other people just don't understand that, but I have a law license that I'm gonna lose, and I'm not gonna lose it because of, you know, somebody else. That's my livelihood, that's my credibility, and if I lose any credibility, then don't hire me. So I refuse to do that, but it's really difficult working for the tribe. We have different people coming in and, you know, help this person out, or, you know, along those lines. I mean, it's really difficult, but in the tribal courts, we have no separation of powers. And you've heard all about why you need to have separation of powers, but for a council person told me this before, and it is true that you have to, you know, acknowledge it. Council said, you know, I am all for the separation of powers, but not right now. Because I don't trust, and this was the tribal court, I don't trust what the tribal court is doing. We don't have control over the tribal court, and it's just, you know, the world is going to end. It's a legitimate issue. I mean, so I think you're, in the drafters of this Constitution, you know, when tribe really needs to lay out how we can have a good tribal court system. I know Major did on that. That's really important. I mean, how many people out here can stand up and say, I really think, you know, tribal court's legitimate. There's issues with the tribal court. Some good, some bad, but those are things that can be addressed in the Constitution. And I have to deal with that every day. You know, because as a tribal attorney, you're not just a tribal attorney, you're the Dalai Lama, you're Martin Luther King, you're everything. Because you're a lawyer, you have to know everything. Contracts, I know that she talked about contracts. The tribe is what has sovereign immunity, and you hear it all the time. States enjoy it in the 14th Amendment. And it allows almost the ability of the tribe to have its cake and eat it too. You can enter into a contract with Maine out here. If the tribe, that largest trust property, so high they want to put up a business there, tribe owns it, and I can get into what's customary 25-year lease, and I put down $100,000 in collateral to put up a shop or whatever. What's my remedy if, the tribe just says, we don't want you on there? Nathan, you're making too much money. You're off. They have sovereign immunity. I think that affects a lot of businesses from coming on here, Indian and non-Indian, that it's not really a level playing field. I heard Major say that in her tribe's constitution, there was a limited waiver of sovereign immunity. I think the tribe really needs to think about that. Because everyday people, we all know, have been affected by the tribe in some different capacity, and sovereign immunity can really be harsh. And additionally, the Indian Child Welfare Act. I deal with the Tribe Indian Child Welfare Act. I recently had a case go to the Montana Supreme Court. Unfortunately, we got beat. I went to jail for guidance. He said, hey, Joe, I asked him about it. What do you think? I got beat. And he said, well, I don't know what to tell you, but I've never gotten beat at the Supreme Court. All right, thanks. It was a 4-3 decision, but I still got beat. I got beat, not beat. But the Indian Child Welfare Act, that's an issue that our Constitution speaks on. Indian Child Welfare Act. Who is a child under the Indian Child Welfare Act is right in our Constitution, and that plays a part in whether or not a tribe or a child fits the criteria of a child under the Indian Child Welfare Act. Why? The second question is why to change the Constitution? There's a lot of policies. Like I said, it'll be a document written by you for the people. I think it's pretty impressive. You can say, hey, I could pardon that. Or you can say, I don't agree with it, it's never going to happen. And then you're just a Debbie Downer. You didn't contribute anything to the tribe. It may promote economic development. If the sovereign immunity waiver limited, that's always an issue. I mean, a lot of people say, well, why don't we have businesses? Why don't we have people come here? That's a big reason, in my opinion, is the playing field isn't fair. And then the big one, I don't know what was talked about, was enforcement. And say, hypothetically, this goes through. And there is a new constitution. Who's going to enforce it? You? Me? Who's going to enforce it? And we have a document right now, the Constitution. It's not totally bad. There's some issues with it, but who enforces it? If we do have separation of powers, a violation under the Indian Civil Rights Act can only be heard in your tribal court, not the federal court, except for habeas corpus, where jail, unlawfully detained. But anything like that, violation of due process, tribal court. So that's a big issue concerning, in my opinion, who's going to enforce this? Police, council, what is going to do? That's something that you need to understand. So basically, really limiting government through the Constitution. And it's funny because a lot of people are Democrats, but that's very a Republican thing, is limiting government. Like it's very Republican. So that's a big issue, like I said, is enforcement. Who's going to abide by these laws? I mean, there's a lot of laws on the book, not the Constitution, but a lot of laws that are being followed right now. It's just a thing to keep in consideration. And I hear Gail's George of the Jungle music. I just want to let you know, I don't know if there's any more college people here, but I am teaching a class at community college, Tribal Criminal Law and Procedure, and it will incorporate some of the Constitution So, and even if for you guys enroll in it, it'd be my pleasure for you to come down and enroll. It's Tuesdays or Thursdays at 4:30. So even if you have work, you can get off work and take one class. Thank you.
Nathan put George to sleep, I had to kick his chair over back there, it didn't go on. No, the next person we want to introduce is, and it's really my pleasure to do it, because she started out with our group when we restarted this effort. So I didn't start this effort, I got on the council and people started coming to me, Virgil Edwards and Johnny Murray and Carrie Evans and Fish Jarvis, and they said, hey Joe, when are we gonna have a meeting? When are we gonna have a meeting? So we had a meeting, they said, well, now we need to go to the council and let them know what we're doing, who's gonna do that? So we all kind of sat there looking at each other, and finally Carrie said, okay, I will. So, all right, Carrie, you're going to the council. So I remember that day. Carrie came in, it was October, the October meeting of 2014. Darrell was there. Darrell actually got up and spoke first about constitutional reform. I think somebody almost bit his head off, and so we pushed Carrie forward. So Carrie Evans, Bearshirt Evans, has been with our group since the beginning. Been one of the supporters and come to our meetings and encourage us. She's backed off a little bit since she's got a job as the director. As George said, I think she got afraid she's going to get fired. So we're glad she's here this afternoon. Carrie Evans, give her a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Joe. I just want to thank the committee for asking me to speak today. Day two, and I seen Darrell up there and looked at that side door and thought, I wonder if I should just make a run for it. But you know, I took those very first steps, and they were baby steps, you know, but things begin to progress, you know, to what we have. Just really am amazed at this symposium, you know, and everything. I've learned so much, you know, and like Joe said, you know, I became the director in the fall with the Eagle Shield Center, and I've been at the center since about 2002. So I, you know, stuck it out there, and you know, I just really learned so much from our elders, and it's just been a learning place for me, being a center, and but you know, I fully support changing our government system. The one that sort of inspired me to get into, because I was never into politics or but was Fish Jarvis. You know, as I began to read the things that he would begin to put on his page, you know, and I began to read what he had to say and listen to it. You know, I thought to myself, we all need to get involved. You know, whether you're not into politics or not, it doesn't matter, you know. And like some of the people that were talking with the land management about who we are as a people, you know, that we take care of one another. It's not about politics. And our changing our constitution doesn't have to be all about politics. It can be one another and making those changes. You know, and Terry said something, Terry Patsy, about, you know, intertwining, you know, the cultural and our way of life with the things that are written in our Constitution. And we as Indian people, you know, we've never just worked and did everything in the natural sort of realm. We've always dealt with our spiritual part, and we never separated the two. Our spiritual part and the natural realm have always intertwined together. You know, that's what I was going to say today was, you know, it's intertwined and it has to be that way. So when we begin to develop this, we always have to keep that in mind, you know, that we have to look at ourselves as a people. Every word that is written in Constitution, you know, we have to look at it as the Blackfeet people and who we are and where we came from. But I just wanted to kind of answer the questions that they had asked us to, as if, you know, by changing our constitution and changing our system of government, what will the changes be for tribal programs? And like I said, you know, I'm new as the director, so I'm just learning a lot. And these past few months, I haven't been able to get to the meetings, you know, because it's been just a learning process from that Eagle Shield and taking on the directorship there. I've been really, you know, busy, but still, you know, I still get on Facebook, I read Joe's comments, you know, I see what people are saying and the things that are going on, and so I'm just, you know, so thankful that things are moving forward. But I believe that when we change government and we put in a separation of powers, that it's going to offer a stable government system. I believe that with stability in the with our government is going to provide for our tribal programs and the services that we provide. With our current government system and constitution, it makes it really hard for programs to move forward. So, because we're trying to work with this, like, you know, people have said this outdated system, you know, this outdated, and like Nathan was saying, sometimes they don't even go by it, you know, because some of them are outdated, they can't even use it as a guide, you know, in the decisions and the things that come up with the technology and the economic world that we live in today. So currently our programs and our services, they suffer a lot of inconsistency. There's a lot of inconsistency, and also it's very tedious, you know, of all the hoops that we have to jump through to get to the day-to-day tasks done, you know. And you can go down to tribal office and you'll be down there. If you're gonna go down and do something, you might as well plan on being down there most of the day to get what you need to get done, you know. You go one place and they tell you one thing, you go to the next department, they tell you another thing, they send you back, you know. And so you're jumping through hoops all through the system, trying to make your program work, you know, trying to make your program function, you know. And sometimes it's frustrating on the directors, you know, because we spend most of the day at the tribal office, and a lot of times you get back and you didn't even get what you needed done. So then the whole thing starts over the next day, you know. And so I know, you know, if we can have this separation of powers, if we can have accountability, if we can have transparency in our government, it will make the work for the programs and the program directors, you know, a lot more. And I believe that the tribal government will be easier for us as directors to access the services and the things that we need from the tribal government and the Blackfeet Tribal Business Council, and also the other departments in the tribal office. And like every time we have a new council comes in, all the rules change. So the things that you were doing before, it's all changed, you know. So you have to learn to adapt and to learn the new system, you know. And then, you know, a new council comes in, and then with the staggered terms, it's hard because it's changing every 2 years, you know. So there's happening, and with that, what that causes, what long-term goals. So we're just stuck at making short-term goals, you know, and just, well, you know, plan our goals for the next 2 years, you know, because the things are gonna change. And so you can never really grow and expand tribal programs and services when you're only working with short-term. So we need to get to that place where we can begin to work with the tribal government and be able to make long-term goals. Because once you have long-term goals, you have sustainability, you know, and your programs can sustain. And so that's what I'm looking forward to. You know, I'm looking forward to changing our government so that our programs have sustainability. They can have long-term goals. Currently, Field Center under us is the Blackfeet PCA program, and the PCA program provides personal care assistance for the disabled, elderly, vulnerable people with needs. And so we've been working under the state for 20 years. We just had our 20-year anniversary in October. And so we've been working with the state under this program, but this always just had us as a provider of one of their services. And so with that, when the money comes in from Medicaid and from the centers, CMS and everything, when they distribute the money to the state, we fall under that pot of money. So when they begin to dish out the state to these different providers, then we kind of fall under that. So there's only so much money that can go around. And when only so much money can go around, what happens? The people that need these services get put on waiting lists. And so we have a service in the state of Montana. It's called Home and Community-Based Services. And this is what it provides: home care, home modification, provides socialization, personal care. These are the things it provides to the elders and disabled. Now, when this money is distributed and only so much can go around, we may have 50 people that services, but maybe only 25 receive them on the reservation. So we are working with the state of Montana to have our own tribal Medicaid home and community service where the money will come directly to us. And it's a 100% FMAP. So we're getting those services waiting list. Everybody that needs and is entitled to those services on the reservation will get to have them. You know, but moving through this process, you know, with the current government and the current government system we have right now, it's hard. You know, it's even hard for the state, you know, to work with us and to navigate and to negotiate those things. Because any time that we work with county, federal governments, there always has to be a negotiation that's going on. You know, and with our current government, it's hard for governments to negotiate. It's hard for us to fully get the full resources that we need. So we could have had this tribal medical program maybe years ago, you know, but because we didn't know how to navigate the system, you know, we didn't know how to get the full benefit of what these services offered, you know, we were just a provider, you know. So we decided we're not satisfied at just being a provider. We want our own Medicaid tribal waiver. These are the things we are working for. These are the long-term goals that I'm talking about. And if we can, you know, achieve these, you know, through a better government, you know, through a constitution like Nathan said, written by the people, you know, not given to us, you know, by the U.S. government, you know, because that's the Constitution that was just given to us. we can develop them, you know, and we can expand our services. So that's what I have to say, the music.
Thank you, Karen. Last but certainly not least, this gentleman, in the position that he works, affects us all on this reservation. I believe when she talked about short-term goals, I believe as a tribally designated housing entity, you have your 5-year plans. I'm assuming for some reason. And that allows them to plan. You know, there's going to be a new housing project. So this gentleman here, wide venue in terms of responsibilities that he has for rental units and just what have you. When there's a problem in your houses, who do they run to? The council. Then who does the council run to? This gentleman right behind me, he tries to do his best to help out wherever he can. And I believe since his tenure as a housing director, we have taken off in terms of new houses, new opportunities, and new resources for our people. Chauncey Kinson.
Thank you, George. Good afternoon. It's nice to see so many people here. As George mentioned earlier, I've been here 2 days, and I was really surprised when I pulled into the parking lot yesterday to see how many people were actually in attendance. Because it's been said before in the last time, we'll sit in the coffee shop or the smoke shack. When it comes time to have an opportunity to have our voice heard, we don't. And then we'll complain when the finished document comes out. So to do that, I'd like to just applaud everybody that's still here. It's been a long time. My name is Chancey Kitson. My grandmothers are Joyce Conway and Beverly Kitson. My grandparents are the late Cecil Conway and Jim Kitson. And I'm currently the housing director at Blackfeet Housing. I'd first like to thank Mr. McKay for allowing me to participate in this important event with the constitutional reform. I truly appreciate that. And the last 2 days have been extremely educational for me. Updating and amending a constitution is a healthy exercise to transform with the changing winds of our economic and cultural challenges. In the best of times and best of councils, our current must for day-to-day government and function, but it does little to offer a future. Our current structure fails to offer stability for our people, our children, our elders, and to the outside world. For our economy and our community to grow, business needs to be assured that the local government offers stability, accountability, consistency, and cultural preservation. To preserve our current businesses and encourage new businesses to come to the reservation, the tribe must be able to demonstrate that we have the capacity and offer the opportunity to foster new businesses. A new constitution addressing today's concerns, including separation of powers, that would offer stability and assure businesses that their investments would be protected on the Blackfeet Reservation. During the impasse as a tribe, we were at the worst that we could, in my opinion. The dysfunction and negative headlines had a drastic effect on our federally funded programs and the image of us as a proud nation. Failure for us to build capacity and stability will result in a decline of federal financial assistance in the way of grants and loan programs, etc. From a housing perspective, when the tribal government is dysfunctional, housing suffers in all areas. Financially, living conditions, destruction of homes, drug and alcohol abuse, child abuse, and elderly. We currently do not receive adequate funding to meet today's housing needs, nor do we receive enough funding to meet tomorrow's needs. Our tribe must be in a position to access alternative funding resources such as HUD grants, USDA rural development loans and grants, government guarantees. We need to develop partnerships with NeighborWorks, with veterans with data. Loan programs, which are the future for housing, require partnerships with commercial banks. And as a rule, banks are hedge funds in Indian country, even when you have a strong functioning tribe. But if you have conducting business with a tribe that is dysfunctional and that lacks stability and accountability, your options are limited, if not completely eliminated. And if we want to meet the housing needs of our people, and we need to develop and adopt a new form of government that ensures stability, accountability, and cultural preservation. And with that, I'd just like again to thank you for inviting me to participate. Thank you.
Well, once again, let's thank our directors for coming in and putting themselves under fire. They'll have to go back tomorrow and answer to all the council people who think they got offended today. So thank you guys, we appreciate your time. We just got about 5 more minutes, folks, and we're gonna finish up. Let me begin as Chancey just did by thanking everyone in this room for being here. Some of you have been here, many of you for the whole 2 days. And for all of you out there in JBWG land and the internet that can hear my voice, thank you for listening in and being a part of this with us. We appreciate that also. More than anything, I want to thank everyone today that attended for practicing that most important of our cultural values, respect. So thank you for respecting our guests. Thank you for respecting our speakers, and thank you for respecting each other. We showed the community today that we could gather and have many differing voices and differing opinions and continue to be and treat each other with dignity and respect. So thank everybody for that. Dr. Cornell, remember on his presentation, as a part of it, he gave an example of 2 tribes. Tribe number 1, the big tribe, had lots of resources, lots of people and educated people and opportunity, but no rules and no stable system. Tribe number 2, very few resources, but good, clear rules, good people, and good opportunity. He told us the little tribe flourished, while the big tribe stumbled along, never achieving its potential. That sounds a lot like us, huh? It's time to change that picture. It's time to create a system of government that allows us to achieve our full potential. A system that's simple, strong, has a clear separation of powers, has an independent and strong judicial system with clear rules and clear lines of responsibility and authority. As indicated earlier, we the group, we're not done, it's just starting. We haven't written a word, but now it's time to start. So we'll continue this effort, starting tonight at 6 o'clock in the conference room, as we always do. I want to be clear that this is not, contrary to what someone was trying to say today, not Joe McKay's effort alone. This is the group's effort, and everyone is a part of that group. Everyone can be a part of that effort, just as you were encouraged to do. I also want to be clear about one other thing. We are going forward. In the end, it will be the people's decision about whether to adopt a new form of government. But we are committed, and we are going to produce a document that we can present to the tribal council, that they can transmit to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, to have a secretarial election, to allow you, the people, to have the final say. So, as we lead on to that, I want to encourage you to make your own decision, to keep open minds. Don't let someone try to take away your right to make your own decision and to have your own opinion. Don't listen to rumors. If you have questions, come and ask somebody that's involved. There are many of them out there to tell you what's going on. If you want clarity, ask questions. So we are going forward. We are going to reach that goal. I just want to leave you with these final words, and then we're going to call on Chief Oldperson, who's going to sing us a closing song. Because that's the other thing. I want to thank him personally. A small boy, I grew up in my home. We weren't a traditional family. But someone would come to my door, and the door would open, and he'd say, "Okay." And I'd tell my dad, "What's he saying? What's he saying?" And he's greeting you in Blackfoot. And I learned the word "okay," and I would sit there and wait for Earl Oldperson to show up, so that when he walked in and greeted me, I could greet him back. So he's been a part of my life since I was a small child. We've had our differences. And that's another thing I want to point out, is that we have this relationship because we've had our differences, and we are able to resolve them. And that's one of the things he taught me in life, was to always be positive, always treat people good, always be kind to people, always try to help people. So before I turn it over to him to say a final word and sing us a final song, I just want to say to all of you, be positive. Be hopeful, be strong, be kind. Thank you all for being here, and I turn it over to Chief Earl.
Okay. You know that word you hear, be gunny, that's not pig yan. It's scabule. That was a name that an individual gave to our people. They come up on these people working on the animal that they killed, and it was scabby. So they just called them Pikani, scabule. So we were referred to as scabule. There's a lot of words that we need to learn about. I want to prove if there's any of the interior people here. We talked about the buffalo, urban cars, the program that he's under. One of the things that those elders I interpreted for had told me and had said, not just to me, but they talked about it. And they said, our buffalo was caused to be gone. But they're going to still roam in those areas where we lost them. I wonder about it. It says, "Aksan ito wa kimani, matapiwa, matrix niggas, names." They're still going to be roaming. People are still going to benefit from it. I drive to the Sweetgrass Hills. The last time I drove there was this summer, before I left. I went to the middle hill. You can almost drive up there. And while I was driving, that wasn't the only time. This is the time I went very close. I could see oil wells, oil pumps pumping. I could see farmers. They farmed right up to the hills. And I parked, and I sat for a while. And I said, this is what those elders were saying. Sweetgrass Hills was our land. I said, these are the buffaloes, those oil ones. Farmers, farming, ranching. And we still sitting on the sideline, watching their wealth. We lost those buffaloes that roamed, but they continued having those buffaloes roam through that effort. Our people were wise, those leaders. Now, one thing I want to prove to the interior people, you see a land here between Glacier Park and Brown. You folks can check me out. We had in late 60s and 70s, some of you probably know, the Department of Interior bought that land, almost 1,000 acres, maybe 1,000 acres. They were going to build an airport for Glacier National Park. But they did not go through with that effort. There was a reason why they couldn't build that airport. It was going to take the place of the airport in Telescope. So that land was their item, owned by the Interior Department. There's a Secretary of Interior that everybody was against. He came to us while he was in office. He was put out of the office later. He visited the reservation, and we gave him a tour on some of those bands that we had. The last place we went to was Glacier Park. And we started down towards Brown. We sat with him, and just jokingly, I told him, you folks own this land. And I says, and some of the other councilmen, I says, why don't you just give it back to us? And he kind of laughed. And I guess I took it as a joke. He said, well, I'm going to think about it. And after he was put out of the office, it was some time after that, we received a letter from Washington, D.C., of the Interior Department. And they told us, we want you to come back to Washington for a ceremony. We went back there. On that tour we took him on, some of those councilmen started to ruse. He was one that was on that tour. Anyway, we got ready. We didn't know what it was all about. But then we were kind of told in a way that there was something that's going to be presented to you. We went back to Washington, D.C. The one that took James Watt, you folks must know James Watt. You should know he was a bad secretary. He was put off out of the office. But he was a good secretary to the Blackfeet. When we went there to the Interior Department, they had a room cleared. And a bunch of people there within that department. And they said the man that took his place was named Secretary Clark. He said, we want to present to you something that was done for you by Secretary James Wong. He said, this land that you folks asked for, it's turned over to you. One of the gifts that we presented to Secretary Clark was a beautiful beaded buckle. And when we, at the end, presented the gifts in this beautiful buckle, I told Secretary Clark, I'd like to trade you for these beads for that man. This was true, people. You can check records. That man, our buffaloes are roaming there now. We defeated them in that way. At this time, we're going to sing a song, closing song. Have Irving Carlson come up, we're going to sing the only society that we have left now. Until those other two perform their society, we just have this one society that the family of John DeRouche owns, and our leaders of it, Irving Carlson, the late John DeRouche. But before that, we're going to sing. I can't sing as good as I used to, but we're going to do the best we can. I'm going to have, I just have another drum here.
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay. We're going to sing two songs before we sing the honor song. We're going to have two starts of the introductory song of the Brave Dog Society. The reason I sing these songs, my father was the leader of the Crazy Dog, up until he handed it to Jim Whitecap. Jim Whitecap, along with that, was giving the coyote skins. That's the main object of Crazy Dog, is that coyote skin. Not beast. And I don't know whatever happened to them coyotes. But it was later turned over to young Marvin Weatherwax, which I had a lot of faith. And there was a ceremony at ACA when it was transferred to young Marvin Weatherwax. This is the reason I sing these songs. I wasn't taught these, no one taught me them, but just by observing and listening, I know these songs. So in an introductory song, just a couple of stars, because I can't go any further. And these are the old songs. That's the introductory song. The breakdowns is a war party. They protected the camps, the people. They protected the people. And now listen to the dance song. If you're a member of the Crazy Dog, dance. If you want. That was a dance song. Now the Blackfeet warrior song, or the Bacon exercise. This is what Johnny Lewis took the lead in and grandchildren carrying it on. ang nag-asitabi, ang nag-umakitabi, ang nag-iyot puso, huwag ka nang panayan. Nung panokin na, kaya bakit si Kirman puso, kaya bakit ito tumags, siyempre. Our God and our Creator, we ask at the conclusion of this gathering that you will continue protecting us. Protect our elders who are still with us. Protect our children. These are the assets of our future. These are they that's going to use whatever is put together in the Blackfeet Nation as far as our law is concerned. Protect and help and lead all the people here in the Blackfeet Nation. We ask this in your name. Amen.
For allowing us to use our song, the Rawhide Orchestra. You all have a beautiful evening and a wonderful week. Get out there and enjoy the weather and creative processes, everybody.